He is the chairman of Mindfit Limited, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, welcome to the roundtable.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody, and looking forward to a very healthy discussion.
Certainly, Naval, we are also looking forward to a very healthy discussion. So our second guest and second panelist is Ms. Kanchan Verma, who is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and we are honored to have Kanchan on the roundtable. Welcome to the roundtable, Kanchan.
Thank you, CK, and hi, Neville. We look forward for a healthy and progressive discussion today.
Certainly will be.
So today's roundtable is about the human resources, and human resources is a very vast subject. So in limited time and limited duration, we would like to tackle one bit at a time. And today's discussion would be mostly around the teamwork. So as you know, it's a big challenge. People get hired in different companies. They get formed into different teams, and they get assigned different projects, and they have to execute, multiple things as teams. But this is a very novel thought. When we talk about this, it looks like a very novel thought that everything is working like a clog in the machine, but it's seldom like that. So the first question that I would like to ask the panelists today is, what do the employees say about the teamwork in any organization, and does the reality align to the actual website of the company? So let me elaborate this question. The organization says that, hey, you guys have to work as a team, but the website of the company does not project that image. It gives a totally different image. So is there a correlation between actual teamwork happening in the organization and the company which is projecting themselves? So Neville, would you like to take that question first?
Well, it's always an interesting question of what we say in public on the website and what happens behind closed doors in the organisation. And I actually find it's typically the other way around. We're very supportive of things on the website, and we use all of the right buzzwords, let's say. We're a progressive company. We believe in our employees, we inspire them, we encourage them, we engage them. And then the reality of life is, when you talk to the employees, it's nothing of the sort. They're told what to do, and they just have to get on with it, so they function. So, but it's rare that we actually see the website reflecting the reality in the organisation. So I think that's one thing about teamwork, that on this particular arena, in that if you're a potential recruit and you look at the website, because you don't know anyone typically in that organisation, you're going to be looking at what they say about their company. And of course, when you then have done all the research, as you would do as a good interviewee, you've looked at the company, you've researched what they do, you've seen what their newspaper ads have said in the past, and then you go in for interview and you ask those questions. And that's when HR are put on the spot, because now they have to, if they're being honest, they have to reflect what's happening in the organisation. And the majority of people, I find, don't even know what's written on the website. So here's an interesting one. When someone does write things on the website, do you know, as an employee or it's someone in HR, do you know what's there? But I think there's a disconnect. So that's my general feeling. It's very, very rare that there's a dynamic connection between what people say on their website and what actually happens. But Kanchan, maybe you've got a different view of this, or maybe it's a similar view.
Well, I will agree with your views, because I think that website is merely information. First, an information is given to the public, and when we recruit employees, so they have fine dreams, and they go through the website, and then they come for an interview, and when they are inducted in the company, the whole story is different. because then they have to go with the core values and the concept of the company. They have to train themselves, and they have to train their working style in the company, and they have to achieve what is being given on the plate, and they have to be productive. So the teamwork is starts when they join the company, and it's kind of, sometimes it is kind of forced teamwork. Is not kind of very happily go merry kind of situation. But then if you are not working as a team in a company, so then that will be not good in a productive terms, and as well as in the progress of an employee as well as the company. So I fully agree the point which you have made, that a website doesn't reflect what is going internally in the organization.
Well, what I have seen is that people don't tend to believe the website where they have applied for a new job. Uh, there is a new portal called Glassdoor. So I'm not sure whether the Glassdoor is popular in UK, Naval, but it's very popular here, where it's an open platform where uh, the current employees of the company can talk anything about their current employer. So any new recruit who's trying to get into a company, I think they don't look at the website of the company to understand what these companies are selling, but they rather go on the Glassdoor and see the actual reviews of the working employees. So that is what is happening today. So it would have been better if the company has a little bit transparency in their operations, and then the Glassdoor type of websites will be out of business. Don't you think so?
Yeah, we have Glassdoor over here as well. I must admit, I've looked at it in the past, and it tends to be disgruntled employees that have been let go for one reason or another. It's an interesting approach to TripAdvisor's approach with regards to hotel and holiday stays, but the thing is, we're moving into the arena where in the digital world it is so transparent, and people can see that what you say in public, it better be pretty close to what happens in private. Otherwise, you will lose credibility. And organisations can't afford to do that these days. So hopefully we'll see a narrowing of the gap between what organisations say on their website and the reality inside. But you never know. I
Yeah.
think we better move to that next question. Otherwise, we'll be on websites forever.
Certainly, I think the conclusion from both panelists is that there has to be reality check for the companies, and they have to bring transparency to their working, as well as what they do should be projected on the website. So that brings us to the next question, which is related to the selection process. So, Naval, I would like to ask you, when you hire people in your company, do you follow certain selection method? And if you do follow, does it really useful?
It was interesting. I don't think the companies I worked for were typical in this arena. The departments were responsible for their own hires. So if you had a vacancy in your team, you were responsible for basically replacing that individual. Obviously, a lot of help from HR, but we had a fairly small HR function. And so consequently, it was more about the operational effectiveness. And did we have a process? Well, I had a process. I don't think we had a rigid process that was adopted throughout the organization. And it was the days before Google, so it was last century. So when I had a proper job, it was probably last century than this century. I'm as a consultant these days. And I would we would put an ad into the particular arena that we were looking for, and we would trawl through people we knew, and we would get their CVs, have a quick look at their CVs, and just literally identify 3 or 4 people that we thought were worthy of interviewing. And then the interview process was pretty straightforward. People have got to the interview because of the quality of the CV. Working in the oil industry, you tended to know who these people were as well, because it was a big joint venture type of arena. So it was almost alien to many other industries. So the first 5 or 10 minutes was asking about the CV, just proving the person's actually who they are, what they've said they are. And then we were delving into attitude, their behaviors, what they did under pressure. In many respects, nothing that you could get from a CV, and everything that you would get from an interview. And these interviews would only last, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. They wouldn't need to be that long. There was no rigid an hour, hour and a half, and you pass the person on to the next person, to the next person, to the next person. But the ultimate one was, can that person fit in with the team? So the last interview, which typically was the second interview, would be meet the team and let the team literally pick you. If you're the one, you've normally identified one of two, or maybe it's one of three, and then it's meet the team. And it's meet the team typically in the social arena, so that your guard is down and you're relaxed and you see the real person. So I don't think that's very typical of what would go on in many companies, but it worked. So I do know in recruitment these days, my son's in recruitment, and he went through a very similar process when he was recruited into recruitment. So I thought it was quite interesting, and he literally was passed from one person to the next. So there was a consensus of opinion. It was almost like a war of attrition. So it was a full day interview. And at the end of it, they met the whole team together in a social environment. That's hard work, I mean, you try and be interviewed for 8 hours constantly, asking very similar questions put by slightly different people, so that everyone's forming a consensus. Because today, when you recruit somebody, it's an expensive exercise if you get it wrong. Just imagine all of the development you're going to be putting into that person over the next 5 or 6 months, all of the knowledge you're going to be giving them about the organization. And then all of a sudden they say, no, this isn't for me. I'm going somewhere else. So it's a really expensive exercise. So, I mean, in these post-COVID times, probably more expensive, because there are more people that potentially are out there looking for a job. It's a big arena. Sorry for taking up so much time with this one, but it is a big arena. I think recruiters need help. So we'd be interested to hear what Kanchan might have seen in her side of life as to what's happening in recruitment.
So I'll discuss or I'll tell you that I agree with a few parts of your opinion. The thing is the classification of resume and meeting a candidate and talking to them is kind of a process, and then he goes from one boss to another boss and kind of getting an opinion about the candidate. But I have seen in whole this process, there are candidates who may be little percentage wise less in communication, but well in delivery. And sometimes, and you can judge because you have an experience of interviewing and meeting so many candidates. So what classification is fine, but generally what I personally feel is that sometimes it doesn't work. because once you hire a particular person on a classification based process, but when he comes on the board, the delivery part sometimes is kind of 60-70% only. So I generally go with my gut feeling, and I am not being failed till now, because I can see that a person whom I've hired has delivered, is a productive person. And if there's some downside of that person, that can be corrected, because we organize a lot of training process, and then a person also needs some time to gel with the culture of organization and the core value of organization. So I do classification, and I think it is important part of hiring any candidate. But also I put my feeling, my gut feeling, and how long this candidate will helpful to in development of organization, and also a part of a team in the organization which is already existing.
I think that's a great way of putting it. It's a gut feel. And yeah, of course, it's a gut feel. You're asking the questions and you're seeing the answers, and you can feel if that person is telling you the truth. And it's a funny thing, but you've got to experience it to actually feel it. And that means you're engaged in the conversation.
Right.
All too often, I find lots of recruiters out there are not really engaged in the discussion. They're going through, they've got a checklist of 10, 12 questions, and they just ask each question. And if they've got a satisfactory answer, there's a tick. But if they haven't got a satisfactory answer, or there's a question around the answer, they haven't got a second question. So they can't, in an interview situation, lots of young people in particular are so tense when they go into these interviews, and they're tense because they really want the job.
Correct.
And it's up to the interviewer to put that interviewee at ease, to get them relaxed, because then you get the truth, then you get the real person.
Yes.
So to be an interview is hard work, actually. It takes a lot of practice, and until you do that practice, you never really know where you're going. The other thing I'm also finding with recruitment is that they are over reliant on what we would call tools, but they're not using them as tools. So for instance, a psychometric,
Right.
there's lots of psychometrics out there. And the thing about a psychometric is it's just an opinion at a point in time. Some organizations believe in these psychometrics as the way to pick their leaders going forward. And I think the message I've got for all of them is stop doing that, because they're not that good. The purpose of a psychometric, of an assessment, is to get an opinion of somebody and then have a discussion so you can find out what they really mean, what this result really means. They're good in particular instances, perhaps when you're trawling through lots and lots and lots of people, asking them 12 questions and trying to get a consensus of what they do, how they behave. When you've got thousands of people coming through, they're good in that way, because it starts to eliminate a few. Doesn't mean to say you're going to eliminate the ones that actually were probably best suited for the job, but when you've got 1,000 applicants and you've only got 5 jobs available, it's physically impossible to interview 1,000 people.
Yeah, but actually what happens that if you go with these kind of tools, sometimes the right candidate is also being eliminated. I'm not against these kind of tools to be incorporated in the interview and HR practices. But then again, the human mind and human machine is quite complex. You can't take all these parameters to really reach out to a right candidate. That's
you're absolutely
my
right.
take.
It is, in many respects, it's a little bit of a lottery. But
Right.
as you say, this is a gut feeling.
Right.
You can see something there, but the person isn't quite giving it, or they're really giving it, and you're not quite sure. You know, maybe this is just too well rehearsed.
Mhm.
You can't do an AI on this. You know,
Right.
there
Right.
is no sort of learning. You know, what goes on up here is quite complicated. And of course, if you're going through lots and lots of interviews in a day or a week,
Mm.
you're constantly thinking of the other questions that you've given someone else, because you want to be fair to the person in front of you.
Right.
I know some organisations that literally do back-to-back interviews, no gaps. And I turned around to the head of HR and I said, that's fine for the candidate, because the candidate each time is coming in fresh. What about your interviewer? You know, why don't you give them like 10 minutes to recharge, you know? Because that last interview could have been really hard, very taxing. If it's really taxing, you know, when you're trying to pull teeth out of the candidate, you know, give me something that I can push you on to take the next step. That's really hard. It's draining. It's not physically draining, but it's mentally draining. And we all know that after 8 hours of mental exhaustion, you're exhausted. You know, it's almost like running a marathon.
Yes, very much true.
So we all need, you know, if we're into this interview arena, as I'm sure a lot of people will be, take 5-10 minutes out in between. You know, just recharge the batteries. Go for a walk, have a cup of tea or coffee, glass of water or something, and really focus on the next candidate. So it's almost like you wind down and then you wind up again. That takes time.
You know, I remember my own experience. You know, in one of my corporate career, I was promoted, and then I was asked to find my replacement before I move on to the next role. So I knew exactly what was the job, and I selected 25 candidates. So I spent so much time, you know, making sure that the right candidates are on the table for taking over my role so that I can move forward in my life. And surprisingly, like anything else, you know, even HR has their own jargons. So they come up with all these processes, systems, and all that different methodologies. And out of this 25 people, only two candidates cleared the qualification round, and the one guy who actually got selected left the job after 2 months because he didn't fit in. So, you know, I'm very happy to handle this panel today, where both panelists, both CEOs, are agreeing to what we are discussing today. So it's a fun for me. So this brings me to the third question, and Naval, I would like to ask you that is, do you promote the team behavior, and as per your you know, gut feel or your intuition, what is the ideal team player in your company?
That's a really good question. A team player is a leader that stands up when they need to. So we're all, if you've got a team of 10 people, you're in there for a reason. Sometimes you should be in thoughtful mode, listening, reacting, you know, just generally contributing. On other occasions, you need to be out there saying things, inspiring the rest of the team, being encouraged to give your opinion, because that's how the team works. You know, like anything else, if they're my team, then in other people's language, then I'm the leader. But that doesn't mean that I lead all the time. It means that I want all of the others to contribute at the level that they feel comfortable at contributing. And then it's up to me and the rest of the team to push people into contributing at a slightly higher pace. Because next time, you want them to form the team. You want them to be proactive. That's how we all grow. That sounds like utopia, but actually in practice, it can be done very simply. When you've got a project, you just bring everyone in together, and say, okay, this is what we've been asked to do. Have we got any experience of what we can bring in quickly? You know, how are we going to approach this? Is this going to be a distraction from what we're doing? You know, you just keep asking questions to each of the people in the team and getting them to come forward. So I look for people that are going to contribute. It's as simple as that, really, and feel confident in the contribution, and know that if they say something that sounds a bit stupid, perhaps, no one criticizes them. It's all constructive. We might have a laugh and a joke. There might be a bit of banter. So you do need people that have got some resilience. You know, there's a level of business banter that always goes on. If it gets into anywhere close to bullying, then you stop it. You nip that in the bud. But some banter is very healthy. You know, it creates a good team adhesion. So the simple answer is I'd like people to want to grow. Personally, it's fine. You know, as a potential leader, well, that's ideal, but not everybody wants to grow and move up the ladder, and you just have to acknowledge that and accept it.
So I think the second part of this question is you have identified a very nice person to lead a team, and you are thoroughly convinced that now this is the person, a male or a female is going to lead the team. But in your experience, do you always see the team leader connected with the team or behaving like a team leader all the time?
It's varied experience, really. Sometimes I haven't been connected with the team. You know, my mind hasn't quite been there, and then I've had to readjust and reset, and apologise and say, guys, sorry, I wasn't there. You know, I will be there now. So the simple fact is, if you're not engaged with the team, you know, commitment is 100%, really. So if you're in a team room, if you brought the team together, no mobiles, nothing, unless there's someone, you know, a family member that's critically ill or something like that, something's catastrophic happened in your life, that time is now for the team. My focused energy needs to be in that team room, not what am I having for dinner, who am I playing golf with this weekend. You know, that's not being a team player. That's thinking about other things. You just need to be focused. And once teams are engaged and focused, then I always see great results. So the key to leadership, really, is to make sure that cohesion happens. So a chairman of a boardroom, you know, the chairman's got one role: making sure everyone is contributing, following the agenda, keeping to time. Is the chairman's role to make decisions? No. That's the chairperson's role. They still call it chairman over here, despite the fact it's chairperson these days, politically correct. But their role is literally just to keep cohesion, make sure things happen. They may not agree with the decisions that have been made around the table, but in that arena, the chairperson has only got one vote. If you're a team leader and you feel that the team isn't making the right decision, voice your opinion and just say, we seem to be going down.
I think what you're saying is really speaking from the heart, and you know, it's a great learning for our viewers and for me. You know, how to handle a team, how to inculcate the leadership quality, keep changing the leader, have a rotation, because every time each person cannot behave like a leader. So there are a whole lot of discussions and the good points came out from this discussion from the panel. And we're quite honored to have Naval and Kanchan on the panel today. we learned a lot from both of you, and we will welcome you in other CEO roundtable in future again. But thank you so much for joining us, Neville from London and Kanch
Pleasure.
from India. Thank you so much for joining today.
Thanks.
Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Obras. And friends, as you know, there has been a remarkable judgment, which all the people in India, almost majority, and people outside India have been fighting for to give justice to Sushant Singh. And Supreme Court of India has now directed investigation to CBI. So I think it's a big deal. It's a very big move. But as a layman, we don't understand too much about it. So to discuss this further, I would like to invite my friend from Ahmedabad, a very senior advocate, Mr. Nagesh Sood.
Hello, Chandrakant. Hope you're doing fine. Thank you very much for inviting me on today's show.
All is well, and pleasure is ours, Nagesh. In fact, I think it will be very good for the viewers of Top Brass to understand from the legal standpoint what this order means. And let me also tell viewers in the beginning that although majority of the language we will use would be English, but since we are all Indians and this order is concerning Indians, we will also use sometimes some certain Hindi words also because to explain it better. So to start the discussion, let me not waste any more time and let me ask Nagesh about the order and what are the implications.
Well, CK, today is the day where I believe that more faith has been, reposed on the courts. The way the decision has been delivered by the Honorable Supreme Court in Riya Chakravarti's transfer petition is not only remarkable, but it has gone to an extent by laying down a law which would help a lot of people to file complaint in cases where the police is reluctant to lodge an FIR. I would briefly tell you what the case was before the Honorable Supreme Court. Let me start with the number of the case, which was Transfer Petition Criminal number 225 of 2020, which was filed by Ms. Riya Chakravarti against the state of Bihar. This is in the nature of a transfer petition filed under section 406 of the Criminal Procedure Code. Now, the Supreme Court, under its rules, can transfer a proceeding from one state to another. There are two states involved, and there are two proceedings in two different states in different courts. Then the Honorable Apex Court has the power to transfer one proceeding in the other state on the facts and circumstances of the case. So what had happened in this case, that an FIR was lodged by the father of the actor late Sushant Singh under section 341, 342, 380, 406, 420, 306, 506 and 120B of the Indian Penal Code. This was registered in Patna, and this would come under the jurisdiction of Additional Chief Judicial Magistrate, Patna, Sadar. Now, this was in consequence to the unnatural death of the actor Sushant Singh Rajput on 14 June 2020 at his Bandra residence in Mumbai. Now, the Bandra police station had the jurisdiction to either lodge an FIR, but what it had been doing was they were investigating the cause of unnatural death under the provisions of section 174 of CRPC. Now, the petitioner in this case, that is Ms. Riya Chakravarti, approached the Supreme Court to transfer this FIR to Mumbai by saying that this FIR, which is lodged by the father of the deceased, is beyond the jurisdiction of Bihar police, and therefore the complaint which is lodged by the father of the deceased has taken place entirely under the jurisdiction of state of Maharashtra, and therefore the complaint which is received by the Patna, it is politically motivated, and the Bihar police has no authorities to investigate. Also, the contention was raised by Riya Chakravarti that the courts in Bihar do not exercise lawful jurisdiction, and the complaint should be transferred to Mumbai for any investigation. Also, that the Bihar police lack jurisdiction to investigate the allegations which are made in the complaint, and the transfer of investigation to the CBI on Bihar government's consent would also not amount to a lawful consent under the provisions of Section 6 of Delhi Special Police Act 1946. Now, under this act, the CBI investigation can only take place when there is a consent given by the state police. Now, state police comes under the jurisdiction of the state government. So there are parallel jurisdiction. We have a federal structure in India where there are certain fields which can only be dealt by the state government, and there are certain areas or departments which can only be dealt by the union government. So law and order is one of the subjects which is essentially and which is a state subject, and the power, the investigation, etc., is entirely with the state government. So these were the allegations or contentions that were raised by the petitioner Riya Chakravarti before the Supreme Court. Now, the other side, that means the state of Bihar, the state of Maharashtra, and the father of the actor Sushant Singh were the respondents in this case, and they had a different contention, and they objected to this transfer of FIR lodged at Patna before the Honorable Supreme Court. So the state of Bihar told the Honorable Supreme Court that the complaint which is disclosed, which discloses a cognizable offense, and therefore it was incumbent for Patna police to register the FIR for investigation. So it was necessary for Patna police to register this FIR because the allegations were made which needed investigation, and since it was a serious offense, that means a cognizable offense, therefore the FIR ought to have been registered, and therefore the same was registered. Secondly, they informed the Honorable Apex Court that the allegations of criminal breach of trust, cheating, defalcation of money from the account of actor Sushant Singh are alleged in the FIR, and consequence of the offence are projected to be within the jurisdiction of state of Bihar, which means that the allegation of money laundering or the transfer of money from the account of Sushant Singh by Riya Chakravarti has been alleged in the FIR, and therefore uh, the father of actor Sushant Singh, who would have got the money as the first legal heir of actor Sushant Singh, has affected him because the allegation was siphoning away of 15 crore of rupees of Sushant Singh, and upon the death of actor Sushant Singh, this money would have gone to the father of the actor Sushant Singh, and therefore the complaint is rightly registered before the Patna police in the state of Bihar. And third contention which was raised, that the Mumbai police was conducting the inquiry into the unnatural death of actor under section 174 and 175 of CRPC, and in such proceeding there is a limited jurisdiction of the Mumbai police. That is, it is only empowered to ascertain the cause of death of the actor, and thereafter also, after the investigation for a long time, the Mumbai police has not registered any FIR. So the Mumbai police thereafter has not cooperated and obstructed the Bihar police, which reached Mumbai on 27/7/2020 and quarantined them. And therefore, the Mumbai police was trying to suppress the real facts and not conducting a fair and professional inquiry. So these were the contentions that was raised by the father of the state of Bihar as well as the father of the actor Sushant Singh. Now, another party which came forward before the Honorable Apex Court was Central Bureau of Investigation, which was being represented by the Solicitor General of India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, and he contended before the Honorable Apex Court that the FIR has already been transferred to Central Bureau of Investigation. That means the Bihar government has consented to transfer this FIR, which is lodged in Patna, to CBI. And now CBI, since have started the investigation, the CBI must investigate the matter not into the allegation of the father of the actor Sushant Singh, but also to find out, investigate the cause of death of actor Sushant Singh. So once the matter has already been taken by CBI, the CBI should have the authority to investigate the matter. So this is the basic arguments which were made before the Honorable Apex Court in this case. I would uh, talk about the findings and conclusions by the Honorable Apex Court, but this is how the case was there presented before the Honorable Court in the transfer petition which is filed by Ms. Riya Chakravarti.
So, Nagesh, I have a question because I'm part of the, just like you and me are citizens, and I think we are all very concerned citizens. In fact, if you remember, we did an episode on the suicide angle because all of us believed that Sushant Singh had conducted or, killed himself. He was bipolar, he had issues, etc. So there were a lot of news which was created, and now after 30 days, when the skeleton started to tumbling out, all this issue started where two state governments got involved. So without taking names of anyone, I think this has been a big cover up by the public servants. And I think there is a big loss of face by the public servant because public servants are elected members. They have to answer the public. And I don't know why they were behind this whole cover up. And I think it's in the interest of the state government to call for a third agency anyway. Because, if I'm a public person and if you don't believe me, anybody doesn't believe me, I will definitely say, hey, why don't you believe the third party? So I fail to understand, even though this case has gone to Supreme Court, why the state government was trying to not conduct the inquiry. I think that is the question in everybody's mind across the world, not only in India, but across the world, because everybody is watching the legal system of India.
Absolutely, CK. See what has happened when the death of actor Sushant Singh was made known to everybody. The police, the Bombay police, in a jiffy or in no time, declared it to be a death which was caused due to suicide. So the first thing what they did, that they did not wait for the inquest or the investigation which they are required to do under section 174 of CRPC as to what was the cause. So when they had already revealed the cause, upfront in the very beginning, what they started doing was actually, investigating to substantiate what they had said in the first go. So all their investigation under section was not actually about what was the actual cause of death, but they on the first hand believed that the cause of death of actor Sushant Singh was due to suicide, and therefore they were actually finding the cause of that suicide and not the cause of death. So I think that is the distinction which they uh, made from the inception, that they ought to have first not declared the cause of death and first ought to have investigated the cause of death, and later on, if there were any suspicion or suspicious circumstances, or there were any facts which were revealed during that investigation, then certainly they would have lodged an FIR. So if the police has gone on a wrong track from the very beginning and trying to support the story, the theory of death of actor Sushant Singh being uh, because of the suicide, then obviously they were not doing the investigation in a proper way.
So my question is really that we believe that we all live in a free and democratic country which is governed by law. and if the police is not conducting an inquiry, there is, I think as a literate citizen of India, every citizen has right to seek another support. It cannot be an anarchy kind of a situation. For example, if there is an issue within a family, for example, if their two brothers are fighting, and their two brothers says that you and I don't agree with each other, so they both can go to a father. That father, you can decide for both of us, whatever you decide, we will agree. So this kind of thing happens, right? But in this case, even though police has taken some wrong steps, agreed, everybody can take mistake. I fail to understand why the public servants were defending that. I think that is a moot point here, which needs a lot of answer. I'm sure CBI will conduct their inquiry now, but I think that is running in everybody's mind.
Actually, CK, I tell you, as I said that from the beginning, the Mumbai police registered an accidental death report, which is called ADR, and it commenced its inquiry under Section 174 of CRPC to ascertain the cause of death and also to determine whether the death was the result of some criminal act committed by some other persons or it was due to suicide. Now, in the course of inquiry, the statements of about 56 persons were recorded and other evidence like post-mortem report, forensic report, etc. have been collected. Now, the inquiry definitely till the time the case was before the Honorable Court did not disclose the commission of a cognizable offense because from this investigation they were not able to find as to what was the cause of the death and therefore they did not lodge the FIR. But what is shocking is that the media started investigating simultaneously, and the media and a lot of people who were interested to know the cause of death started their own investigation, and during that process a lot of evidence was revealed, a lot of uh, kind of lacuna in this investigation which was going on was uh, revealed and came in front of the public. Now, while the police was investigating, they were not finding out as to what was the cause, and it has not come out in so many days. So naturally, there was again the suspicion which arose even amongst the family members who at the first instant thought that this death could have been due to the suicide. And during these revelations, the family, the people who were fans, the supporters also could find out apparently that there was something more or somebody is involved, uh, you know, in uh, the death of actor Sushant Singh. So therefore, the police, of course, was doing their duty as per their jurisdiction under Section 174. They had a limited jurisdiction to find the cause, which they were doing. But after the revelations, which were shocking, that this was not a suicide, and there is some other theory which was brought in by different people, the Mumbai police ought to have registered an FIR, a complaint, and at that point should have started the investigation. We are not making any imputation to against any police authorities or any government, etc. But when the time passes in criminal action, when a criminal machinery is already in place, and when there is a suspicion or a complaint is registered, then obviously, without wasting any further time, the Mumbai police ought to have started the investigation, which they did not, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, so I think people by and large, everyone, they already have this conviction that there was a cover up which was going on, and the way the publicly elected members were defending and also fighting in the apex court gave that smell. We don't want to take anybody's name. I'm just making a generic statement that there was a cover up. And my 2 cents on this is that in today's world the cover up is very tough. We are in the digital age where everything is captured. I mean, if you just capture the Wi-Fi data of Sushant Singh's building, you would know who came within 24 hours or 48 hours. It's as simple as that. So I fail to understand that, first of all, somebody was trying to do cover up, and that too a very shoddy cover up, and they were trying to defend it also. So I think everybody understands, and there has been a major loss of trust. And people spend a lot of time building trust. I mean, if you're a public servant and if you're in the eye of public, and when you have to go back to public again for asking for vote, with what face you will ask? I think there is a learning here in this case.
Absolutely. And you see, rightly, the Honorable Apex Court, while deciding this case, has, made certain observations and conclusions, which I would briefly tell our viewers that, firstly, about this petition, which was filed by Riya Chakravarti, was a transfer petition. Now, a transfer petition under Section 406 CRPC would lie only when there are two proceedings in different courts. So here is the case where there are no two proceedings taking place in two different states, or uh, proceedings which are pending in the court of law. So it was only an FIR which was lodged in Patna, which was sought to be transferred by this transfer petition. So the Honorable Supreme Court, while deciding this case, firstly said that the Supreme Court has no power under Section 406 to transfer this FIR to Mumbai. The reasoning which is given is that under 406 CRPC, the Honorable Supreme Court has only power to transfer some cases which are pending in the court of law and appeals. And since this was an FIR relying upon one of the judgments of the Supreme Court in Ramchandra Singh Sagar's case, the Honorable Supreme Court in this case held that this FIR was not a proceeding or case or appeal, and therefore the Supreme Court had no power to transfer this case. Now, the second question which is decided by the Honorable Supreme Court is what is the scope of Section 174 CRPC proceedings. As I said, Section 174 CRPC proceeding necessarily allows the police to investigate the cause of death. It is an ADR, and the limited scope is only to find cause of death. There is no FIR, there is no power for further investigation. Like if they find that there is a cause of death is because of murder or something, then they have to lodge an FIR. But as the Mumbai police decided that since it was a death by suicide already, what they were investigation was simply, taking the reasons or investigating the reasons of suicide and not the cause of death. So, the Honorable Supreme Court has held that under Section 174 of CRPC, there was a very limited scope of inquiry that was being carried out by the police in Mumbai, and they are not in the nature of investigation undertaken after filing of FIR under Section 154 of CRPC. So that is the uh, another point which has been decided by the Honorable Supreme Court, that in the present case, the Mumbai police has attempted to stretch the purview of Section 174 without drawing up any FIR, and therefore, as it appears, no investigation pursuant to commission of a cognizable offence is being carried out by Mumbai police. This is a very important observation which has been made by the Honorable Supreme Court. Now, so far as the jurisdiction of Patna police to register the complaint, the Honorable Supreme Court has said that the Patna police was competent to register the complaint by the father of the actor Sushant Singh. Now, why it has come to this conclusion is because that according to the complaint, the attempt from Patna to talk to his son on telephone was thwarted by the accused person. That means Ria Pillai did not allow the father of the actor Sushant Singh to talk to him.
Riya Chakravarti, I think not Pillai, Riya Chakravarti.
Riya Chakravarti. So she did not allow the father of the Sushant Singh to talk to him, and there was possibility of saving the life of his son through that engagement, which was really missed out because he was stopped from talking to the actor, and in the consequence, the complainant lost his son, and this was under a mysterious circumstances, and therefore the registration of FIR was mandated when information of cognizable offence is received by the police. So, therefore, the Honorable Supreme Court concluded that the FIR, which is lodged uh, by the Bihar police, is correct because the cause of action, that is consisting of various bundle of facts which give cause to enforce the legal inquiry for redress, would be satisfied in this case because some cause of action has taken in Mumbai, and the allegations like criminal breach of trust, misappropriation, etc., can only be investigated by the Bihar police when there is an FIR is lodged. And since there was no FIR in Mumbai, and the police was investigating into some other causes, the Patna police had rightly registered the FIR lodged by the father of the actor Sushant Singh. So this was another conclusion which is made by the Honorable Apex Court, and after that, the court has further made a mention that the entrustment of investigation to CBI has rightly been done under Section 6, which empowers the constitutional courts to direct investigation by CBI. Now, the argument which was made that under Section 6 of DSPE Act, the Bihar government could not give consent to an investigation, and therefore, invoking of Section 6 was wrong. But here, the Honorable Supreme Court said that the consent by Bihar government is immaterial. Now, after looking to the facts and circumstances of this case, it is necessary that the investigation must take place by CBI. So this is what has been, found by the Honorable Apex Court majorly when this order has been passed.
So I think Nagesh, uh, the investigation will now start, because I think for last 2 months, I think there has been no investigation, it seems, and even the
So
autopsy.
I want to correct you that investigation is already started by CBI. Now, CBI was doing certain investigation at their end, but have not gone to Mumbai. And they were also, I guess, waiting for the judgment of the Honorable Apex Court in this case to get full liberty and full charge of the matter so that they could visit Mumbai and start their investigation in the case.
Okay, so I think people need to know the truth. I think the truth will eventually come out now, and justice would be given to Sushant Singh and his family. I think there is one last question I want to ask you. Uh, please don't take it in any other way. It's just a general question. It's about general feeling that there has been a lot of delay by the apex court in coming out with a judgment. So since you are a lawyer, do you feel that there is a delay, or it's perfectly fine, or they have actually given considering the process, they have actually not delayed it at all?
You see, so far as this case is concerned, I would say that the judgment has come in no time. The complications involved and the arguments which are addressed, the Honorable Apex Court has taken least possible time to deliver this judgment. Otherwise, also, it is not the courts, but there are different factors which are involved so far as delay in cases are concerned. So this is not the right time, since we have discussed the case of Sushant Singh, but we will take this uh, topic at some other time as to what are the causes of delay. But in the present case, the way and in the manner and the time Honorable Apex Court has taken to deliver this judgment today is uh, fantastic, fantastically done, and very speedily the case has been decided, and the a lot of clarity has come, and the Honorable Apex Court has invoked its power under Article 142 to render justice in the present case in the peculiar circumstances wherein they have said that any other FIR which may be lodged even in Mumbai by any other person concerning this case would automatically go to CBI. So that is the real justice which has been done, and I think it is a moment of great uh, happiness, and the, a lot of people were looking towards the this judgment which has been delivered today by the Honorable Apex Court, and finally it has further reposed the faith of a common man in judiciary, that in such cases when the people want justice, the courts are the ultimate uh,
Authority.
the courts are the ultimate forum where the justice would be delivered. So thank you very much. It was wonderful talking about this judgment today, and I hope this conversation would help our viewers.
Certainly, it will, Nagesh. I think thank you for your time for clarifying the entire judgment, even though I was asking questions which are generally in everybody's mind, but I think you explained the judgment beautifully for the benefit of our viewers. And we now, all of us feel that Sushant will get justice quickly by CBI.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. It was great being with you. Bye bye. Take care.
Thank you. Bye bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable. And today is Friday. Let me welcome my guest. First guest is from Singapore. She is a very senior person in the industry and chairman, CEO of Career Zone, Ms. Farida Charania.
Hello everyone. I hope the week has gone well. I'm ready for the weekend, so I hope all of you are as well.
Yes, I think we are looking forward to a great discussion today, Farida. Thank you for your presence. Our second guest is joining us from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? And I look forward for a great discussion today.
Welcome, Kanchan, and we are all fine. And today, the topic of discussion is about the job opportunities the youngsters can expect, specifically related to the batch of 2020. And when you are a final year student, the job is already selected for you, or the internship is already selected for you. There used to be campus interviews by various corporates across different universities, but all of that is not happened because of COVID. So what next? So we would discuss this aspect, which is specifically related to the employment of youngsters. So Farida, we will start with you. What do you think is going on? What are the risks for the batch which is coming out in 2020, and what are the new opportunities for them?
Sure. So while neither of us claim to have all the answers in this area, but there is observation, and then there is some expectation and experience as to what to expect next. Now the thing is that because the pandemic hit, a lot of industries were negatively impacted. So for instance, tourism, transport, retail, hospitality, these were impacted really, really badly. But also, there were industries which emerged as having a lot more opportunity, like the digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, health and wellness, e-learning, delivery and logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharma, robotics, streaming, VoIP. So these are, the new sectors which I see have become very strong in the last few months. Therefore, there are a lot of opportunities which are definitely constrained, because like you said, there used to be interviews on the campus, and there was a selection process, and that was the expected way of working. But that is all changing. So having said that, all we need to do is adapt. And my recommendation to the new graduates is that they need to be flexible, they need to be digitally savvy, they need to be open to, remotely working, so be able to work by themselves, not really kind of, be insistent on working in an office environment, because this way of working might continue very long. So they will need to be a lot more agile in terms of, being able to pick up things in isolation. So so not really have that camaraderie, the classroom kind of setup, or the new induction kind of setup, because a lot of these things are happening digitally. So they need to adapt really really quickly. I think this generation, the younger generation who's graduating as of this year, they've had a very steep learning curve, because a lot of them would have already aligned to the new digital world. They would have received their lectures digitally, they probably could have attended their exams digitally as well. So I think it is a time of change. There will be a pathway to get adjusted, but then there will be opportunities, and there are actually quite a few opportunities.
Well, Farida, you are giving a very positive picture, but it is also imperative that we should be realistic. Although the students have given the online digital exams, and those are all shrouded with in mystery, because how much preparation they have done, how much teacher interaction they had, uh, all that. So I think the exposure may be there on the digital platform, but earlier the method was to do a campus interview, where at least 4 to 5 offers of internship would come, will land in their lap, and then they can choose where they want to do, especially with regard to engineering and management students. So none of the companies have gone in. That means the usual internship business is, it does not look very attractive for companies. There is no longer need to hire youngsters, interns, groom them, and then make them ready for for their roles. So the companies are using some other method of engagement, and hence students have to realize those methods, what are the opportunities in that area, and get enlightened towards that. So I think this is my view. Kanchan, I would like to throw this open, and since you work with education institutions, uh, what is your opinion, and where opportunities are and where are the risks?
Well, I think that pandemic is creating a long-lasting effect and challenges. In terms of education sector, uh, there are many advices that education sector is not affected from the COVID, but actually it's been affected by the COVID because there's no physical classes. There's no interaction of students with other students, so they can get information. Now, the scene is that it is a war on talent. If you have some specific talent, you are in a job, in employment. If you don't have, then you have to acquire that talent. Now, we talk about digitization. So, there are many students who are not from technology background. They are maybe, for example, they are studying history, or they are studying Hindi graduates. So where is the employment for them? So there is the employment for them. Suppose for Hindi subject, they have employment online only. For that, they have to really undergo a training of technology, how to use, how to present themselves. So again, there's a challenge for them. Now, on the other side, if we think who are the employers for these kind of talent, they also looking out a workforce, a composite workforce where they can rely on, and they can give more information, more input, and in this process they can make more profit. But now I see there are many courses which are free online. So, as I said, there's a lot of challenges in both ways. So, what I feel the student should, they have challenges, and to overcome these challenges, they have to train themselves more in terms of technology, in terms of how to create niche for themselves in this environment. So I think that is quite challenging for especially 2020 pass out students.
Excellent point, Kanchan. I think I like to add to this that yes, there are challenges, and like I said, there will be a period of adjustment because again, you know, maybe organizations have realized that online works well. They might not want to invest in the real estate to actually, bring people to office, but at the same time, people who just start work, the youngsters who just start their work life, they are missing out on a reasonable part of that experience where you actually work in a team and do things together and learn from each other. So that adjustment is extremely crucial because maybe this will become the way forward. This is what the new normal might look like. And acquiring digital skills is one thing. I think that is a given, but also the mindset that because like for instance, if somebody has trained to be a chef, where are the opportunities for them? Because leisurely activities, fine dining, this is one of the most impacted sectors. Yeah, so where do these people find opportunities? So is there an opportunity for them to kind of become part of, say, a business where they can actually still exercise their skills online and probably have a supply chain mechanism which delivers it to the end consumer? If someone has trained to say become a support staff, what about somebody who is going into say office administration? If they have an administration background or academics, where are their skills used? Because the need for a receptionist or for an office manager will become very little, because maybe one person will double up as everything, since it's an online thing. So where are the opportunities for them, and what are the skills that they need to acquire to, one, stay relevant, adapt, and be part of the workforce, not sit on the fence and wait for things to be normal, which nobody knows how long that's going to take, right? What do you think, CK?
So I think we all recognize the risk part of it, and the way Farida and Kanchan have given their pitch, it is very clear that some of the jobs will totally vanish from the marketplace. So things like the office administration staff will go, because if there is no physical office required and everything is moving in the virtual background, the physical operational side uh, will not be required, and those people who wants to build career in the administration side of it will have to acquire new skills and find new jobs. So I think it's very clear, Farida, to answer your question, we all agree that the risks are identified. So going back to the subject for opportunities which are relevant for batch of 2020, I think the opportunities can be in different areas. It's very clear that people have to get digital, they have to leverage the digital platform. So let's break it down into segments. Let's say somebody wants to become we will only focus on the non-IT side of it, because IT is very clear, they can immediately get onto the bandwagon of digital platforms. But if somebody wants to get into an arena of like a mechanic or like a chef or cook, for example. So these are all non-digital activities. What are the opportunities for these type of people who are good in their subject but don't know where to find opportunities, where to find jobs, where to find a business opportunity? So what is your opinion on those? Let's focus one by one. Kanchan, you want to pick up category of cook or anything?
I would like to add that opportunities are there's a whole shift in terms of opportunities. So I think the ground is open for professionals who are willing to do jobs in community services, which is there, in health services, which is there. The opportunities are there, the employment is there. Then again, because there's a shift altogether. So people who are from non IT background, they should focus on health related sectors, or they are open to, suppose for example, translation of one language to other. So there's a lot of opportunity. They should be ready to learn new language. So it is kind of, it's a war of talent, I said. So you have to be talented, you acquire a lot of skills to really add at the moment in this in this COVID era. It's not yet post COVID era. So, but I feel you have to acquire more of talent, more of skill to really get along in employment market.
So just to add to what Kanchan is saying, I would like to say that if you are an oxygen manufacturer, right? So you don't have to really exert hard, because in the COVID thing, all you have to do is produce oxygen from the atmosphere, put it in a cylinder, and then you have a ready business. So I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, you want to set up a medical healthcare services based business, there are a lot of opportunities. The problem is related to the youngsters who are passing out in 2020. Where are the opportunities? I mean, imagine yourself, when we were passing out, we had no clue where we will end up. So there will be campus interviews. We got selected by some company. We got into internship, and then from there our career started. And then after that, after the internship period was over, we were destined to become what we were based on what internship we did in the initial states. So I think that is where the moot question of today's discussion is: what are the opportunities for people who are not in the IT segment, but in other walks of life, like chef, office administration, things like that. Where are the opportunities?
Okay, I feel that if any young student who is passing out from this batch, current batch, and if we take an example of chef, so now the opportunity is all, as we know, is online. So for that online, where we have to create a course, we start giving these courses, all unique courses. It's not the daily cooking which we are talking for the chef. So in this segment also, we have to be open to ideas. Give learning outcome has to be very, very crucial. So we have to give these kind of courses. So I think that is one aspect of when we talk about chef or something related to hospitality. Like for hospitality, one subject which I think is table manners. So these kind of small courses you can give, give online education in there. So that is one employment base. What I feel is.
Okay, so I'd like to just pick it up from here. So, for instance, because if I were to actually offer advice to, say, a catering student who's just passing out, now, not necessary that from somebody who's not known at all, people are going to take courses, because I do have a slightly different, view of looking at it. But I think the core skill of a chef is the ability to cook food which is different from food which is cooked at home. And people actually, when they go to the restaurants, it's not just for eating. Chef is someone who creates a very unique experience for the diner, because they are expected to have this whole not just the gastronomic delight, but a visual delight as well, because it's all about being in that ambience, the ability to cook up something which is very not just tasty and appeals to your senses, but also visually extremely attractive. So this is a core competence of a chef. Now there could be a sector where people who pass out from these catering institutions, they could start off something where they give people a home, an experience in their homes of, say, a very gourmet kind of a cooking. So that could be one possibility, because it's not that this will never recover. All of this is going to recover, but the problem is in the interim. So when this is one of the options, because learning from someone and cooking in your own home is a very different ballgame. There is a lot that is available already. Somebody who's trying to, for instance, create a career in the administration side, operations administration, they could actually become a virtual assistant. There are people who would require these services. Someone who's looking to be a mechanic, they will still find a job, because that is not going away. It's just this whole adjustment period, that what do you do in the time that the world actually will adjust to the new normal, because you're still going to need cars, you're still going to need mechanics, and these skills are something which anyways you can't impart them online. You can't teach a car owner how to repair a car, so they will still need a mechanic. So it is going to be, but in the interim the adjustment period is slightly think out of the box. Can they offer services at the client site? Because maybe these workshops might not be functioning as of now, due to a lot of countries being in lockdowns. Is it possible to offer people experiences in their own homes? Is it possible to actually deliver that experience? There are possibilities, because again, it will not recover is our assumption, but it will come back in some other form. Like tourism might not recover in a hurry, but local experiences might really kind of go up. Like in Singapore, the government initiative is that they are actually creating something called Singapore Rediscover, and they are offering money to people to use staycations in the local hotels to go and visit the local attractions. Japan has a similar package as well. So things will come up, but the whole ability to kind of be able to take your learning and deliver it for your vocational purposes, the whole medium might change. Like no longer being a flight attendant is your first choice. You might have to go in other service industry.
So very well said, Farida. I will take from there where you left. See, let's go back to the same discussion of internship of 2020. Um, let's be very practical about it. See, what happens is if you're, let's discuss chef as an opportunity. Now, chef is a penultimate opportunity in the hotel management area. So, you don't become chef just like that. You don't get trained to become
Yes.
chef. You have to come out of that hotel management and then eventually recognize somebody else recognize you, or you yourself recognize that you have a skill, then you become a chef. So it's not a one day activity really.
Absolutely.
In real sense, what really happens is you are a hotel management graduate, you get into a hotel management internship job for 2 years, and from there the way you perform into various aspects of hotel, you get identified, and then you get built into your career line. So you have to do administration, you have to do billing, you have to welcome the guests, you have to clean the bathroom, you have to make up the bed, and you have to also cook. And when you do all these different activities in hotels, some might get into hospitality, some might get into cooking, some might get into something else. So these branch out happens after you finish your study. And to get into this profession, see, we are all mature people, so we can think about it. Hey, I want to become chef, so I will do my digital classes and digital courses and I'll become chef. But that's not the reality. You have to go through the internship. The problem of that we are discussing today is there are no internship plan because the hotels are not getting any guests. um, what will happen to hotel management grads who want to become interns for next 2 years after 2020? What are the opportunities for them? I think that is where I'm trying to bring back the discussion.
Yes, absolutely agree, and that's what I'm trying to say as well. That these are people who would do everything, so they will not just be focused on getting a job within the hotel industry, because there are not that many jobs. There is not all most hotels in most countries are doing stay-at-home and quarantine notices. They don't have jobs for more people because they are trying very hard to keep their own staff. So for these grads, there could be opportunities in terms of being able to go into, say, online administration, the ability to deliver. If they are really good and they are trained as chefs already, they are training to kind of go just in the culinary line, then they have the opportunity to deliver these experiences to people in their own homes. That is one option. Like in Singapore, here we have a concept called smart kitchens, which is a rented place which has a kitchen setup. You can actually, without having a restaurant, you can run your own delivery service from there because they have all the licenses and everything. I do not know if a similar thing exists elsewhere, but these are some options for people to kind of look at, because the typical jobs the reality is that they are not available, or they won't be available at least for some time. And a new chef who's not known at all cannot deliver online classes. Even if they do it for free, it's okay. They will build a certain amount of audience, and then probably they can actually then kind of find opportunities there, but immediately they won't be able to start delivering classes and things like that. So they will need to be open, they will need to adapt, they will need to see what opportunities in customer service, customer relations, online e-commerce, delivery, what kind of options are coming their way, and they will need to be able to pick up whatever is coming their way.
Yeah, I also want to add in this that not only a chef is when CK is saying that he has to after graduation he has to undergo a lot of training in different aspect of hospitality. So when we talk about this, then it's not only that cooking he will do. There are some flower arrangement thing which we can do teach people online. So opportunities are there for certain segment. Then you have to just convert those into a different segment and a different maybe different way to really go online and find good opportunity for yourself and for others also, because learning aspect is also very important. So if you are teaching and you want to really share your information, your education, your skill, I think that this is a platform. But yes, competition is there. You have to be talented, and the learning outcome is.
My only, objection to this is, or rather, my opinion is that they will not be able to start earning. And in isolation, there is only that much experience they can gain. So I would say that they should be open and see where the opportunities are. And I'm sure that employers also are open to hire people from diverse backgrounds, because this you trained, I mean, whatever you trained for, the world has changed completely. We trained for a different world, and today the world looks distinctly different. So I still feel that they should be open to whatever jobs are available, which can utilize their other skills, and perhaps when things start at least going in the direction that they want to, there is always a chance to actually move back. Who knows, they might start liking what they are doing in the new normal.
So, let's go back to the opportunity at hand. I think we have to, it's our responsibility to give some sort of guidance in terms of what are the opportunities for the batch of 2020. Um, for instance, if you go back just few years back, last 3 to 5 years, there were economy was booming across the world, and there were new jobs which were created. Things like you mentioned, Farida, kitchens. So we are from India. So India was full of kitchens. There are home delivery was a booming business. So it's not only the kitchens which were making money. There was new chefs which were getting employed because each kitchen was producing different kind of gourmet meals, and then the delivery was also happening. So now, if you look at the delivery folks, which are part of they are the entrepreneurs in some way, but they are associated with certain kitchens, and they were able to make up to $500 to $1,000 per day, just delivering the food from kitchen to the customer. So the situation of the economy right now in that small segment of society, the kitchens are out of business, the delivery guys are out of business, and consequently there are no job employment in this arena. So I think what I get after talking to both of you is that first off, the degree is important, but I think there are a lot of gaps in the vocational education also, in order to get groomed to leverage the digital arena. For example, Kanchan said that, hey, there are not only cooking, but there are some other activities which you can do. The problem with that model is that you still have to do something physical, but until you start doing physical, for example, if you have to set up the flowers, you need to go and set up flowers somewhere else so that you can collect money. But right now that opportunity is not there. So in the interim, what do you do? I mean, the batch is going to pass out in 2020. and they have nothing to do. So that is where my point is that I think there is a gap. All these things that we are talking about, which are non-digital in nature, the jobs like mechanics, chefs, administration, I think these students need little bit of hand-holding, and that hand-holding can be provided by the online institutes who will teach all these small activities. So instead of doing internship, these interns rather do some courses, so that when the economy opens up, when COVID goes away after 1 or 2 years, they don't have to again do internship for next 2 years. They can say that, hey, I've got these courses during the COVID era and I'm trained on these activities. So this is what my opinion is. What do you guys think about?
I think you are in the right direction, but for some people it might be imperative that they have finished their graduation. They need to start earning, because not everyone's family background is capable of sustaining them for the next 2 years, because planning could have been that, okay, this person is going to graduate and they are going to go and take care of themselves. So that's where I'm saying that probably be, so they can actually pick up some more skills by doing online courses and stuff, but that is very futuristic for me. Right now they should take up wherever there's an opportunity. For instance, there are a lot of freelancer platforms, and even services like a virtual assistant. Most people with a little bit of diligence and little awareness of how to use say text editors can actually deliver that service, because it's all about coordinating stuff and things like that. So maybe that is one option till the time they can actually find something concrete and keep upgrading themselves. There could be opportunities where say customer service. So basically, since e-commerce has boomed so much, there is requirement for customer service, because still somebody is addressing the consumer's queries, right? Either via phone or via email. So there is opportunity in that area as well. In fact, I'll share an experience. I made a complaint to Amazon today morning that the microwave that I bought has spoiled. What are my options? And never before have I actually got a reply from Amazon in 3 minutes. Today I got a reply in 3 minutes saying that we're really sorry for the inconvenience. We have these slots available for them to pick up your product and we will replace it free of cost. That just proves one thing, that they probably have ramped up their customer service. Maybe people are working from home and the response time is become much better, because again, in the digital world, even if they are Amazon or they are anyone else, they are also competing for business, and they will have opportunities where they will hire people to address queries, for instance. Yeah. uh, Call centers have not gone out of business, because they are still functioning. If today I have a problem with my phone, I am still calling somebody. So there are opportunities in that area, and I don't think that's going to shrink at any point in time. That's only going to expand. So I am saying that while you can pick up other skills, you can do digital skills in your own time. You need something to sustain, and probably this could be the way forward.
I would like to add to this in terms of opportunity. I think there are new opportunities in the area of editors. There are opportunities in terms of video content editor, um,
Yes, absolutely.
text editors, curators. I think these are new areas where people can pick up skills, and if they are on the creative side, they can try their luck in entering into these areas. Maybe get associated with some senior people, learn the tricks, and then be on their own. Kanchan, what is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I agree with the points you made about the hand holding of these young students, and I also agree with Faiza's point when it's a buffer time, so you take up whatever is available, and in the meantime you groom yourself, because I also feel is there a shift in the operation system also, like Faiza quoted Amazon. Now we have a lot of opportunity in supply chain. Things are every company wants to really satisfy the customer. customer, their customers also there. So there's opportunity in supply chain. So you just can pick up any of the job or time being. Train yourself, whatever you feel like you feel that you are good in that. You train in that particular course. All courses are available online. You need not to go out. You can find out the suitable course online and train yourself. Then there's opportunity of in health sector. There's so many opportunities available in the health sector, like maybe in the supply chain in the health sector also there. Then yeah, there are opportunities in education also. You sit at home and while learning, you can also teach your experience, your skill. And there's nothing like you start if you don't have experience of flower arrangement in education, but doesn't mean that. But you have the skill of how to really do a flower arrangement. So make a small courses. Start doing a little business along with the opportunity you are in. So I think this will make a lot of change in this current 2020 pass out students' life and career.
I also like to add something more here. So, there are opportunities in areas like, for instance, warehousing, like you said, supply chain. So, warehousing, that also actually requires people, because end of the day, if there is a shift to e-commerce, there are maybe 20 jobs that went away from brick and mortar stores, but 20 more were created in the back offices. So, it is just a mindset shift. Again, I'm saying that for, that period of adoption and adapting is a difficult period, because in my mind I trained to become say an administration manager, and I want to work in an office. I was not prepared to work in a warehouse. But the thing is that that is where the opportunity is now. So it is also a mindset shift. Honestly, we can acquire a lot of skills, and a lot of it actually could be, on the job learning. But eventually it's a mindset shift. It's, adopting and adapting to what is available, and then, being open to it as well. So my recommendation to anyone who's watching us and who's a new grad passing out would be that keep an open mind. Uh, who knows? You might start liking what you're doing, because we do not know how the new normal is going to look like, and this might as well be the new normal.
I think we had a very good discussion today, and I just want to appeal to the youngsters, specifically who are passing out in 2020 or even next year, that if they are looking for some advice, do write to us, reach out to us. Our email address is listed at the end of this video. We are all here, three of us, to help you, to guide you, and also ensure that we orient you in the right direction, so that you can do the right activities for next 2 years and you build your career. You don't waste your COVID years. So with this, I would like to thank our guests today, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will catch up again next Friday. Until then, bye-bye. You guys take care, and appeal to youngsters once again to write to us, engage with us. We will try to help you, to orient you in the right direction, so that you find the right career. So with this, I'll end this discussion, and we will catch up next Friday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will discuss about the corona scare which has happened in India. Even though it came, it's a global news, but we have been hearing about corona, how to prevent, etc. The government of India has been very proactive, and they have announced do's and don'ts, what we should do, what we should not do, etc., etc. So I will not repeat all of those, because many of us have seen the directives. Many of us have basic knowledge of personal hygiene, and we are all of us are quite serious about not getting infected with this virus, and hence we have to take care of our own health. Now, one of the key things that has come out in this is that avoid social gathering, and even the Prime Minister of India is leading the way. He has already said that he is not going to celebrate Holi this year. And all of us know that Holi is such a big festival for Hindus. It's one of the major festival, and we are not going to play Holi. So this is something very very profound, and we need to convince ourselves not to get into social gathering, because that can start the epidemic. So I think we can do our own rituals. We can do puja at home, and we stay at home on Holi. That's the first thing that the Prime Minister of India is trying to convey to all of us. Second thing is, I think this concept of not uh, participating in the social gathering, at least for some time, give rise to a need, which is how do we carry on our business without getting social. There are certain activities which requires you to be in the presence of other people. For example, students are going to school. They will have to interact with 50 to 100 students when they are at school, and another 20 teachers on an average. Similarly, people who are in different activities which are related to public relations. So lately, after the new government has come in 2014, the emphasis has been on the online medium. So why can't we look at transitioning all these activities which require social gathering, and this is the right time to experiment with this. For example, the schools can get into very seriously into e-learning space, and then there is no compulsion for students to visit the schools on every day. They can visit on certain days, and they can make their studies while sitting at home. So they can have a combination of school and home study using the online medium. Similarly, carrying on official meetings, there could be software available which can create an official environment. In fact, there are companies which are already providing the VPN facility. In fact, there are a lot of companies using this, and because of this corona scare, a lot of companies have in fact encouraged their employees to work from home. How they have encouraged their employees? Because all of their laptops carry VPN, and when they use VPN, they get a secure connection to their office networks. So why can't we use sort of extend this whole thing into a virtual office environment where people don't have to go to office? So the technology is already there, it is available. All we have to do is basically package this nicely so that the interaction can be brought in online, and people start traveling only when it is very very essential. So what you will do, you will actually achieve the same results by using online medium. You get into meetings, you basically collaborate using a collaboration tool like Google or Microsoft, and yet you don't physically travel. You travel only on need basis. So you first save yourself from contracting all these different diseases. Second, you will save the fuel cost, you will save the environment, and you will not waste a lot of time getting stuck in the traffic. So you have your own personal time at your own hand. So number one, let's very seriously implement e-learning for education institutes and schools. Very seriously look for virtual office solutions. how we can extend the VPN facility which is currently provided and use into a virtual environment. Thirdly, we can also do already the TV is a very strong medium, so we can actually get into webinars, very serious interactive webinars. So where people need to give speech, they can actually have an interactive session. So there could be another medium like that, which is linked to social media. So these are the ideas which are coming to my mind, and I thought I'll bring to your attention. Especially, it's the right time with the Corona scare that we can start experimenting with some of these online medium. Even though these mediums are available for last many years, 15 to 20 years, but for some reason people have not really gone deep into this. They have not really experimented with this, and this is the right time to start very seriously migrating our education systems to e-learning, migrating our office to virtual office environment. So with this, I will see you tomorrow again. Bye bye. So with this thought, let me end this discussion today. But I will like to welcome your comments and what do you feel about this whole concept, which I think is very doable in today's time, especially when the bandwidth is available, the solutions are available. All we need to do is the will and the packaging. So I will meet you again, friends, very soon with something more interesting and some more analytics that I feel are important to bring to you. Until then, bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today is Wednesday, and we thought we will discuss something which is required to bounce back the business today. And this is about how do we restart our normal life, like going to restaurant or going to a public library or even going to office. To discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, when we're going back to work, when we're going to public spaces, it's not going to be like it was before. So not only have we got to rely on people making the place slightly different, but actually we need to rely upon our own behaviour being permanently changed, I think. So there's a combination here, CK. But public spaces, what do you think should be done in the public space arena with new public spaces? Let's say the retro arena, we can deal with later in the program. But with a new public space, what do you think architects are now and designers are now having to think about?
Well, there are a lot of things that the architects of the future will have to think about. I think as a man, as a citizen, and as a human being, I feel that the first thing is that every public place will have a sort of a man door or a human door, which will sanitize the entire person from top to bottom before they even think about entering that public place. So I think that is one gadget that is required in front of all restaurants, all offices, all public libraries and stuff like that.
That's interesting because that's almost like, going into a confined laboratory where cleanliness is absolutely important. I mean, you see these people in all these fancy suits, with almost like a space suit, and they go into this decontamination zone. Do you really think we're going to be going down that route? Because that's a little radical, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. It's just a 10 seconds job. It's like having another door in front of your door of your restaurant. So all you have to do is stand at a particular location so that the sprays can be made on you, and that's it. You enter the place. So it's not going to be very radical. Even though when we talk about it, it sounds like radical, but in practical, it will be very simple device. I think most of the bank already has those kind of two-door setups. So it is not going to be too radical, except that there is going to be one spray which will sanitize you from top to bottom.
Well, I'm a bit shocked to say the least, because I think that is radical. It certainly would be seen as radical in the UK, so that every building that I enter, I'm going to get a shot of something over the top of me. I mean, we're talking about people that won't even take the vaccine because they're worried about whether it will affect their DNA or whether it's got some animal fluid in it or whatever. But now someone's going to spray me all over with a disinfectant that I have no idea where it's come from. Equally, I may be allergic to having some of this disinfectant, because that's what it is the disinfectant hitting my skin or my hair or my glasses or my clothes. Do you really think we're going to be going down that route?
Well, Level, I think we have been experiencing all our life, or whenever we took a flight, it is always disinfected, because I think I have been saying all my life, before we sit and take off from any airport, they disinfect with the people in it. It's not that when people are out of the aircraft, they disinfect. With people in it, they just spray it and then they said, okay, now we are ready to take off. So it's
Well,
not
you
so
see,
radical.
this is a big difference in culture, because I can tell you now, the only time I sat on an aircraft and that happened to me was when I was in Indonesia. So flying into and out of India, that never happened to me. Flying into and out of America, that's never happened to me. And flying into and out of the UK, that's never happened to me. So I'm not sure we're going to be going down the same route here. I think this is going to be a huge, a massive radical step for a disinfectant to be in front of every building. But we'll see. We'll see. So that's the new build, okay? Because that would take care of all the new build. So it disinfect people. But of course, if they're carrying this virus or any other virus, it's not going to kill it, is it? So to me, that would be a bit of a radical measure for no particularly specific gain. I can see that there's been a huge increase. In fact, a very good friend of mine had a patent out there that they realized what the patent could do. And fundamentally, it sprays handles. So imagine that above the handle of every door, once it's been used and the door shuts, it activates a little mechanism. It just sprays the handle, so it disinfects the handle. I can see that happening a lot, because I've already seen it being utilised in some London tall buildings, high rise, where there's multiple occupancy. But I think that's about as radical as I've seen it go so far. I haven't seen any. I haven't heard of any thought of spraying people before they enter the building. That might be a bit 22nd century stuff, but we'll see. We'll see. But what about our behaviour? What about our behaviour going outside now? Because what we saw in the first lockdown, where people were told that this disease, this virus, is passed on by human contact, we did see the Space Invader arena. We did see people making sure there was adequate space in between the person and somebody else. Even in the high street, we saw that. People would almost be walking on the other side of the road to avoid that physical contact. But complacency has set in subsequently. And we now see we've drifted back into previous behaviour, where crowds gather. There is no social distancing as such. The business context of being a space invader, and for all those listening, the space invader concept in a business arena is give the other person some space so that you can talk with them.
rather than talking into their face like this. You know, that's the whole point of not being a space invader. But I've seen our behaviour has drifted back into previous behaviour. So I think there's going to be an even bigger onus on people changing their behaviour permanently. So where you are in a confined space, you need to make as much space between you and the next person, which is easier said than done. I mean, we've seen it on London Underground here about people piling onto the Underground. I know you've been on the London Underground. You know what it's like. You know, you get in there and there's absolutely no space because you're squeezed into a small area, and there's no point in waiting for the next train to come along because it would be just as bad. I mean, fundamentally, we've got too many people going into too small a space. You can manipulate that, if you like, by not allowing people to go down onto the platform. So you regulate people physically being on the platform. But then again, how do you do that? Because you don't know how many people are getting off the tube, the next train that comes in, and how many people are currently on it. And unless you start to use cameras and AI, and now we're getting into sophistication, aren't we? So, but of course, all of that costs money. Whereas just telling people, you know, don't be a space invader, change your personal habits, keep 2 meters between you and the next person, surely that's a lot easier to do, isn't it?
Well, that is why architects will have a hand full, because they need to plan their door entries in such a way that the spray of disinfectant happens and people don't even realize or don't even feel about it, so that the culture issue can be tackled. And as you said that, you know, people are just going back to old ways. So it's very difficult to change behavior of the people. For example, you just mentioned that you have seen the spraying of aircraft only once in your lifetime in Indonesia. But the fact is, you can do Google on this, that every flight is disinfected. And they probably, they must be doing it without you seeing they are doing it. So I think it is a fact. When people sit before the takeoff, they disinfect the flight along with the people. It is being happening for last at least 30-40 years, or even before I started flying, because I did not start flying. I just started flying 25 years back. I have been seeing this happening, and it has become such a routine that we don't even look at it. It's like, you know, when the air hostess announces, "Hey, this is what you have to do. This is where the exit plan is," and this, as part of that drill, they also do disinfection of the aircraft. So what we need to do is basically design the public space entry points where the infect happen, the spray happens, so that people are confident enough to leave their safe confined of the house and go and meet their friends in public places. So that is number one. Number two, from my side, is when they enter a public place, they need to leave their name and mobile numbers behind for contact tracing. I think that should also become our behavior going forward, so that we know exactly with whom we came in contact. Now, in most of the countries, this may sound like violation of privacy laws, but I think this is something that we need to do. Who told us that we need to have a privacy like this? You know, somebody told us that we need to have privacy like this, but now we have to do our privacy like this. You know, so I think it's a behavioral change that we need to do, because in case you came in contact with a person who is carrying some sort of virus, the doctor should be able to trace you and give you treatment immediately for your own good. I think that should be the second step before you enter the public arena.
Okay, what if you've not got a mobile?
Well, in that case,
Exactly. It's not easy, is it? You can say these things and they all sound very plausible and acceptable, and I don't have a problem with my mobile number being, picked up by a machine on the way into a building. It's good for security, for the building security. I don't have to fill in any HSE form, which is now mandatory in all UK buildings. If I go into a building, I've either got a card that gets me in and out of the building because I'm a resident in that building in some way, shape, or form. Or if I'm a visitor, I have to sign in, and then I'm given a card so I can move around the building. So I don't have a problem with giving my mobile number out, or even if they want to track me around the building through facial recognition. I'm not bothered really, as long as they use the data within the confines of the data context. I don't have an issue whatsoever. But then we have this issue of what's the context? Is it out of context? You know, am I on some Interpol database? You know, am I at GHQ in Cheltenham? Are they listening into our video conversation here? That's the privacy issue that we're constantly dealing with. You know, is Facebook using my data correctly? Is it being sold through the dark web? Frankly, I have no idea. I mean, it may well be. I mean, we all see these pictures of good-looking men and good-looking women, and they're used to con money out of people in a different part of the world. And believe you me, I've seen some and heard some horrific stories where people have been swindled out of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands in some cases, of scammers and spammers just there preying on your frailties, human frailties. And I think that's where we are today. This is human frailty. We need to be resilient about the coming world, because a lot of countries still haven't opened up yet. I mean, in the UK, we're still in lockdown. We're allowed to go out for exercise and to shop, but everything else is currently locked down. It will open up. I mean, I haven't been able to go down the golf range, which is socially distanced, because when you're swinging a club, you don't want anybody anywhere near you because it's going to hurt if it hits them. Okay, so that's a socially distanced arena, but golfing range have been closed, despite the fact, you know, it's good for, you know, social activity in particular, and for personal activity. So exercise. So it's going to be a new arena, and I don't have a problem in some respects with what you're saying, although I'm not too sure. I'm trying to think now. Have I been on an aircraft and I've not noticed this? I'm normally pretty aware of what's going on. They may have secretly stuck it into the oxygen system, in which case, yep, okay, I've had it. I can remember seeing some videos of the air stewardess or the air stewards going down with these sprays, and they're just literally spraying from front to back. But I can tell you now, there's only one occasion going internally within Indonesia that happened. And it wasn't consistent either. There's only one occasion. I traveled in Indonesia many, many times for over many years. So, but anyway, let's not dwell over that one. Let's go about, you mentioned two things. What about a third one? Is there a third one?
Yes, of course. So once you have been disinfected at the door of your restaurant, and now you have left your records, now you're free to go inside the restaurant. But inside the restaurant, you will come in contact with the serving staff and also the chefs, which is against the social distancing norms. So you have to go inside your own cabin. It could be a glass cabin. It could be a new type of furniture which prevents, it prevents contact with other guests which are there. So there are two choices. One is you can just put a plexiglass. It is not very attractive to look at and looks very, very, very communist type of furniture if you just put a plexiglass. Or the interior designers have an opportunity now to make very classy, confined places and sort of a greenhouse, create a romantic setup where two people can go and enjoy themselves separately and things like that. So I think there is a lot of opportunity which is there for the interior designers and architects to redesign the whole place so that we can kickstart our public life because now we are at home. We have to go out sometime. We cannot be stranded at home. So while following the social guidelines, which are new, uh, sounds radical, but it could be new way the world will work in 2021. You have to disinfect yourself. You have to leave your number before you enter a public arena, and then you enjoy yourself, in your own confined place.
I think it's interesting. But what happens when you've got a party of 3 or a party of 4, or you want to take over the whole restaurant? I mean, on occasions, I've got quite a large family for one reason or another, and we've had 20 or 30 in a restaurant and take the restaurant over. So do you physically have to move these cubicles around? I think there are lots of practicalities. I mean, I can see the logic around what you're saying here, but there's lots of practicalities. And of course, then there's the cost. These won't be, if you're putting up a bit of plastic, which, as you say, isn't particularly attractive, but it's functional, that's not a huge cost. But if now you're doing some bespoke design and making it a part of the furniture, that's a tremendous cost. And who's going to pay for that? Because I tell you who will pay for that. It will be you and me paying for that in the cost of the meal, in the cost of dining out. And maybe that's right. If we can't behave ourselves and socially distance, it's going to cost us in the pocket. That's when maybe behavior will start to change.
I think we are already doing that. You go to any fancy French restaurant in Paris. In terms of food, they will give you a small food in the middle of your plate, but it'll cost you, $1,000. And I know. So you don't go for eating, you go for experience. And
it's called fine dining. Fine dining is called fine dining, my friend. And I've been to those restaurants as well. Boy, some of it is great fine dining too. But yes, it's quite true. But it's quite interesting, and it's good we're having a bit of fun about this because things are going to change. We need to understand things are going to change, and we need to be part of the change. We need to be recognizing. I can remember back to being a very young child, and my parents, my mother in particular, because my father was typically at work, would say, "Wash your hands before you eat. Wash your hands. Neville, have you been to the toilet? Go wash your hands." I mean, boys are notoriously bad for this. We didn't. Well, I never wash my hands, basically. I can see me sitting at the table now and my hands have just been, I've been playing football or something in the garden and they're black with mud. And my mother would just say, "Go wash your hands." And she would then stand over me at the sink whilst I wash my hands, So this is about personal cleanliness. And I think that will be more and more reinforced as we go forward. And I'm not talking necessarily about hand sanitizers and goodness knows what else, although, my wife's behavior has changed massively. Women have handbags, and there isn't a handbag in the house that hasn't got a hand sanitizer in, just in case she forgets to put it in. And sometimes there are 2 hand sanitizers. And as you know, as I know all the time, I have to carry certain things for my wife because the handbag's not big enough. So can you put the mobile phone in your back pocket, so it's like another appendage that she's got that she passes on to me. And I'm sure all partnerships have got these sort of issues. But I can't go anywhere. I can't get in the car without the hand sanitizer being there. I mean, we have an air spray everywhere now. You come in the house, you open the front door, and there's air spray that goes on automatically. It's really nice, but our behaviour's changed, Has it changed for the good? Well, the place smells nice and fresh, but then again, I'm nose blind, so it wouldn't make much difference to me anyway. But we as a human population inhabiting this planet, we have got to change our behaviour. And it's not just changing our behaviour with regards to personal hygiene, etc. It's changing our behaviour to protect the environment. Because as we
Yes.
know, there are certain things that are affecting the environment.
So imagine, Neville, we are all itching to go out to eat our best meal in the best restaurant. Some of us would like to do fine dining, have our partners and, enjoy the romantic evenings. I think everybody across the world is itching for doing this. Imagine an opportunity. If there is a restaurant which that advertise that, hey, I have taken care of all these things, come to me and you will feel secure. It's like that. So I think if there is an interior designer who can tap on this opportunity, design the entry, make sure that there is a contact tracing, and also make sure there are cabins so that other guests also feel secure when they are dining in this particular restaurant. And if the restaurant advertise, imagine, how people will take it. I think they would like to just get out and go there because they will feel safe. And that is the way we have to start our life as a
Oh,
social life.
I certainly think that there's a competitive advantage here, which is effectively what you're saying. We have got something that other restaurants haven't got. Let alone is it good food? You're now safe and secure. I mean, we would never have thought of that 18 months ago. Come to this restaurant and you will be safe. Excuse me? I mean, that wasn't a USP 18 months ago, but it is today. Yes. So you're right. I mean, an entrepreneur, a good entrepreneur, needs to be taking advantage of all these opportunities to get people back into the dining arena or the socialization arena. Just having a coffee with your friends. I mean, we have a small high street. Having said that, there are about 180 shops, very small shops, pubs, restaurants. We have 5 pubs, 8 restaurants, 2 post offices, 3 convenience stores, a number of coffee shops, as called, and a bakery, and goodness knows what else. So it's a very social little area. It's quite busy during peak times, and it's a hub where kids go to school. So at the end of the 2 ends of the particular the high street, it's where buses interchange. So you can get a bus from somewhere to somewhere else, and they tend to be hubs. And typically the kids have to walk through the high street to get from one particular bus stop to another one. So it's quite busy at certain times of the day. So between about 7:30 in the morning and about 9:30 in the morning, very busy. Then about lunchtime, and then from about 3 in the afternoon until about 6. So it's quite a hive, but very busy type of arena. But it's a very narrow high street. The pavement, there isn't a meter between the edge of the pavement and the road. So even then, it's very interesting to see mob behaviour, because that's what it is. It's a crowd behaviour, people walking down the street. There are calls, by the way, for making it a pedestrian zone, which will be very interesting. How do you get a bus from one side of a pedestrian zone to another? So, but planners, architects, designers, all having to think about this new era. What do we do? Where do we do it? How can we get around another potential issue that might come down the pike? Because no matter what we think about this, social distancing, it will be in the dictionary. It will be a term that is translated into every language around the world.
Absolutely, Nibal. In fact, slowly the schools have started opening, and yesterday's one of the key items that we heard in the news is that in one particular school somewhere in India, 57 students, young students, were found positive with COVID. So I think the same phenomena is true for restaurant, I think redesigning of schools needs to be done, and also public places like offices and all that. Until unless we bring that confidence in people, they will not be very confident going out to public places. I think architects now have to come forward, and all the business people like hospitalities, they have to redesign their business. Otherwise, they have to shut their shops. So I think that is the only method of moving ahead and be innovative and restart the public life arena.
It's a different arena, and we've literally just scratched the surface here. I think our message, though, is change is happening out there. Be part of the change. You know, change your behaviour so that it will help others. So fascinating subject today, CK. You know, I hope everyone is safe out there. COVID is rapidly going away in the UK thanks to this vaccine. We're seeing far less cases now than we have before, which has got to be good news for everybody around the world. And let's hope that we can finally get a handle on this so that the next coronavirus that comes down the pike, we're prepared for, and we don't have to go into these radical lockdown measures that we've had in the past.
Absolutely, Neville. I think we can end our discussion today. And clearly, there's an opportunity for hospitality and public offices, and also the architects and interior designers. So, with this positive note, I thank you for finding time and coming over to our show and discussing this. I will catch up with you tomorrow with something more interesting.
My pleasure. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from Ahmedabad. He is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court. His name is Nagesh Sood and he is also a very well-known human rights activist across India. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you, Chandrakant. It is good to be back today. And thank you once again for bringing me on Akulmach.
Yes, it is our pleasure, Nagesh. So as you know, we are discussing the human rights and our what are the legal parameters available for citizens of India. And today we would like to discuss about the right to education. So like to know your opinion from the international perspective, how we stand as a country when it comes to right to education in India.
Well, CK, as you know, that right to education is a very important human right, which ought to be accessible to everyone without any discrimination. All children must be able to go to school and thereby benefit from the same opportunities to build a future. Now, educational instruction must also be equally gratuitous so that children from disadvantaged environments will be able to enjoy their right to education. The right to education also supposes that the objectives of learning will be attained. This means that all children have the right to benefit from a quality education adapted to their needs. We also must have teachers who are trained in techniques of teaching, which combine with pedagogy and play for purpose of arousing the children's interest in education. It is the responsibility of the countries to guarantee each child right to education. Now, education is a fundamental right and essential for exercise of all other human rights because it promotes individual freedom and empowerment and yields important development benefits. Everyone has a right to education. Education has to be free, at least in elementary and fundamental stages. Elementary education should be compulsory, and education should be directed to the full development of the human personality and for strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. So basically, we have various conventions internationally and treaties which have been signed by different countries. The first international instrument on right to education is 1960 UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education. In short, we call it as CADE, which in addition to discrimination addresses equality of opportunity, access to free primary education and rights of minority groups. Article 4 of CADE sanctions the following duties and actions upon the state parties to implement the primary education free and compulsory, make secondary education in its different forms generally available and accessible to all, make higher education equally accessible to all on the basis of individual capacity, assure compliance by all with an obligation to attend school as prescribed by law. It further ensures that the standards of education are equivalent in all public educational institutions of the same level. The other covenants are Article 26, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 4 and 5 of UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education, 1960, International Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, 1965, International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, 1966, Article 13 of International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 10 of Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, Article 2, 22, 23, 27, 28, 32 of Convention on Rights of Child, Article 24 of Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So these are the major conventions which obligate to ensure the right of access to education and provide free and compulsory primary education to every child in the entire world.
So, as a country, we came into existence in 1947. So, the Indian government would have signed this treaty with the United Nations, and hence, I'm assuming that we have to adhere or probably implement all these provisions for the citizens of India. Is that correct in my understanding, Nagesh?
Absolutely, as a signatory of treaties and conventions under the international law, we are under obligation to provide these rights to the citizens and basically children of these countries, of our country, and also it obligates us to provide free primary education to children beginning from the age of 6 to 14. And it has actually a long history, but over the period we have come out with an act called Right to Education Act 2009, and now that there are various schemes of the government which I would like to talk in details in our next session, that has the government, doing their obligations and meeting the requirements of providing free and compulsory education to children.
So Nagesh, I think we will split our discussion in two parts. So in today's discussion, we are discussing about the global implications on the Indian education system, and how it percolates down to the actual implementation, we will discuss in tomorrow's discussion. But at this point, I would like to ask you one question, which is, having signed this treaty with UN and various agencies of UN, how government of India adopt these laws, international laws, and is there a provision to have a debate, or they have to just follow these law in a verbatim format?
Well, CK, in fact, we are under obligations once we have signed these treaties and convention to follow these treaties and provide measures for implementations of these conventions. And accordingly, we have framed a law which obligates the government to provide free education to children and secondary and higher education to everyone who are able to afford or access the same. Now, recently, you must have noticed that many countries have closed down these schools since COVID-19 outbreak, and it is just disrupting learning and education of hundreds and millions of students. Now, in the times of these crises, uh, the schools are providing children with sense of stability and normalcy by giving them online education. There is a platform which has been put in place wherein the education is provided through online medium, and they are being connected. But unfortunately, not everybody is accessible to internet. So, of course, in cities and in bigger towns, there is internet which is accessible to everyone and is also affordable. But the plight of people who are in villages where there is no internet facility, for them, of course, it is something very difficult to achieve, and therefore I'm sure our government is making certain provisions to provide education accessible to everyone in the entire country by providing internet and other mediums so that education can be given to every children of this country.
That's a very good point, Mr. Nagesh. In fact, if I recall, our Honorable Finance Minister made that announcement for the education sector, that what they should do. And I was like pleasantly surprised that the government of India had standardized the education system from class 1 to class 12, and they had converted this course material into e-learning chapters, and they had uploaded all of that into an e-learning system. Um, so as far as government is concerned, I think they have provided whatever they could. My humble submission is that I don't see that really being implemented by the universities, institutes, and schools in the true spirit. Because, like you said, that the online education system is going on, but I think what we really need is e-learning. I mean, we will come to the second part of your observation about the villages, but I think let's look at the urban population, which are only getting some sort of a screen time with the teacher at this point in time, where the teacher comes in front using a camera or a voice. But I think the learning is getting hit while the children are getting exposed to the school time, but they are not getting anything. That is my opinion. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, CK, as you know, that we have shifted to this mechanism very recently. First of all, the provision has been made instantly because the closure of schools were sudden, the closure of universities were suddenly done because of the ongoing pandemic. Now, to have our teachers, applying this technical system, there needs a little time and methodology that they can be used to, so that they can give that kind of learning which is equivalent to a classroom learning. There is, of course, a provision which is made, and it is an effort by all the institutions that somehow they are imparting education in the form of online learning and uh, giving access to a child or a student to be able to, be present, and there is an imparting of education. Of course, these students and the teachers are slowly getting used to this methodology, but I'm sure e-learning and learning online is one of the greatest and a comfortable medium for not only teachers but for the students to be in at home in their comfortable area and learn. So I think that will take a little time, and as you mentioned that the government has made an effort by compressing the syllabus and making certain changes in the syllabus so that it has become easier for students for e-learning. So I'm sure after a little while, when teachers and students get used to it, they'll be more comfortable and be able to use it to the maximum extent once the methodology is adopted in a positive way.
So, viewers, I would like to say that this is a very, very touchy subject because all of us are parents and our children are going through, because of this COVID, there is an issue. Their normal development is getting slowed down a little bit. So what we have decided, Nagesh will come and talk to us in lot more detail about the actual implementation of these international laws, which allows all citizens of India certain level of education. However, I would like to say from my own, as my own opinion, that I think there's high time that schools look at what is happening globally and get into K-12 type of systems, which actually provides scoring mechanism, some sort of learning chapter, which are also available on the screen. Merely adapting a video platform and then teachers coming in front of children and then narrating things is, I think, is a stopgap arrangement. And I think there are few states in India which has also said that the schools cannot charge fee until the situation normalizes. So I think the COVID has taught us a lot of lessons, and our younger generation is majorly impacted because of that. I think this is a big thing. So we decided to discuss this in two sessions. So Nagesh, thank you very much for enlightening us about the international laws which are applicable, and the government of India is ensuring everything as far as education is concerned.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. It was indeed a pleasure being with you. Thank you so much.
It was
See
a
you.
pleasure, and we will catch up again tomorrow and continue the discussion of right to education.
Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and in today's edition of Spotlight, I am very thrilled and honored to have Mr. Jeremy Blaine joining us from UK. And topic of our discussion today is the upheaval that we have seen past 15 days across the world, especially about the free digital media. So, to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Thank you very much for having me again, CK. Pleasure to be here.
Right, Jeremy. So, the first government which bite the bullet was the Australian government. and they have been. I mean, we have been hearing a lot in the news that they were loggerhead with likes of Google and Facebook about the advertising credits. So I think we will come to that in a bit. And that, by the way, is the major portion of our discussion today. But lots have happened in France. There are new regulations in France. EU is also going to come out with a new regulation. After the Capitol Hill, there are a lot of debates going on in US, how the swing for Biden happened because of Wall Street Post handle was blocked for a week by Twitter, and that created a swing in favor of Biden by 13%. So there is a lot of debate which is locally happening. There was an influence on the presidential election. But let me update you what has happened in India in last 5 days. India has come out with a new, not a law, it's a ruling basically. We already have a IT Act, which is a law. So there is a certain section of IT Act has been modified, and there are new rules inserted to manage the digital media. And while it is not a law, so the digital media still remains free in India. However, they have added few small things, few small steps from their point of view. But for implementation, these are very large. This has very large implications on the social media platform. Number one being, you have to have a compliance officer posted in India. Now, this person who is a compliance officer must know the Indian laws. So he cannot be somebody who's just, as a filler. He has to be somebody of a repute. Number two, there could be instances where, a normal person may have a objection. Some morphed picture has been used, or a clipping of video has been used by somebody to create a narrative or a fake news, whatever you call it. So to prevent that, there has to be a grievance cell headed by a grievance officer locally present in India. And number three is, whenever government asks for the handle details, I mean, who started the mischievous post, those details must be shared with the government. And the social media platforms cannot hide behind the curtain of privacy laws or privacy use policy that they have. Now, the number four thing, which is sort of an umbrella, Indian government, unlike the Australian government, they have included the social media platforms and also the OTT platform, because from government point of view, a lot of unwanted things are happening on Netflix and Prime and those kind of platforms as well. So the law or the new rule has been changed to encompass the entire social and digital platforms and media. So I think this is something new. uh, I'm sure as a business, people like Facebook, Google, Twitter will have to make major changes in their legal framework and use policies. And also with Australia, where there is an arbitration. So I think you can talk more about it. So over to you, Jeremy.
Yeah, well, it's a very interesting point, isn't it, CK? And it does stem from the increase of power that many of these media outlets, social outlets, digital outlets have, and the unfiltered stream of news, be it fake, be it part truths, be it full truths. So be it in the public interest or outside of the public interest. And I think that actually is really at the heart of it, is public interest journalism and what is in the public interest, and the power that comes from some of these mainstream medias that are able to do, as you said, with the election in the US, and how Trump before Biden had used that, and is continuing to use it even though he's banned, just shows you the frightening power and the sense of influence that it can have on others. And that's really at the core of probably, before everybody else, it is going through Parliament in Australia, and they're saying, look, it goes into, first of all, the public interest and public interest journalism. So a way to start to manage the news that is filtered through, but also critically, it's about the use of data. And we know that Google and Facebook and other big platforms like that, are building a business on data and selling data or selling information and insight through that data to drive advertising revenues, to drive very specific and personalized content to people. I'll be looking on the screen here. I'll be shopping for, I don't know, I'll be shopping for some running shoes, let's say, for example, and all of a sudden, like an hour later, I'm seeing adverts for no apparent reason. I'm thinking in my head, for running shoes for other sites, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. That's coincidence. I was just looking, so let me click on that. The power and the influence that is there is key. Now that data is being sold, or if you like, that power of data is being sold by these social platforms to all of their customers as a way of getting direct marketing, personalized marketing, and for paying for brands or for individuals to raise their profile. So the point being is that as they are getting all of this data from different sites, like news sites, particularly Australia is around sort of the news sites, they're using journalism that has been, kind of fair journalism that has been done, bringing it into their own sites and news sites and just displaying that, but they're not paying for it. And yet, on the flip side, they understand the power of data and the fact that it's worth something. And so while there, interestingly enough, was, quite a lot of noise, of course, by particularly Google and Facebook in Australia about this, in the background, there's a lot now going on around making individual deals with news channels, newspaper organizations in Australia, to pay them a certain amount to recognize the data, i.e. the journalism that's coming, and then provide and grant usage for that. But that comes, I think, very similar. It doesn't go as far as what you're describing in India, as far as making sure that, there is compliance, there is fair grievance, and there is protection of people that they're gathering the news from. But what they're talking about in Australia is the measurement behind this is making sure that the pay, that what the journalists and the media organizations are being paid is being used to create public interest stories and news rather than sensation that can be sold. So misuse of what they're now being paid, for the benefit of, let's say, the shareholders, or to actually fuel more populist news and going more into the public interest. So that's one step. But I think from what India are doing, and certainly what the EU is thinking about, is making it a little bit more robust. A part of, for example, in the EU, making it, bolting bits of the GDPR, the data protection elements into that, making sure that there is due process for every citizen of the European Union, and then individual countries there also thinking about what is their country legislation, because we then need to negotiate separately with these big organizations, social, to get our own deals, because of course we've got our own free press in these organizations, let's say, in media outlets. So there's lots of things happening in the background here. But it's necessary because it's all around, paying for due data, which they're doing, and making sure that it's regulated now, because we see the power of misuse as well.
So, Jeremy, while I fully agree with you what you are saying and what the various governments are doing, don't you think that this is going away from the free press, free media, free digital media norms? Because essentially all these platforms runs on the data produced by guys like you and me. I mean, there are 1.5 billion people producing different types of informative or even nonsensical, sometimes, TikTok kind of videos. But, that is driving the whole the digital strategy of the world today. So if you start controlling that, are we not moving away from the right to speech clauses in the constitution of various countries?
It depends on the country, though, you see, because I think, and it's also a fine line between traditional media, like the fourth estate, you know, the traditional media and journalism on the right hand side, and all of us as individuals who are driving data and actually are delighted when when sites pick it up and say, oh, we're going to run with your story, because it gives us a sense of, you know, it gives us an image, it gives us a brand, it gives us coverage, you know, if we're in business, or it gives us notoriety or popularity or celebrity, you know, until it goes wrong. So actually, you know, even that sort of freedom comes with something that we like and don't like. We like to pick and choose, don't we, as individuals? It's like, it's all very well if I'm getting, look at all this great coverage that I'm getting. Look at the TikTok video of me, you know, kind of skateboarding with a drink and, you know, playing Fleetwood Mac in the background and getting loads of views and suddenly getting a lot from it. However, when that's flipped and that's used for negative press, then there is a huge outcry based on that again. Or there's a lot of then the word that I've got to use is hatred. There's a lot of naysayers that are doing that, you know, that go onto it and troll and follow these people. So you can't just cherry pick, even as individuals, the bits that we like and then complain about the bits that we don't like. Either we accept that we need to have some better policing and some better regulation about it, which I totally agree we do. But it also needs to come with some level of protection, because we've seen the power of fake news, and we continue to see the power of fake news and what it drives, and the acceptability of fake news. And where is this taking us, you know, as not just as individuals, but as a human race? It's like, you know, there's so much kind of information that is unfiltered now, ideas. I just think we need a filter. And I think if this takes us partway through a filter, because the platforms that provide us this are having to now pay for selected content to provide then, you know, more of a public service and responsible public service, then I think that can only be a good thing. The problem will come, CK, and I agree with this, is that some countries will use that, you know, perhaps some more authoritarian governments, or some where they feel that they need more control, you know, over this area, where they might feel they can make some money out of it, may use it for nefarious purposes. And I think that's the risk. So it's full of potholes, full of challenges, as well as the opportunities and the benefits that it can bring. So it's going to be very interesting to see, because of course in Australia this is going to take, you know, months to get through, a full year then to measure and to kind of figure out what's really happened. And in the meantime, lots of other countries are going to be making their own rules and regulations. However, I do think it's a very interesting and right perspective to have, is that ultimately that big platforms who are taking data from different people to use to drive popularity to their sites and to drive viewership to their sites, like TikTok, for example, pay for that data that's doing it. Why shouldn't they?
Well, that's the whole point, because people like you and me will make quality content, but we are not differentiated by the platforms in either way. You know, it's a number game, and the threshold for making money has been kept so high, it is not achievable unless you make a very sensational content. And that is where the trap is, because most of the people either make some nonsensical sensationalize the video, or make a fake news, which is again creating sensations. So for those people, the thresholds are crossed and they started getting these peanuts. I think the Australian government, as a layman, I will just explain what I feel as a layman, that if you compare the digital media and with the traditional media, most of the traditional media was run by the ad agencies, because the media is actually making money by advertising. And if you look at the ad agencies, they will collect all the advertisers and publish on different media houses like print, TV, or whatever. And the pandemic actually changed the whole thing. The media, and including news, migrated to the digital platforms. And therefore, the advertisers also shifted to the platforms, leaving behind the traditional digital media high and dry. And I think that is what the trigger of the decision made by Australian government, because now suddenly some of these influential people who are well known, and like guys like Rupert Murdoch, which is very big in Australia. My question again, I have given this all background because don't you think that the government may be under influence of these media moguls and trying to create a control on digital platforms?
Well, I think there's a balance, though. I think that's right. But I mean, ultimately, it's about, the question is journalism properly funded? Because what we've seen, exactly as you say it, what we've seen is that as the digital agencies and large digital companies have come in, they've taken the big chunk of the advertising revenue away from the traditional media, and yet they're using the data from the traditional media to do so. So yes, there will always be the big conglomerates and news organizations which will have their own self-interest at heart, and we've seen that. We see how that plays out, and the power of and the decisions that they make around that. Look at Fox News as part of that, that kind of empire in the US, for example, and how that continues to drive a very different narrative, through there. And there's a rise also of, the problem is there's a rise of news organizations apart from traditional media that are now growing up here in the UK. There's two new news channels that have been raised. But, the fear is that they become more right wing and more nationalist and more protectionist in their focus. So the fact is that you've got traditional media, you've got the digital giants, and then you've got this new pocket that is feeding on the fuel and the need and for sensationalism. And I think it's got into a real mess. And so if it, for me, this is why I think that while there's lots of different nuance in this, it can only be a good thing that responsible government and responsible legislation is looking at this to think, how can this be made a fairer process, so we protect the right and just journalism and public interest journalism, at the same time as recognizing that there are things out of our control around the sensationalism, the fake news and whatever. But if we can actually shore up traditional journalism and those that are still standing up for the free press, and responsible journalism that is in the public interest and for the public interest, then we will always retain the balance. Otherwise, the danger and the risk here is that traditional journalism and traditional media companies are just going to lose out, and then the power is in the hands of even fewer, who have self-interest at heart and who are using data in a really powerful, questionable way that we've seen, more recently, and that will continue to manipulate, not just in a positive way, but also potentially in a negative way, what news is filtered to certain people and how people view news. So I think we need that balance, and in order to get that balance, we need some level of protection for the traditional media and press.
There is one more issue, Jeremy. Any production costs money, any good production, because you need, script writers, you need a crew, and you need editors and stuff like that. And all of that cost money. So if you look at the traditional media, that money is paid for because there is an input and there is an output. And the advertisers basically pay per second, and usually the advertising credits are pretty high. Unlike the digital media, where the platforms get the content for free. Absolutely, I mean, they have created a platform, they spend a lot of decades in building it up, that is given for sure. But in order to make money on the platform, there is no incentive for a quality production house, because the cost is theirs. And after incurring all this cost, when they bring their digital content to the platform, there is no money back. And when the advertisers are paying these platforms, the return or ROI to the production houses is like 2% or even lesser. So what people get out of digital platforms as advertising credit is kind of very low today. So I think there has to be some regulation around that also, because they have kept the thresholds of monetization so high, which are not achievable if you just follow the traditional method. And hence it promotes sort of fake news. What is your opinion on this?
Well, yes, I do. I mean, I think that's the case. I think this whole, this kind of unfiltered deluge that we can get, that is, because it essentially, anybody now in the world, the billions of people in the world can be a journalist, or can send something that suddenly becomes viral that they will pick up and use on these platforms. And they want to do that so that they can curate a lot of that free news that's around there. But what's quite interesting is that, there is a recognition, even though, from these big giants, that there is a need to filter this down, particularly the more reputable ones, like Google and Facebook, that want to be seen to be doing the right things, while in the background making sure that their algorithms are absolutely evolving at the rate that they have been evolving at, so that they can go to the people that are advertising with them and say, here is the data that we can give you that will give you exactly what you need for your target audience. But the fact that Google in Australia, for example, kind of stepped back from the edge, and launched its news showcase product just last month, actually, and has started to discuss this, and actually done a deal with Seven West Media already in Australia, which is it's not been confirmed, but it's been reported to be around a 30 million a year deal. And what the traditional media is saying, this is fair payment for responsible journalism. So I think what even these big giants are saying is that they need to have some level of credibility behind this, as well as the fun stuff that can be there too. But also there is a price tag for it, and they also need to do some cleaning up of their own backyard, and probably rebrand and relaunch this. And then on the back of that, they're almost kind of sort of it's sort of reinventing it. So yes, it's kind of got to a stage where it is now. But I'm glad to say that they're actually taking a step back and saying, this is an opportunity for us to relaunch how we do this, how we use individualized content, how we use traditional journalism, and so on, and how we recognize, the data that is coming into us, but how we can also use that to then sell to our customers in a way that some of them will be more comfortable with, potentially.
But will that solve the problem of production getting enough revenue out of it? For example, if I have to cover a story, let's say right now my channel is based on interviews, but if I have to take an interview of a big shot who's sitting in Chennai, and I have to send a person there, but there is no incentive for me to send a person or travel myself, because there is no revenue being generated. Will it solve the problem of the content producers? Because what will happen is that the digital platforms will strike a deal with large houses, and that may happen in India also. The largest one here is Bennett and Coleman. So the chances are the Bennett and Coleman will have the inside deal going on with the large houses like Google and Facebook. So they will have their deal. What will happen to the actual content providers on these digital platforms? How they will get compensated?
Yeah, but it's a good question, and this is not a solution. This is the almost like kind of the beginning of the journey down here, because this will set a precedent that talks about insightful and responsible content is worth something. So therefore, if you think about the gig economy, for example, small medium enterprise that you and I both both very passionate about, experts. I know you and I and a lot of my colleagues, we write a lot, we do a lot of research, and we put it out there. And at the moment, we're kind of putting it out there. Either we're trying to sell it on our own platforms, or we're putting it out there for free to gain, gain mentions, or to gain an audience behind it. But there will come a time, and I think what it takes, though, is a collective rather than individual approach. So, as the gig economy becomes a much bigger part of even our, traditional organizations, is that what are the bodies that are standing up and saying that? What are the federations of businesses? What are the federations of freelancers who are standing up and who are saying we are standing up for our members who have an income from the gig economy, who drive value from here, and who should be recognized in some way for what they produce and how they do it. And that might not be exactly it might not be, for example, financial remuneration. It could be coverage. It could be putting them on a platform. It doesn't need to be monetary, but it needs to be recognized in terms of value. So I think this is the beginning of the journey, and that has to start more or less, at some of these big corporations. It's starting at government level, and then it will filter down, because a lot of these bodies will then move up the line, ask questions like you're asking to government, saying, but what about us small businesses? What about us entrepreneurs? What about us gurus and experts who are doing all this research and, it's being kind of used out there? What about us?
Absolutely. I think this is a big question, because all the digital platforms like Facebook, which are the large ones, and Google, which is YouTube, is getting all the content from people like you and me, and maybe many senior people who are producing this content, not getting compensated for their knowledge and their efforts. So I think that is a big question. We don't have an answer for it right now. The good thing is that the Indian government has given 3 months time. They have laid out the rulings, and it's all public information, and they said that, hey, you get your act together. I'm sure they have started negotiating with the Indian government right now. So we will see. We will come back on the same subject maybe after 3 months again. Uh, but I think you have put things in right perspective, because you have a global, outlook. You work with Australian companies, and you know what is going on there. You also know what is going on in UK and countries like India. So thank you very much for joining us today, and for your wisdom and for your suggestions.
Thank you, CK. See you next time.
See you next time, Jeremy, and take care. And wish you all the best for your ventures and your research which you are doing.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brands. And we know that today the market crashed, and it has crashed very badly. People are calling it different terms. Some are calling it mayhem, some are calling it bloodbath, blah, blah, blah. But I think the fact of the matter is that it has not happened today. It has been happening for almost like 10 days. There was initial crash about 10 days back, then intermediary, there was a stop. And then after that, it again started. And today morning, it just went down by 3,000 points. But I think coronavirus is one which is giving a wrong sentiment to the market. But I think we have also overlooked some of the news which happened, which came out last week related to the financial world. One of the major news items which we have missed is the Supreme Court of India, has allowed cryptocurrency in India, because the RBI, which is the central bank, has always maintained that the cryptocurrency is not good for the country. And they have also used their ultimate power to not allow cryptocurrency in India. But now the case has gone to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court has struck the RBI regulation down, and they said that it is allowed. Now, what will happen if the cryptocurrency comes in a big way? The cryptocurrency, there is no regulator. As we know, there is an online regulator, but there is no country-specific regulator. For example, in India, today, we have RBI, which is controlling as a regulator lot many things. It is controlling the lending rate, it is controlling the deposit rate, it is controlling what bank will do. it has absolute control on the banking industry. Without the RBI regulation, people cannot do anything in terms of whether it is financial banking, or it has impact on the stock market as well. So with cryptocurrency coming in India, where the regulation part of how the currency will be maintained will be taken out from the RBI realm, that will have a very profound impact on the Indian economy, because so far the banking industry has been managed in such a way that it is highly regulated, it is highly conservative. The people who are managing MDs of different large banks and the RBI, they are controlling the whole economy, and they basically represent the country economy as well to some extent. With crypto coming in India, we need to see how it will impact, because with cryptocurrency, you don't have to keep your money in the bank. You can keep them in the cryptic currency, which is not under the regulation by RBI, and it can be freely sold and purchased, and it does not have any border limitations. So we will have to see now, since the Supreme Court has struck down the RBI regulation, and hence the cryptocurrency will be allowed in India. We will have to see, wait and watch what RBI will do now. Will they form a new regulation around crypto, or will they allow cryptocurrency to come as it is? So I think the market crash is related to many things. It's not related to just coronavirus, which is affecting the country today. There was a Yes Bank moratorium last week. Before that, there was cryptocurrency. Before that, there was something else, and so on. So the market sentiment has been sliding down, and it is just going down. So with this, my analysis is that cryptocurrency coming into India in a big way will make a lot of changes in the economic structure, how we do business, how we can we correct money for our services in cryptocurrency, or we need to have the payments made in Indian rupees or US dollars. So that has to be seen. So wait and watch about this change, which is going to happen in 2020. I'm sure a lot of Indians have already invested in cryptocurrency during demonetization. So let's see, wait and watch what new regulations comes around the whole thing. I think this market crash is really moving towards some sort of adjustment, since the new products are going to be coming into the market, the new way of doing business in next few months. So let's wait and watch and see how this whole economic structure pans out in India. I will meet you tomorrow again with more analytics. Until then, I welcome your comments, and I like to know what you feel of what I'm talking about. Until then, bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week I present to you Mr. Subir Saxena, who is the head of global IT sourcing and procurement at Novartis.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. As you know all that he has a deep interest in corporate coaching. He has taught many professionals, IT professional and marketing professional in his career. Welcome to the Top Brass show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, very well. What about you?
Yeah, counting each day of this winter. This weekend is supposed to be really, really chill.
Okay. So take care.
But I also want to tell you that just stay safe and healthy. And this pandemic,
Thank you.
take care because winters are there in South Africa. So
Sure. I just heard this.
yes.
I heard this morning that South Africa is now number 4 in the world ranking, just after India.
Oh, I see. Okay, then you have to take care pretty well about your health. Okay,
Yes.
the last week we have discussed about the change management, and we have also discussed few pointers. So, and one of them was creative thinking. So, what happens nowadays? Everybody talks about creative thinking, right? It's one of the most abused word, I think. So, how creative thinking will help in change management? I want your opinion on that.
Right. So, Kanchan, I always, when I meet the youngsters or even the school children, my first few minutes question is always to them, what is your hobby? Because I feel creativity has to start from a hobby that somebody has. And I always ask them their hobby. And the school children still tell some of the things as hobby, but I must tell you that most of the school children these days and the college students, as well as the young engineers who are recruited into the companies, most of the time they will say exploring the internet, watching YouTube.
Yes, very true. Yes, that's
So,
the answer they generally give.
right. And if you remember, I mean, in our times when we were small, we had certain kind of a philately, collecting the stamps as a hobby, collecting the butterflies as a hobby. So some hobby. So I think for the creativity, hobby is the first step. And therefore, in the schools, the hobby has to be taken as a serious subject, not as just a side subject. Most of the time in the schools, we know mathematics, science, and all other those subjects are the prime subjects, and hobby class is just to take a break, basically. So I think that there are hobby classes in the schools all over the world, but it has to be taken as a mainstream subject in the schools, and that's how it should go.
Okay, so what are those hobbies which we should inculcate in youngsters so that when they become a good professional and when they take up job, so those hobbies should help them in doing a creativity in getting their job done in offices.
So, Kanchan, I think the stepping stone towards a creativity is to inculcate a habit about knowing the general affairs around the child, around ourselves, and tell our children to figure it out what is happening in this world, what is happening on a daily basis. Most of the time, you see children are busy on their digital devices, but if you look deeply into those digital devices, you will find they are playing games, they are chatting with the friends rather than any productive thinking or a productive thought. So once a student knows his general surroundings, what is happening in the world and what are the subjects, then he can think in his mind how it works out, which one is the place of a hobby where the student or child can contribute from his own natural instincts. Most of the time, we as parents, as educators, we really don't focus on the natural instincts of our students. And I think that is the key thing, which is my message to the educators, because sometimes the children are oblivious to their own capabilities. It is us who can tell them that you are good at it. Why don't you pursue it? I will be standing behind you.
Right. Yeah, so you have mentioned like stamp collection. Generally, very few children I see that they are doing coin collection also nowadays. And so it's a good point which you mentioned today. We will be discussing more about creative thinking in further in our shows. For today, it was wonderful talking to you. Take care.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show. Today, we have an interesting personality to discuss, and to discuss about this interesting, larger than life personality. We have our guest, Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's closely associated with radio broadcasting. He's an IT professional. So, welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan. Lovely talking to you all the time. How are you doing?
I'm fine, Sitesh. And yesterday there was a birth centenary for the great Shivaji Maharaj. And I thought, let me discuss about this great personality with you, because I know that you also like great personalities like Shivaji, and you have read about this personality more than me, because we had been talking about great personalities of India. And Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is undoubtedly one of them. So, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is considered to be one of the greatest warrior of his time, and even today, stories about his valor is narrated in most of the parts of our country as a folklore. With his valor and a great administrative skill, Shivaji carved out an enclave from the declining Adil Shah Sultanate of Bijapur. So, let's say more. Let's our viewers know about Shivaji Maharaj more.
Well, Kanchan, thanks for bringing up this subject. And in the modern history of last 300 years or so, uh, we must not forget the people who actually were able to unite this big piece of land uh, to a place, to a position, to a definition which we call as India. And when the interesting part is that when the Mughals were at the peak of their career, when the peak of their empire, when the Aurangzeb became the richest emperor of the world, and he started doing plundering in the country, we find a person who could rise from nowhere in the foothills of Maharashtra, and Shivaji came out from almost nowhere, and he was able to challenge the most powerful emperor of the world, and I mean the highest ranking Mughal emperor of his time. And it is because of Shivaji that actually Mughals started declining in this country. And that is something that the great man, the Shivaji that we are discussing, and I'm really, really proud to know and understand whatever I have known about him. The military strategist, the guerrilla warfare expert, and the man who had not just the military expertise but also the strategic thinking. And that strategic thinking was enormous, that even after Shivaji passed away, the Peshwas that he created, that structure, they were able to control the Mughals, and from one time emperors they became just uh, the subjects of the Maratha warriors, all because of Shivaji. What
Yes,
are your memories?
yes. I have read a lot in during my school and college days about Chhatrapati Shivaji. And he is remembered as a torch bearer of a good governance, as an accomplished administrator. Shivaji is also father of Indian Navy. Shivaji realized the importance of naval force in early stages and believed that it would keep them independent from foreign invaders like Dutch, Portuguese, British, and will also protect Konkan coast from pirates. So Shivaji Maharaj built a naval fort at Jagat. So that is a big contribution, and uh, as you said that Shivaji and Maratha Empire played a big role in the decline of Mughal Empire. Uh, even they have captured north areas also. They are not limited to only Maharashtra. They have a big empire. So I think
Yeah.
that is something, and the impact of his administration and his valor still exists in our generation, and in our people really respect and adore the past which is being given by Shivaji Maharaj.
Yes, I think you could not be more right. He was the one man responsible for the decline of the largest empire in this world in the modern history, the Mughals. And in an interesting part, Kanchan, that I read is that uh, the tallest, the mightiest of the Mughal emperor Aurangzeb, in whose time the Mughal empire was the largest empire on this planet, Shivaji did not let Aurangzeb sit peacefully on the throne of Delhi. Last 20 years of his life, Aurangzeb spent fighting the forces of Shivaji in the Deccan Plateau. And the mighty emperor of Mughals actually could not return to Delhi to enjoy the throne that he built to the heights that he had taken the Mughal empire. He could not enjoy the fruits just because Shivaji did not let him do it. And there are very few leaders in the modern history who have actually transcended one generation. And today, after almost 500 years or almost 450 years of his Shivaji's time, we are still inspired by that great man. Even after his passing, the Peshwas carried on, his children carried on, and wherever they went, they actually brought what you say, good governance, as you said. And they were, the offshoots of Shivaji's legacy is when we see in Rani Lakshmi Bai, we see in Tatya Tope, we see in Peshwas, we see in our Marathas in our army, and of course the great Indian Navy. So I think Shivaji and the leaders like him, they work like glue to the overall diverse nation like India, and that is something that needs to be cherished. It needs to be told, and I think that needs to be in. It needs to instill the self-respect that the British had actually taken out of us.
Yes, there are few basic pillar he has strengthened. Like he was very tolerant and he was very beautiful ruler. It's said that nobody can insult women during his era of rule, and they were all treated very well. Women were educated. And now, when we talk about tolerance and dutiful ruler, it is said. I'm just quoting him. I've read it somewhere, so I'm just quoting Shivaji Maharaj that he said, if a tree which is not a highly elevated living entity can be so tolerant and merciful to give sweet mango even when we hit by anyone, and being a king, should I not be more merciful and tolerant than the king? So when even during war, when he captured soldiers or kings, he used to treat them not mercifully, and that makes him great. And he also has lot of valor, lot of grit for war, because he also said to his men that never bend your head, always hold it high. So that kind of that kind of leadership, that kind of feel he generated among people, among his soldiers. And that is why, as you said, that the war tactics were very, very refined. And he has also done innovative military tactics, and he used the method by leveraging strategic factors like geography, speed, and it was used to be surprise defeat for more powerful enemies. So that makes him great.
Yes, yes, Kanchan. And Shivaji is something that this country shall always remain indebted to, because the modern nationalism, if the start of modern nationalism can be said to have started from Shivaji's time, where he could think about this whole land mass as one nation and a community which believes in a certain kind of a governance and which respects its people and also focuses on the welfare. And that modern nation actually can be thought very aggressively from Shivaji's time, because that was the decline of the Mughals. And after the decline of Mughals, when Aurangzeb passed away in 1707, after that, the way Peshwas and the Maratha warlords, uh, as they captured the Mughals, and by the time of 1757 of Plassi's battle, the Mughals were just remained confined to Delhi. In fact, they were paying taxes to the Marathas, and that is to the legacy of Shivaji, that he could bring down a whole big glorious empire to the foot. And then the last nail was dealt by the British, who took away the completely from the Mughals, and that's where the British took over. The only small point that I want to make here, Kanchan, through this program is that I always wonder. In fact, I want to meet someone who can actually explain us that when the Marathas after Shivaji, when they were able to control Delhi, when they were able to control and demand taxes, protection money from the Mughals, why did they not choose to take the throne of Delhi and become the real, put athwart the British at that point in time? How could they fail to see what was coming? And that is something, if they would have done that, the Shivaji's glorious years, we should have seen much, much earlier in the independent India. What do you think?
Yes, I think we are touching a very small aspect of great Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaji, because we need, I think, more time to really discuss about the strategies of Maratha Empire and how they got guidance when Shivaji was alive. And you know that though the legacy of Shivaji will never wither away, it will be here because you know, for the first time, Shivaji paid the army, Maratha soldiers, for their service for throughout the year, which never happened before. So they were not treated as like people who you hire for the fight, but they were, that from 2,000 men, Shivaji created an army of 10,000 soldiers and very small time, and that too it is a paid army, something which is like modern army where we see the our India army is a paid army and a professional army. So that is something which is still going on in our army. A part of this guerrilla tactics which were invented and laid down, and of course there are some aspect of artillery teaching which has also been inducted in our modern Indian education. So that I think that is somewhere, the Shivaji's legacy will never go away, because we are so
Yes,
glued to this great personality that it's very difficult to really ignore him from our past.
exactly, Kanchan. And I think the lore, the folklore of Shivaji, the facts of Shivaji needs to be told as it is, in our history books, in the schools, in the colleges, even in the management colleges, not only military colleges, but also in the management colleges. How do you transform not just your small piece of company, but you must be able to transform? How do you do on a larger public? And I think in India has treated the modern India, the independent India has treated well Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. And I think most of us who have learned about him should not just do the lip service of talking about him, but do something about him. In fact, take his legacy forward, learn about him. In fact, I'm surprised, Kanchan, that is still a lot of the literature written during Shivaji's time is still is in Marathi, and it has not been translated into Hindi or English for us to read. And I think that is important to come out what happened. And there is no wonder that our National Defense Academy, NDA, is in Pune, which used to be the capital of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj.
Yes, and I feel that Shivaji was a great soldier. We can't, as I said, we can't be away from the impact, the impression of Shivaji Maharaj on our lives. And it is good. Even today, people uh, follow his ideas, and some the war cries like Jai Bhavani and Har Har Mahadev. All that become later on kind of independent for independence. There were slogans which were taken from these war cries. A part of this, I feel that Shivaji was not a king who was centrally devoted to himself or to Maratha. He fought for national. He fought nationalism, yeah, and he fought for India. And nationalism was the core aspect of his whole life, of his whole work, administration, and of course, fight.
Yes, Kanchan, and more we talk about the great man, more we should be reminded about the idea of a nation, idea of a modern nation that he was able to at least perceive in his time. And he was at the peak of the Mughal Empire. He was able to stand, and he was able to actually make them tired enough from where the Mughals actually went into the downhill. And I think that is something the Indian army, the Indian military strategists, and they need to basically remind themselves, remember, it has to be taught to our students and children from the young age. And I'm not sure whether we have some interesting what do you say, television programs or any do you remember any Bollywood movie coming on Shivaji? Do you
Uh,
remember?
Actually, lately there was a movie, but it was not mainly on Shivaji. It was about his general. So, but then what I feel, it is so good that yesterday was his birthday, and we got chance to discuss about this great personality, which me and you, I think most of the people are mesmerized by his personality, the way they study in the school, the war, warfare, innovation in warfare. So that gives group. Well, we are very excited to really know more about this, and I think people should read more about Shivaji and his administration, the way he used to conduct warfares, and of course, the great thing is that he always very concerned about the honor of women, and people who were not giving a due respect to women, they were severely punished. So these few aspects which are into our Indian culture, so and that he revived, and he put forward few good cultural and the most aspect of Indianness, during his administration, and that we cherish, isn't it, Sitesh?
Yes, Kanchan, and may I take this opportunity to suggest our in schools that they should take up something which is called history tour, like they do. They should take a history tour and take the students to the trails of Shivaji, something like that. The trails of Shivaji, from where he started, the kind of great military strategic forts he built, the kind of forts he built, the kind of military warfare he did, the land he traversed from Maharashtra to then Delhi, and then again back from there. All his the trails of Shivaji can be a good history tour for the school children. It could be a good history tour for the historians. It could be a great history tour for the interested people in history, in the modern Indian history, and people should actually go. It can be developed as a tourism also. So, and I think that is needs to be charted out. Maybe that's a befitting legacy. And I think why Bollywood could not make a big movie on Shivaji is because he's too big of a subject to be handled in just one movie, I think.
Exactly. That is a big question for Bollywood also. So in the end, I just want to say Naman to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and it was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh. We'll meet next in our next episode with a very interesting topic next time. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Jai Bhavani.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant, and in this series, as you already know, that we are discussing about the digital quotient, which is the next level of intellect measurement, and the digital knowledge plays a major role in understanding the humans, professionals, about their ability to find relevance in the industry which is going to come forward. So we have already discussed a few aspects about what is going to happen, what is the digital quotient. So in this session we will talk about the optimum use of technology. See, the DQ as it stands today is responsible for making sure that people with higher DQ will be more relevant, and they will be selected by the large enterprises as a workforce in the next decade or so. Now, when we say DQ, understanding of digital knowledge, it doesn't mean that they have to have futuristic knowledge. They have to have the right knowledge which works today, as well as continue their career for next 2 decades. So what is the optimum use of technology? As the name suggests, is that all walks of lives are undergoing major changes today. So if you look at uh, the schools used to look like this. The schools were already quite automated. Each PC was given, individual PCs were given to students in some of the high-end schools, but almost all schools have the computer lab, and toddlers who are in the second or third standards are learning to code. So the schools have changed quite a bit. They rely heavily on the internet, they rely heavily on the school ERPs. But from 2020 onwards, since the DQ is going to play a major role, the schools are also transforming into something new. So because of lockdown, because of COVID, this is how the school looks like. So you see, the school has transformed from a classroom with computers on the table to a desk in your house, and the kid is actually using his personal computer to access his school system. So what has changed now? I mean, this technology was always there, and now it has been optimally taken to the people, to the students, And the students are now realizing the power of the internet, that they can access like a classroom from anywhere, any part of the world. They can access and join the school class along with the teacher, where the teacher can actually come using a video platform, and using audio video the training of different subjects can be imparted. In fact, on the digital platform, what is required optimally is the e-learning module. Also required is a video platform, so that the teacher can operationalize the education part of it, and some sort of scoring system, some sort of hard disk where each individual work is stored, and there is an assessment. So this completes the school environment, and the students are using it. So I think that there has been a profound changes to the way we actually work, and the people or the students who are studying in an offline manner but in an online platform uh, will be much more inclined to have higher DQ in years to come. Similarly, this is a photo of a usual office where you get a couple of TV screens or a monitor, and you go to office, go to your meeting room, discuss with your colleagues, make presentations, give presentation, call clients, have a client meeting, have your staff meetings, have your peer meetings, and so on. So you go to a place of work and discuss things uh, in terms of how do you deliver. But even that office is now gone work from home, and this is how the typical office looks like today. So the office environment is also completely changed. People are working from home. In fact, there are a lot of organizations which are giving benefits like working from home forever. So I think you have to go to office once in a month, maybe for half an hour, just to have a cup of coffee with your colleagues in a physical world. But most of the time you're working from home, and what it takes for you to work from home is a VPN connection given by your office, which is secure, makes it secure if you connect using VPN. Then you have all this paraphernalia along with it. You have a touchpad, you have speakers, you have camera, you have your mobile phones, and so on. This is how you actually work in an office today. Going forward, people who are more comfortable with this environment will have higher DQ in order to cope up with next things, next wave of higher technology which is going to hit us. The next wave of higher technology which will hit us is the real virtual environment. Now when I say real virtual environment, it's really the virtual office, virtual school. So what is virtual office? Virtual office is that it actually replicates physical environment into your work from home scenario. So say for example you want to have a cup of coffee with your person, the person brings his coffee, you bring your own coffee, and you get into a huddle room. And the system will be available in future which will provide a huddle session within your system, so on your VPN. So this is how things are going to change and take shape in future. So you will have virtual colleges, virtual schools, virtual office, and so on. Now this is something which is quite optimum. You can use these technologies which has been there for quite some time, but now you're leveraging to your own benefit. You are now bringing a lot of Internet of Things into this scenario. You may probably get into a virtual reality scenario, who knows. But people with higher DQ will destined to succeed in this new change. Now we have already discussed about the office environment and the school environment. What about the physical activity? What about manufacturing? Wait, there are changes happening there as well. Now this is a typical picture of a 3D printer which you can buy off the shelf from Amazon. So what does it do? You can plan things, you can design things, and you can then make a physical model out of your design. This is exactly what is happening. Now think about a situation where you take a 3D printer offshore, and the 3D printer is kept there, and it is supposed to build something. So what a person has to do from his office, he has to establish a link using internet with his 3D printer and give it a command remotely. So you see there are changes happening in the manufacturing arena also. In the future there will be lot of 3D printers, and people will have to work, technicians or people or foremen who usually work in the factory will have to give command from their virtual office sitting at their work from home scenario. So even there the changes are profound and which are happening. So people with higher DQ will get better employment of in the manufacturing arena, in the factories, because they don't have to go to the factory, they have to work from home, but they have to control the machinery using their systems, using their home PC, and get connected to 3D printers or any other device, and so on. There has been a lot of similar arenas in the medical also, where the operations are being done by robotic arms, but the robotic arms are being controlled by doctors who are operating the patient from 10,000 kilometers. So things are very rapidly changing. Everyone should embrace this change, because world is not going to wait for those people who don't have higher DQ. So it is important to understand these changes which are happening, and everyone should try or stride harder to get more of the higher DQ in terms of staying relevant, creating opportunities, or leveraging opportunities which are being generated by the industry of the future. So this is something which I wanted to bring to you about optimum utilization of technology, and understanding how you can optimally utilize the technology. So dear friends, I will meet you next time in this series called DQ from Top Brass. Do write to me if you have any questions, any other subject which you want to cover. We will cover that in this series. And if you have any questions, do write to me. We will take up those questions in the next program. Bye bye, and see you next time.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. Today, we have eminent historian Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is a head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College at Hyderabad. So today, we'll be discussing about one of the greatest king, Kanishka. So welcome to the show, madam. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. And as you know that we are discussing about Kanishka, one, or we say Kanishka the Great, an emperor of Kushan dynasty in 2nd century. And is famous for his military, political, spiritual achievements. So let me hear and our viewers hear about this great king.
Kanchan, Kanishka belonged to the Kushan dynasty, and Kushans were people who belonged to Yuchi tribe of China, and they were nomads. Nomad means they were just moving from one place to another. So they came to India in 1st century AD under the leadership of Kajula Catphyses, or you can he was also known as Catphyses I, and after him, Vima Catphyses succeeded him, and then came Kanishka. So Kanishka came to throne in 78 AD. And why Kanishka's rule is so important? Because many things happened under his rule. He captured, first of all, Magadha, made Patliputra his capital, and it was then he met Ashwaghosha, a Buddhist monk, and then he In fact, Ashwagosha was one of the luminaries of his court, Kanishka's court. And after meeting Ashwagosha, there were many changes in Kanishka. And later when he was in middle of his rule, he adopted Buddhism as his religion. But many historians say that he was a polytheist, he believed in many religions. But the work he has done in Buddhism, in propagating Buddhism, in building many monasteries, renovating old monasteries, so all that indicates that he adopted Buddhism as his religion. Now, his rule was not only in India, but it was in foreign countries also, because he had a series of conquests. First, he captured Magadha, then came the Saka Satrapas of northern India. After that was a very significant war with China. So when he defeated China, then the boundaries of his empire, they were like not only in India, UP, and then Punjab, Sindh, Kashmir, okay, Bihar, regions up to Vindhya mountains in the south. And if you see the foreign countries, okay, so his empire was extended till Afghanistan, Bactria, and three trans-Pamir regions. And those three regions were Kashgar, Yarkand, and Khotan. And that time he kept his capital at Purushpur, now the modern Peshawar. So not only in India, but the um, reach of Kushan's empire was still Central Asia. A huge empire, a very huge empire after the Mauryas. After the decline of Mauryas, no one could have such an extensive empire as Kushan's had under the leadership of Kanishka. Now, why he is uh, much researched and much talked about? Because of his contribution to Buddhism. Because he worked so much to propagate the teachings of Buddhism far and wide. Only one difference between him and Ashoka is that Ashoka, after adopting Buddhism, he adopted the policy of non-violence and he stopped waging wars. But Kanishka was propagating Buddhism, and at the same time he was expanding his empires through waging conquests and wars. So this was the difference between Kanishka and Ashoka. Ashoka left the wars altogether after adopting Buddhism. But Kanishka said, this is one thing, this is another thing. Empire is, important, as well as religion is also important. And one very prominent thing which happened in Kanishka's reign was he convened the fourth Buddhist council at Kashmir. There were four Buddhist councils which were held: Rajgriha, Vaishali, Patliputra, and Kashmir. So the fourth Buddhist council was convened by Kanishka in Kashmir. And many scholars like Vasumitra, Ashwagosha, Nagarjuna, they attended that Buddhist council. And it is said that around 500 monks, they attended that Buddhist council. And very important decisions were taken in that meeting. And the biggest decision was the, adopting Mahayana. Because in that council only, Buddhism was divided into two sects. Hinayana was the older order, and now Mahayana was the new order. So this happened in the fourth Buddhist council at Kashmir under the patronage of Kanishka. He gave lot of grants to the Buddhist monks, to their monasteries. He took care of their expenses, and the literature which was developed during his reign was
excellent, because all great scholars like Nagarjuna, Vasumitra, Ashwagosha wrote Buddha Charita that time, and Nagarjuna was there, Vasumitra was there. So art, religion, culture, literature, everything flourished under Kanishka's rule. So this was I can say that golden time, culture wise, literature wise, art wise, because he made sure. And yes, when I say art, Gandhara school of art, it originated in Kanishka rule only.
Okay.
And Gandhara School of Art, still you can see the work of that time period.
Right.
So it was Indo-Greek fusion, the Gandhara School of Art. It originated in Kanishka's rule.
Okay.
And if you see many buildings he constructed, one is very famous Shahji Ki Dheri in it is a relic tower of bronze known as Shahji Ki Dheri, and it was a huge stupa and monastery about 400 feet high, which was built with the help of a Greek architect Agosla. So this exchange of culture also happened in the Kanishka's rule. Then, as I told you, that he used art for the propagation of Buddhism. The sculptors and the painters of that period, they painted images of Buddha, they made statues of Buddha. So that way, it was his time period was a very rich time period, I must say. Religion, culture, art, architecture, and even his administration also was very unique, because what he did, he divided the empire into several small administrative units known as Rashtra, Ahara, Janpada, Vishya, and everything was very, organized and planned very meticulously when it came to administration. That's why he was able to extend the boundaries of his empire till Central Asia. So, though foreigner by origin, but an Indian by heart, Kanishka, because they adopted the culture.
Right.
They were totally into the culture of India. Though he belonged to China, but he adopted entirely, Indianness in his life. So this was very unique about Kanishka.
So, what is the impact of his empire on Indian subcontinent? Because I said that I think that after Maurya Empire, Kanishka Empire was the largest one.
Yes, it was the Kushans, we say collectively Kushans, because Catphises won, then Bhima Catphises. They also captured, like, if you see the first leader, Catphises won, he was able to capture Kandahar, Kabul, Afghanistan that time when they came to India. And then they slowly, they extended their boundaries. The impact was the culture, a fusion culture, which, Greek, Indians, and this Yuchi tribe, all that, got, there was a fusion of culture. And as I said, Gandhara School of Art, another new thing which happened in his reign. Then the literature which was developed. I will tell you some names of some very good literature, like Buddha Charita by Ashwagosha, then Sundarkand Kavya, which narrates specific events of Buddha's life. Then Sariputra Prakarna, so and Brahmanic literature also, not only Buddhist literature, Brahmanic literature in Sanskrit was also developed. So he was a person who was a very tolerant king. Not only, that's why many historians, they say that he was a polytheist when it came to religion, because he believed in every religion. That's why all development and progress in every language you can witness in his lifetime. Sanskrit, Prakrit, Brahmi, all those languages, they were, because he patronized those people, he respected those people, he gave seat to those people in his court. So if you say the impact, it was very deep, because culture wise there was it was enriched, literature wise there was an enrichment, art wise there was an enrichment, administration was very sound. And after him, uh, two more successors were there, but they were not able to sustain the empire as Kanishka did. And then after him, there was completely a fall of decline of Kushan Empire, and then you can see that other people they came. And yes, one more thing which happened in Kanishka's time was the transformation in how the people dressed. Before that, pagdi, hat, this was not very common. But after like Kanishka's rule, like the pagdi and caps and overcoats, they all came into vogue. Dhoti, they all came into vogue. And ornaments of various types, like necklaces, bracelets, eardrops, bangles, and both men and women used to wear the ornaments. It was not only women wore, but men also wore all the ornaments. And then food also, because they brought their culture, so there was a fusion in the cuisine also. And social conditions, if you see the society that time, there was a traditional caste system which was coming from previous ages. And these castes now were not based on wealth or profession but birth. And just remember that when the caste system originated, it was only and only on the basis of profession.
Right.
But now it was on the basis of birth.
Okay.
So all these things you can see in Kanishka's rule.
So actually,
And
when I was in school and when I read about Kanishka, I was so impressed that it happened that we went to Mathura and there was in museum. There's a huge a statue of Kanishka without an head. So it is said that it's been broken by a few people who didn't like the empire. So I also heard that systematically Kanishka's history is being erased by people after Kanishka's dynasty, after Kanishka's death. Systematically, it is being erased from the history books. So, if it is true, then why it is done?
Politics, Kanchan. Because certain set of people, they don't like our Hinduism, Brahmanism to be popular, which is very, very sad, because India was a secular country, and India will remain a secular country. Every religion has was always respected in India, because see, in Kanishka's rule, Buddhism, Jainism, and Brahmanism, three were given equal importance. Though the king adopted Buddhism, does not mean that the whole public will also adopt Buddhism. Freedom was there. Freedom, a person had a right to choose. So why all these things got deleted from our history books? 110% politics. And politics plus the people who wrote history that time, they had a Western outlook. So they glorified the Westerners, the Britishers, and the people who, like people they glorify Alexander. Alexander was just an invader. And what message you are giving to the coming generation by glorifying an invader?
Right.
So see, the good historians who wrote very, very authentically about ancient India or medieval India or modern India, those books are not recommended in our universities. It is very sad to say that.
Okay.
Very sad.
Okay. Yeah.
But our children should know that, India, see, before Britishers, you never find any word as communal or secular in our history, because it was not there. If you come to Hyderabad and if you read about the Qutub Shahi dynasty, they were so secular that the Golconda Sultan himself got constructed a Kali temple inside the Golconda fort for the Bonalu festival.
Okay.
And every Ram Navami in the Bhadrachalam temple, the first offering would go from the Qutub Shahi Sultan, who was a Muslim, and the Lord Rama was offered those things by the Qutub Shahi king. So India never witnessed all that before these Britishers came, and they adopted this policy of divide and rule. And then some few Indians got so mesmerized by the Britishers that they thought that whatever Britishers are doing or whatever Britishers are saying is only true,
Right.
which was not the case.
Right. So, ma'am, how you will summarize the personality and the king profile of Kanishka in few words?
See, I can just say that he was one of the greatest kings of Kushans of India, who did very, very commendable work in propagation of Buddhism. Not only Buddhism, all the religions which were prevalent that time, Brahmanism, Jainism, they also got equal importance. Their literature was also developed that time, and he patronized people from irrespective of their caste, creed, or religion. If you have that caliber, he patronized. Suppose I was an author, he respected that, and he used to sponsor that person. So which is because that's why we have so rich literature to refer to. Otherwise, see, when you see the Indian historiography, in medieval age, when the Islamic people, kings came, they only started keeping the chroniclers in the court to record the day-to-day activity. Before that, many good literature we don't have. Either it was burnt by the invaders, like Alexander when he came, or Mahmud Ghazni when he came, or Muhammad Ghori when they came. So they came to plunder the wealth. Plus, because they were not sophisticated people, barbaric. They knew only barbarism. So they killed, they destroyed many monuments. They destroyed, they burned palaces and palaces. So all our that rich literature we lost. So he was a very, very important king of Kushans, of India, and he will be always remembered for his work which he did in administration, in social aspects, in propagating Buddhism. So he will be remembered for that always.
It was so wonderful to talk to you, Mitaji, and we'll be meeting again in our next episode with one of the greatest king, again discussing about his profile and the impact of his rule on India. So till next time, bye bye, take care.
Thank you, Panch.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable. And quickly, let me invite my colleagues and my friends. First, Mr. Naval Gund from UK. He is the chairman of Mindfit Limited.
Hello, everybody. Looking forward to today's session.
Second, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies. She joins us from India.
Hello, everybody.
Third, Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom, and she joins us from Singapore.
Hello, everyone. Looking forward to this session.
And so welcome all of you. And I want to basically start the ball rolling by connecting with the previous CEO roundtable where we discussed about the elevator pitch. And today we want to touch upon these little nugget of doing business for chief executives. But we want to drive our discussion today towards the investor pitch. So without further ado, let me invite Farida. What is the difference between an elevator pitch and how investor pitch is very similar to an elevator pitch? You can throw some light on that.
Yes, thank you, CK. So, firstly, let me just kind of, bring back some memory. So, people who have watched the last session, we talked about the elevator pitch where we had some very interesting discussion and some interesting ideas. I'm just going to talk about a little bit of a précis on what an elevator pitch is. An elevator pitch is basically a very, very quick, uh, information about what you do and how you want to engage the party who's listening to you. So I would basically divide it in three, statements or other three questions. And the pitch should not be more than about 30 seconds. So we are basically trying to say, who is your customer? What is their problem? And what do you do that solves their problem? So that's my definition of an elevator pitch, and it's worked very well for me in the last few years. So this is something I like to share. Now, when we come to an investor pitch, there is temptation to talk about everything that you are doing because you are so proud that you've actually reached where you are today, and you think they need to know what all have you done so that they can then further support you. But that is the biggest mistake that anyone can actually do, because as an investor I am only interested in a few things. I want to know what is the problem that you are talking about and trying to solve. What is your solution? What has been your traction so far? What are your markets and what is your total addressable market size? What are you trying to achieve from that? What is your business model? How are you making the money? Because if I'm investing, I want to know when I'll start getting back some money. So I want to know what is your business model. I want to know what is the team behind this entire exercise, what you have done, or the product that you have developed. What is your vision? And finally, I want to know what you are asking. How much money do you need and how are you going to spend it? So that's all I'm interested in. So for an investor pitch, it has to be a very quick, maximum 10 slides where you tell the investor that this is the value proposition, this is their growth, and this is what you are trying to actually ask to make that growth happen. So this was my 2 cents and 20 years in a few minutes.
So, Farida, thank you very much for opening the debate. Now we can have an open house and leave it for comments from anyone. Deval, you want to go?
Yeah, sure. It's a great introduction, and as Farida says, her 20 cents over 20 years. It really is as simple as that. And I'm gonna go back to a phrase that I learned many years ago, probably last century, so over 20 years, and it was people buy from people. And whether you're in an elevator pitch, whether you're selling something to somebody else, whether you're trying to get an investor to invest in your passion, what you're really going to, you're looking for investment to drive your idea forward, people will buy from people. So they need to understand who you are. So they need to know who you are. They need to trust you. And in many respects, an investor Certainly for the type of investor that we're talking about here, for a young entrepreneur, let's say, they need to like you. You need to have that dynamic personality that is going to sell your idea, without the investor actually having to get further involved than putting up a bit of money and introducing you to a few of their friends who might be, either potential investors down the line if you need more money, or clients that you're going to sell to. So, Farida says it quite simply. There is no complicated arena here. You don't have to have 100-page business plan to convince an investor you know what you're doing. You just need to get your message over in a fairly short period of time. In many respects around the world, you don't need a lot of money to start something off. But Farida mentioned one thing, it's traction. And traction means a lot of things to a lot of people, but basically it means, who have you sold it to already? Like anything else, if I have a product that I'm selling for $1 million and I know there's a healthy margin in there, I don't have to find many people to buy it. It might take me a few months to find one person, but if I found one person, the likelihood is I'll find another. If I've got a product selling for $1 and there's a healthy margin in there, to get the same profit level, I've got to sell it to 1 million people. So it's really quite simple, really. What have you got? Who wants it? And have you sold it? So those are the questions you need to answer before you even go any further. Because an investor really is an ordinary person and they just want to know, well, it's a great idea. Have you sold any? What do you think, Kanchan?
Yes, actually, I will take a few points from both of you. What I feel is that every story which any business person wants to have, it should present a quick and compelling story to get an investor. A part of this, the revenue model has to be very sound to impress the investor. So these two aspects are good, and again. We should always be confident that our elevated pitch should be so confident that we should be aware that whatever we are presenting in front of the investor will get the success. So there are three major points which I feel is very, very important when we are pursuing any investor in the company.
You see, now the discussion is really heating up. I would like to make a few points here. See, when we go around and talk to our colleagues, especially, I will just give reference to my interaction with them. Many of them don't know what they're looking for in the investor. That is the first challenge I have seen. And why I'm saying that, because they don't even know what type of investor they need for their organization or for their business. For example, there could be an angel investor, there could be a seed investor, there could be crowdfunding opportunity, or there could be a bank loan. So first off, people don't have that capability to do assessment of what kind of investors they need, how much money they need. In fact, Farida mentioned that you need to know what is the ask. The ask can be only driven if you know what is your expense. And then based on that, you can make a elevator pitch. And for different type of investor, there has to be different elevator pitch. For example, if you think that your project can be funded by a crowd funding, then you have to go and totally make a different pitch, which attracts the crowd to fund your project. And in return, you will give them XYZ. So you need to know exactly, if somebody is giving me $10, what I'm going to give it back to him if your option is a crowdfunding. If you're looking for a seed investor, then you have a pitch which you have to basically, you're going to live with that investor for a couple of years, or 5 years, or 6 years. If you have an angel investor or a VC, then you have to offer them an exit plan. So while you're taking a money right now and you're giving them ask, for example, $2 million, within 2 years, you should be ready to give them in your projection, what is the exit plan? for them, not for you, but for them. So I think these are the things that people should know upfront, what type of investor they are looking for. And obviously, you don't want your investor to break your legs if you're not able to pay. So you have to know exactly what you're getting into. I think these are certain confusions in the minds of the people, uh, especially when they're starting, some sort of an idea or an SME, or if they don't have an experience to look for an investor. I think I just make these points and really expect my colleagues to really heat up and take up these some of these challenges that people have.
Thank you, CK. I think this is getting interesting because all of us have a slightly different view as to how we look at it. I think this issue about what the ask is and people not knowing happens when people are trying to raise the pre-seed or the seed round, because after that it's a long grueling journey before you even get to your series A. And by then, as someone who is looking to raise that round, you're very seasoned. You already know what you should be doing, and they have met people like me who have trashed everything they have done and told them, okay, now put it in 10 slides and come back to me. So I think I would like to kind of give some pointers to first time entrepreneurs who are trying to raise money. And I have learned the hard way. I've been kind of really got a tap on my knuckles because I have written like a 50-page pitch when I was raising my first round. And when I actually went to the investor, he was a very kind elderly man. He was 78 years old, and he actually sat me down and he said, you know what, I really like you. If I didn't like you, I would have said, send it to me by email and I would never have come back to you. But I really like you, so I like to give you some advice. I know you're very passionate about what you have done, but really this is of no value to me. I'm an investor. For me, the maths is very clear. I have to like you, I have to believe in your product, and I have to believe that it's going to make me money. So that's how I came up with this thing where again, I'm going to stress on the fact that you talk about if you are in the very nascent stages. You've done your family and friends round, you've got an MVP, that's a minimum viable product. Now you are ready to get some external hands involved. Remember that a lot of these investors are sharks. When they actually give you 100,000, they expect a lot. So the thing is, it has to be very clear. And one of the easiest way to define your ask is that you have to have a projection for the next 3 years minimum, and understand what is it going, and you have to also know where you want to be and how you're going to get there. That will give you a clear idea as to how much you want to dilute in terms of your equity, or what is the money that you want to raise externally, because you will be diluting. That is something also to kind of make a note of. So if you're diluting, if you're going out and giving someone else the power to control X percentage of your company, then you need to be very clear what you're going to ask, how much money you need, and what are you going to do with that money, because the investor will want to know, are you using it for marketing, are you using it for your technology development, what are you going to do with that money. So have those things really, really clearly etched out in your plan, because the investor usually would ask you only for a one pager even before they decide to listen to you. And that one pager has to have these things very clearly. They can read in 30-40 seconds and give you a chance to make a presentation and then answer their questions. So again, I would come back to the same thing, that be very, very clear. What is the problem you are solving? How are you solving? What is your traction so far? So who are the people who will use it, and who have you sold to? Because that's very important. It's not about the revenue, because you get into the MRR ARR kind of a game only when you reach series A. But before that, it's very important, has someone actually shown that kind of belief in your product and has bought it? And then what are again the markets where have you shown some traction and where you intend to actually enter, and what is it that you need for that? And Kanchan mentioned about the business model as well, and I'm going to reiterate that it's very important to at least know how you're going to do in 3 years. You need to have your plan A, plan B, plan C, and one, if everything else fails, what you're going to do. And then of course the team, because that's very important. Investors always look for a team. They'll ask you questions: are they full time?
Yes.
And that is just so important, because a lot of entrepreneurs are actually working, they are in a job and they start a side hustle, and they think that because they have a brilliant idea they can raise the money. It's not that easy. So they will ask you this question, that how many of the people who are involved are full time. So you need to have that very, very clearly. And your vision is not so important to the investor, but it's important for you, because you need to know where you want to be and what is it that you're trying to do. Yeah. And then all of this will bring you to your ask. So okay, I need 1 million to for the next 16 to 18 months to actually do this, and you need to be very clear, because they are going to ask you every penny that you spend as to how you spent it, because you are actually answerable to that. So, and I can't stop talking enough about this, because in my consulting work I come across first time entrepreneurs who again write stories. I say, I love reading, this is my bedtime reading, but unfortunately this is not going to get you the investment.
So I'll just add few points. I fully agree with all points which Farida is talking. So I think financial production is very, very necessary. A part of this, it's also very necessary how much we need. So don't go overboard when we are really looking for investors. And then I think you have to be honest and you have to be clear about your goals, and you have to be very clear what you want to achieve out of this investment. So these are few very final and important points when we look towards elevated pitch for investors.
No, it's really important to know where you're going, because again, that's the investor's going to be investing their grandchildren's money. I mean, that's where you need to start to think. It's not money that they've got spare typically. It's money that they're looking to invest. And they're not investing for their future. They're investing for their family's future, a lot of these people. I mean, Farida mentioned sharks. So there are lots of sharks out there. There's shark infested waters when you walk into the investment community. But there are lots of investors that want to believe in you. And one of the things that I find a bit surprising, really, for a startup is they've not apart from time, they've not invested anything else in what they've done. So they haven't gone into their savings. They haven't literally remortgaged what asset they have. And yet they're going to an investor and they're asking an investor to do that thing. So one of the first things an investor is going to ask you is, how much skin in the game have you got?
Absolutely.
Is it 3 months of your life that you've put into this? Well, congratulations, we all do that. Any parent raising a child knows that they put a lot of effort into raising the child, but they don't look at that as an investment in themselves. It's an investment in the child. So this is your baby. So what have you invested into it? Where is the income that you've generated from it, assuming you have? Because if you haven't generated any income, don't look for investment, because people won't invest. They'll just say it's a great idea, but you've not sold anything. How do we know that people want it? More importantly, how do we know that you can sell it? And this is about your limitations, where you've come from. Because believe you me, whether you're an employee or an entrepreneur, you are a salesperson. You need to be selling yourself, selling your product, selling your service. And a lot of people don't understand that. They just think, oh, entrepreneurship, that's easy. I'll just get someone to fund it for me. Well, you're the primary source of funding. And with a lot of startups, we're here, we could be talking of $100,000, $1 million. But what about if you need $10,000?
Well, there's something called a bank. And if you can go and make a proposal to a bank, and the nice thing about going to a bank is they don't tell anybody else. So if you go and pitch to a bunch of entrepreneurs, a bunch of investors, and none of them take it up, they'll all talk about you and they'll impact another lot of investors. But the great thing about a bank is they'll ask you for everything we've been saying. But banks don't have to like you. They have to see what's going to be, where is the hard cash? Can I see a return on investment? And let's face it, actually, a bank is the cheapest form of borrowing currently because interest rates around the world are at an all-time low. I mean, in the UK, we're looking at about 4 or 5%. So if you're borrowing $10,000, you're only having to pay back in the first year $400. Now, that isn't a tremendous amount of money, and you've got the working capital, therefore, of $10,000. And if you've got a projection, as Kenshin and Farida were saying, you will see where that $10,000 can be best spent. And the nice thing about that is, once you've paid the loan back at this fixed interest rate, there's no more payment to make. You keep 100% of the equity of your organization. Now, that has to be attractive. So if you are a young person looking to start up, look at the bank. And the second thing is, if you can't get the bank to invest in you because you've got no assets, think about your parents, your friends, your acquaintances, your aunts and uncles, your grandparents, because they want you to succeed as well. And if you can get that seed funding, as Farida said, it's that initial seed, you can then prove you've got a business, then you can go for the $100,000 or the $1 million. Proving a track record to somebody that says, yes, I trust you now. You're quite clearly an entrepreneur. You know where you're going. You made a few mistakes along the way. Your projection wasn't quite what you expected, but it could be beyond your expectations, or you didn't quite get there. But now you've got skin in the game. And that's where people miss out a lot, I think. They don't have enough skin in the game. So any additional thoughts on that, Chandra? Because you've seen people with no skin in the game expecting investors to come and just cough up $100,000, haven't you?
Yeah, well, in fact, I want to channelize this discussion in that direction which you want to go exactly. And my 2 cents on this is that you may have a very good idea. You are a young entrepreneur. You have a fantastic idea. And you may have figured out that maybe 10,000 customers are waiting to buy that idea. But if you don't have money, don't get into it. My simple 2 cents advice is if you don't have money, don't start anything. First, get the funds mobilized, either through crowdfunding, as Nebu said, get your relatives to invest in you. If they have trust in you, they will invest in you. And if you are able to build your trust factor within your family, that is a good benchmark, because if you can convince your nears and dears and then take the next step, convince the bank, take a short-term borrowing, have a fixed monthly installment, which you can pay easily. And the next step would be to go to an angel investor who will then like the idea that you've got 100 clients, your projection is 10,000 clients, but now you're able to convert 100 clients, and the angel investor is willing to invest and willing to live with you for 5 years or 6 years. That means he's a long-term player. He will give you $1 million. And then you take it to the next level of 10,000 customers. That is your original idea. And once you have got that, then you go to a venture capitalist, because venture capitalists, as we have said today, sharks or killer whales. So they will not have patience to stick around with a company for more than 2 years. So they can give you funding of 5 million or 10 million or 20 million, so that you can take your initial 10,000 clients to 100,000 clients. And that is where you need funding. And usually venture capitalists will come and fund you in large dollar numbers. So I think it's a stepping stone. First thing, get your near and dear to invest in you. Go to a bank, get your loans set up, then go to a angel investor, and then go to a VC. I think that is a step. But if you don't have any of that, I mean, if you don't have a crowdfunding, successful crowdfunding within your family, then don't get into any business because you will not succeed. That is my 2 cents on it.
So everybody was talking about do's and don'ts to get the investor for your business. But I would like to tell you that in case if you have planned to really go for investors help, so how you should approach. The first is that you should be clear what the product line you are and service line you want to get money from the investor. A part of this, you should be very clear. The pitch should not be more than 10 minutes. I guess that explains everything. A part of this, you have to know what are your audience, what the strength of your team, and then you should also be very clear about the exit plans once it doesn't work out. So these are few final points if you decide to go for investors' help.
I like to pick up from Kanchan's point about exit. We may not like it, but that's something like when I was saying you have to have a plan. A plan A, B, C has failed. What next? Like mine was, I'll start writing my resume, but it's just the thing is that you need to know what you're going to do because your exit has to be very clear, and that's a question that the investor is also going to ask. They are going to ask you that once you build a sizable business, what is your exit strategy? There are some people who build companies to run the companies, to build the business. There are some who build companies to sell. So that is also a key, that you need to be very clear what you're going to do in 5 years, 10 years time. Ultimately, the investor wants to see that, as an entrepreneur, you are a good leader. So, someone who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. That's how I would put it, because they are very interested in knowing that when the company is not going to go through the same kind of times all the time. Business is going to go up, down, and it's never going to be like in one stable pace. So how are you going to deal with all of those challenges? And this is not part of your investor pitch. This is part of the Q&A, because they are going to ask you these questions as well. So it's important to be prepared for these questions as well. You will actually get rap on your knuckles for first few times, because nobody can be prepared well enough. I have done this now for almost 7 years, and I have got shot down so many times, but I have learned the hard way, and I'm hoping to share this with the audience, that it will give you some value. You make your own mistakes, make new mistakes, but we have already made some mistakes, and we are sharing with you so you don't at least make the same mistakes.
Exactly, and I think something that we're all alluding to here is things will evolve over time. So when you're starting up a business, there's a specific skill set you need to get that business moving. As you move into past the real entrepreneurial risk-taking arena, you need to be moving into stability. And the skill set for that stability section, not that growth isn't still happening, of course growth will happen, but you're stabilizing what you've currently got. The team dynamics need to change. You need to bring in other people, other expertise that can help you stabilize what you've got, at the same time build and grow, so that you're making your expectations come to fruition. But it's that skill set that you need to start to think of now. So you may be that one person,
the idea creator. You may be able to sell it to other people. You could even get the investment very easily because it's a no-brainer. You know, everyone loves a no-brainer, but you may not be the best person to run it, because if you're like me, I get bored very easily when things start to just be mundane. I love starting new things, but once it becomes mundane, I get bored. Other people need to take it on. So you need to work out exactly who you are and who are the other members of your team, the dynamics of the team moving forward. So that should be in your planning too. And the thing is, we talked a little bit about exit. Every investor wants an exit, whether it's a year down the line, 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line. They ask for the exit is because they want to know how, when things don't happen, like COVID, you know, if you were to have opened a restaurant in January of this year, and in the UK, COVID hit about March, it hit Europe about February, March, you'd have been closed down within 6 weeks. What's your exit strategy? What's your ongoing strategy? Because no government could tell you when we're coming out of this environmental problem. So you need to have that resilience, and you need to know just exactly when's the right time to give up. You know, that's not to say you're a failure, because recognizing you need to give up is actually saying that's a success. Because I now need to either change my plans and adapt, or I need to just can it completely. And there's many examples of where organizations have not stopped. You look at Kodak, you know, they were the only photography company in the world. And look what happened. They even designed a digital division, but they decided, no, that wasn't the way they wanted to go. And within 3 years, the company didn't exist. It physically didn't exist. They couldn't pay their loans. It went completely bankrupt. And now look at it. It's coming back again. Guess what? With a digital presence. So there's a time and a place for everything. But the thing is, realize your own limitations, realize your own expectations. And as Farida said, she got her knuckles rapped a few times. But this is the hard knock world. You know, you can listen to this until you're blue in the face. The nice thing about this is you can go and listen to this video time and time and time again. But until you get in front of an investor, you really don't know what world you're walking into. So go and have fun. Go and experience it.
So, Naval, in fact, you talk very elaborately about the exit plan, what people need to do, how they need to orient themselves. So, I would like to give one idea. The idea is could be very valuable for the young entrepreneurs. See, when they approach investor, they have to offer them an exit strategy. Like Farida said, Kanchan said, and you also, Naval, you said that there has to be an exit strategy. In the first place, why they want to enter? I think that is the biggest question. As a entrepreneur, you have to present what is the game that you're offering so that they can make money for a year or two and they can exit. So I think these are the things that people have to think about. And to throw an idea here is, if investor has say $1 billion fund with him and he wants to invest say 5% in you because he likes you, like Farida mentioned, the investor liked her a lot, but he didn't like the way the projections were being made. So he may like you. That is the first point where they start talking to you. But as an entrepreneur, when you want to offer them something, you have to offer them 2x that a bank is offering them. For example, if they put $1 million in the bank account, they will get 10% interest rate easily. So if you approach them, hey, don't put your money in bank, put in my business, and I need $500,000 for this, and I will give you return of 2x. And that is when they get attracted to it, and then they start asking a question, hey, how are you projecting 2x? So I think the first point is before you even approach an investor, you should have a strategy in your own mind that how you are going to make 3 to 4x, or if you have $500,000 with you or X amount of money with you, so that you can keep 2x and you can give your investor 2x. And if you don't have that, please go back on the drawing board, make your business plans properly so that you start achieving that. So I think that's one trick I would like to offer from myself.
No, that's an excellent one. And the interesting thing is, you've sparked some thought in my mind about what's the difference between a bank and an investor. And you just mentioned it. It's literally the investor actually is investing in you. You're the only asset. There is no other asset that you can put up that the investor can snatch afterwards if the company doesn't succeed. However, a banker is looking at collateral, and that collateral has to be hard cash in some form, bricks and mortar, deeds, some shares, whatever it's going to be in other listed companies. So something that's tangible that they can get their hands on if indeed that investment doesn't succeed. So therefore they're looking at a lower return because they've got an asset that they can fall back to. So that, in many respects, that's the reason why I say is put skin in the game, go to friends, family, and other people might say fools, but forget the fools. It's friends and family that you need to go to invest in you because it's your idea. It's a fascinating discussion, everybody. I mean, we could go on forever giving people great advice here, but it's the simple bit. You need to go out and practice it yourself. If this is something for you, don't just dream about it, go and do it. Go and pitch to other people and see whether or not you've got an idea that has value in someone else's mind. Because that's the whole point here. It's not value in your mind, it's the value in somebody else's mind. Whether that's a buyer or an investor. It's called about what does it mean to them.
Absolutely. In fact, as Neville said, we can go on. There are several other ideas. Farida, Kanchan, they have all put their skin in the game. They have gone to investors. Myself, I've done that several times, and Neville obviously is an old hat. So if anyone watching this video needs any help from any one of us, can reach out to us, and we can put the right person in touch with you, or you can reach out individually to all the panelists that we are in the show today. So with that, I'd like to thank Naval, Kanchan, and Freda. Thank you for coming and discussing few points from your experience. I am sure there are a lot to it, which, given the time, we can discuss more. But for today, I think we will end our discussion here.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Go and enjoy.
Thank you very much for sharing your time with us. If there are any topics that you'd like us to cover, let us know. And everyone have a fantastic weekend ahead. See you next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gunt. Naval, how's the morning in London today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. The weather is on the rise. And the good news is the cricket season's here. Yes! So we're all very happy that we're back playing cricket and England are just about to whoop the West Indies. Hopefully, that's a bit maybe a bit presumptuous. There's a full day to go, and we know the English weather might get in the way, but you never know. We might just start the season off with a resounding victory. So, that could be a really good subject for today. What do you see? Where are you? What are you looking at?
Well, from your statements, I am concentrating on the word hopefully. So we shall see as the game progress. But what I'm up to, I would like to tell you. I've been reading about the elephant in the room, and
Oh, wow.
we have read this particular book or story or a puzzle right from very childhood. And at different phases in our life, we have been given this elephant in the room by teachers, by situation, by bosses to solve this problem. I don't think anybody in this world is perfect to solve this problem. So I think that is what I want to discuss with you about the elephant in the room with 4 guys blindfolded.
4 guys blindfolded and just an elephant. Wow. Are they at different parts of the elephant? Is one sitting on top of the elephant?
Well, if I remember this correctly from my school days, the teacher used to tell us, this is a puzzle. They will display an image of an elephant with 4 people with blindfold. And the teacher will say, can these people identify what parts they are holding? I think that is where the puzzle starts. And then it never ends because it's so complex.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is that the thing that is it's an elephant. But the people that come into the room, because I remember playing this game before, the people that come into the room are all blindfolded. So they don't know what they're looking at. They're just given parts of the elephant to feel, to touch. And I remember one that had the tail, just had the tail. They're only allowed to hold the tail. So imagine now, close your eyes and imagine now feeling the tail of an elephant. What will it feel like? Now the thing is, it's an elephant. But what if you didn't know it was an elephant and you were feeling it? What would you feel that tail? It could be the tail of a donkey. It could be the tail of a lion. If it was the tail of a lion and you thought you had a lion underneath your hand, you wouldn't touch that tail, would you? Let's face it, So, but what about the other end? If you were given the trunk. Now, how do you know it's a trunk? What does that trunk feel like, do you think? What might it feel like?
Well, when it comes to tail, it may not even feel like a tail at all. It may feel like a rope. So
a rope could be. In which case you'd tug pretty quickly on the rope, wouldn't you? If you knew nothing else, and if you tug on an elephant's tail and you think it's a rope, don't be too surprised if you get a quick woof from the elephant. So this is anticipation. But I'd say let's go to the trunk. What does a trunk feel like?
It will probably feel like a water hose.
Could do. You wouldn't be far wrong there if the elephant had actually sucked up a lot of water and you get that in your face. But it could feel like a snake. Now that changes your mindset, doesn't it?
It will feel like a python, not a normal
python. Not a normal. So now you're thinking one stage further. And what does a python do?
It coils around you and crushes.
It coils around you. So you'll run away from that, You'll run away from the elephant. But what about the elephant's leg? What about its foot? What would that feel like?
It will feel like a pillar or a tree trunk or something like that.
Yeah, it could feel like a tree trunk. You might want to hug it and find out what it was like. Now, we're still talking about something we know about. We know it's an elephant. But remember, these people don't know what it is. They have no idea that they're touching an elephant. So what's a quick way we can find out what we're touching? Remember, these guys are blindfolded. What can we do?
Well, we can start giving them hints. I think that is
Yep.
similar to a game of dumb charades. So I think it's something like that we can do.
Yep. Or we can be really, really simple. We can say, why don't you take the blindfold off?
Well, that will end the question then.
Let's spoil the game. But the thing is, right, we started with this is the people, unfortunately, it's the elephant in the room. We're dealing with our own elephants, and we're so blind to our elephants that we don't actually acknowledge them. So what we need to do is to deal with that elephant, because that elephant, if we keep feeding it, it will be a drag on our performance going forward. It will actually dampen our success. Because the thing about elephants is, once you feed them, guess what? They get bigger. And this is a metaphor. So feeding that elephant in the room is the elephant eventually gets so big in the room that you have to maneuver around it. But you're quite happy to maneuver around it because you've done it all your life. But if you're really going to deal with the elephant in the room, and these are probably your behaviors, what's stopping you? You need to identify one behavior that really does stop you. Open your eyes, take the blindfold off, and start to deal with one of those big issues that's stopping you progressing. I was speaking to a guy the other day, and he's a really good salesperson. He runs a team of salespeople. Due to the coronavirus, the company has downsized a bit. The sales manager left, and he's been promoted to that sales manager position. And within a week, he's now not confident. He's not resilient. He feels at risk. He doesn't enjoy what he's doing. And the list goes on. And the reason is that his company have created the elephant in the room. They've got a fantastic salesperson meeting all outstanding, all records, all expectations, outperforming the rest of the team. And now he's been promoted. He's been given a promotion into the sales manager role. But they've made a big mistake because they've created the elephant in the room. So we can easily do this sort of stuff, you know. He's a great salesperson because he's very determined, he's very confident, he knows his subject, he cultivates relationships with his customers, his clients. He shares with the team, and that's why he's been given the manager's slot, but he's not a manager. So just think about today, those things that you actually physically create to block your success. So just if you're in that promotion arena, if you're going to promote someone, ask them if they want the promotion. It's such a simple question, isn't it? No? We just assume people want promotion.
Well, let me say a few words on this one. I think because I've dealt with this situation just like you several times. I think there are two kinds of professionals, and obviously there is an elephant in the room. And people themselves don't know what type they are. There is one type which is a maverick. They'll go get things done, like the sales manager you're talking about. The other type is a people manager. They don't know anything about delivery, but they manage people very well. So if I have to go back in history, during Second World War, Montgomery was a better general. So he was a go-getter. But Eisenhower was a people manager. He was a politician. So he was chosen as a combined chief of army for the Allied forces. So I think that is a difference. And if you open this up to people, everybody wants to get the Eisenhower position. If you ask Montgomery, he will be also pissed off. Hey, I didn't they didn't promote me to lead the Allied invasion. They brought somebody from US. So I think that is where the problem is. People themselves don't know their strength, and obviously there is elephant in the room. There is a lot of ignorance.
Yeah, it's funny. We haven't spoken about this before, but I will sometimes use that as a good example. And if you take the first parts of their surname, so Eisen and Monty, okay, and you call it Eyes on Monty, you know, you got to have your eyes on Monty. You got to have your eyes on Monty, but you're a people manager, you know, so constantly have your eyes on. Yeah, I'm glad you're laughing. It doesn't necessarily translate everywhere, but it is just a simple example of, yeah, we need both people, really. We need people that can manage people, get the best out of people, but we also need people that can deliver. So if you've got a manager that also delivers, whatever you do, recognize it and don't let them go. Make them feel part of the team. Give them opportunity to grow, because they will grow your team. It's pretty simple stuff when you think about it, but it's not actually that common. So just from the elephant in the room, we go to this Eyes on Monty. Amazing, isn't it?
Well, it is amazing. Probably Eisenhower realized that this is going to happen, so he changed his nickname to Ike.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know that too, and that you can't do anything with Ike.
But you know, Neville, coming from India, where designation is everything, you know, people think that that you have to become a manager, then you have to become a senior manager, then you have to become a vice president, then president, and if you're not one of them, you have not done anything in life. But I don't think that is true, and that is why there is elephant in the room. In my career, when I used to work for multinational companies, I've seen people, their designations were only architect. You know, an architect in India is like a very small guy. You know, he has no value in the company. He is just nobody. He has been given a job. He will design things, and that's it. End of story. You keep sitting there, be quiet, don't talk. But I have come across architects who own the private planes, who own their own lake, and they have their lakeside villa, and they travel to San Francisco every day on their plane, and there is a car waiting. So they have a parking place for the plane. They fly from their lake house, they land in SFO seafront, Pier 39. They have a sports car waiting. They go to the office, and their designation is only architect, and they're having a ball of a time. You know, they're enjoying themselves. So I think that is very important. You know, you have to understand what you do, what you're good at, and not really keep running about something which is not your strength.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I often pull people's leg about designation. You see it a lot on the speaker circuit, where someone's introduced as they've got a BSc, they've got an MPhil, they're a doctorate of this, a doctorate of that, they've got an MBA in this, they're on this board, that board, and every other board. And by the time people have been introduced, everyone's going, "What time is it?" You know. We know why the person's here. You know, the bio could have been sent previously. If the person's going to be a speaker, the likelihood is they're on LinkedIn. You know, all the preparation that other people should be doing, and about creating excitement for yourself. This is the person I'm going to see. This is why I want to see it. It's all being done for us. And the thing about that is, it's creating a huge elephant in the room. It's creating our laziness. We're passing on laziness. We're stopping people thinking. It's just my opinion, frankly. But when you start to think of it that way, yeah, you know, I mean, why should you be introduced other than, you know, CK, president of Akulmach? That should do. You know? I remember when I left corporate life, I was told, Neville, you need to get a business card. And I thought, well, why do I need a business card? I'm not going to be doing any business, I'm going to retire, So anyway, I succumbed to it because I was volunteered for almost everything. For my wife wanted to get me out of the house mostly. So I got a business card and it just said Neville Gaunt. That was it. It's my name, Neville Gaunt, and it just had my mobile number, and that's all it had on the business card. And the interesting thing is that caused more upheaval in the people that I was giving that business card to than I ever thought was possible. Because typically, if you go to a networking arena, people will pass their business card as you go and talk to them. Someone might introduce you to them, and the first thing they do is they go into their top hand pocket. It's almost like it's the business person's performance. Can you get your business card out quick enough? Beat the other one. It's like a quick draw. Are you ready, CK? Ready? 1, 2, 3, draw. There's the business card. And it happens all the time. And this is typically in the UK type of environment. Of course, if you go to the Far East and the Middle East, actually, you present your business card. It's almost like a two-handed presentation. This is me. This is who I am. I would be very grateful if you were to accept my card. It's a whole different language. We could go on this forever, but it caused, just by having my name and my mobile, no web address, no email, no nothing, someone said, so who are you? And it said, well, it says on the card, it says Neville Gaunt. I was there just to have fun. I wasn't there to generate business. I was there to have fun and, help people along. But it really did throw people, because their elephant in the room was, a business card should say this, and that then gives me an opportunity to have a conversation. Well, my business card didn't say anything, but it stopped them having the conversation. So this automatic process, there was an elephant that all of a sudden got in the middle of the room, completely threw them, almost like, you're going round the moon and you're going to slingshot to Saturn, that's more or less how it got them. And you can have a lot of fun doing that, by the way. So anyone listening out there that's got this far today, you could have a little bit of fun. Print a business card that just says your name on it and see what happens. See how far you can get with the conversation.
Well, Neville, I have come across this situation in real life, and it is very, very intimidating. It's really, really, you think, who's this guy, all that. So there's an organization here, which is a very large organization in India. They have a tradition not to mention any designation on the card. So if you bring a card, you will only see the name there. And you don't know who's the head of what and who's head of finance. And so you don't know, exactly. The other thing these guys have done is they have always maintained that you will not have one role in the company. So if you're a CIO of a group, you will be CEO for one other group. So it's like a completely meshed up organization, and it works beautifully. They are like huge organization. I think the turnover they are in the top 16 or 20 worldwide. But you don't know who's doing what. A man without a designation. That's how they are.
It's brilliant, because in this day and age, it actually forces things that we talk about in the value statement. It forces respect, because you don't know who this person is, and all it says is their name. You need to go on a scouting expedition. You need to explore. And when you're in exploring mode, you will ask questions, because otherwise you're never going to know who this person is,
And the funny thing is that each person has a dual responsibility. So you don't know who's calling the shots, because he's
exactly. It used to be, I think, there used to be something in the army, and I think it was developed during the Korean War, where because the Korean War was one of these almost like guerrilla wars, where you didn't know if there was a sniper in the hills or the trees, so you would never salute when you're outside the camp. And even then, you wouldn't salute necessarily inside the camp, because snipers, you know, they don't care. You know, these camps are not fortified. You know, we're not talking about the Middle Ages here with huge castles. You know, these were just camps with perimeters, and they wouldn't salute. And I suppose that, in some respects, you know, says, well, I'm not going to give anyone else a clue here. I'm not going to salute, you know, the people in charge, but we know who the people in charge are. And it does generate, from those that are not in the know, it does generate a very different behavior pattern right from the outset. It actually sets the tone for the organization. I mean, you can imagine walking into that organization on day one, can't you? And they're having a networking introduction. There could be 100 people that are absolutely new, and the chief exec's there, the CFO's there, the CIO, the CHRO, they're all there, okay? But you have no idea who they are. They could be handing a cup of coffee to you, because I've seen that happen as well, you know, because these people are real. They're integrated into the organization. I haven't seen it more than once. I know the Indian company you're specifically talking about, and they've done this for a number of years. It works really successfully. Having a second job, you know, when you're a large organization like that, it's easy. You can be the CIO and you can be on the board of a subsidiary doing a completely different role. What that does is it gives you a really broad opinion of what's happening in the business. It's the best form of development that you can have. You have to be fairly large to be able to do it. But here's an example. If you're the chief exec of a small company, why don't you go and be a non-exec director of another company? Even if you do it for nothing, you know, go and offer your advice, you know, for 2 hours a month for an affiliated company. Could even be one of your suppliers. That's not novel, but it's not done very often. So I suppose it is novel.
Well, Neville, this is a very large subject, and there is obviously elephant, a big one in everybody's mind. It's there, but I think there is one more subject. I think we will talk some other day. Is about a monkey with a banana in a room. So I think you have to lead it to that point.
You sure it's not an elephant with a banana? No, we'll leave that for another day. Always a pleasure chatting with you, CK. Good luck, everybody. It's only Tuesday.
And you have a good day, Neville. We will catch up tomorrow in Soti Wednesday.
Soti Wednesday. My goodness, it comes around again. Have a nice day, CK. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Good morning, and this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all to this very interesting edition when we want to discuss about the first paperless budget from the Indian government. To discuss further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gund.
Good morning, CK. Money, 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 hey? Don't we love a budget? Don't we love a paperless office? Come on, CK, spill the beans.
Right. I think the Indian government has started the first paperless budget, and they have also launched an app, which we will come and discuss more about in a minute. But let's throw some figures. The size of the Indian economy is almost $3 trillion. And if you look at the GDP as a measurement, and that makes it the fifth largest country among all the 203 countries in the world. And if you look at the PPP, which is a people purchase power, then we are at $10.5 trillion, which makes India as a number 3 economy in the world. So, the budget of India, which is an annual affair, is a very big deal. Especially we are among the top countries, top 10 countries, and whatever we decide will have a global implications. So this is one thing which I thought I will inform you. And there are other bit of information which I also want to inform you about is the split of GDP, and that is in terms of the different sectors that we have. One of the large sector is agriculture, which contributes to about 16% towards the GDP. Then we have industries, which is 25%. Manufacturing is slightly low. I think it could be better, and that is stands at 14%. And a large chunk of GDP is services. So you see, India is a very big services destination, which is almost 50% of the economy is based on services-based GDP. So that is why the budget is so important for us and for a lot of other countries as well. For your information, Naval, the budget was presented for 2021. 21-22. It was presented in Parliament yesterday, and as we speak, the debates are going on. So, you have any opinion or thoughts about this?
You threw some big numbers at me there, CK. And fortunately, in my life, I can actually deal with those big numbers because I've lived in the big number world for years, especially in my finance roles in the oil and gas industry, where you used to put 3.2 and it wasn't 3.2 pounds. It wasn't 3,200 pounds. It was 3.2 billion pounds. So, and the reason we put 3.2 is you can't put all the zeros by the end of it. Remember those days of calculators? If you were to start to put 1 trillion into the calculator, it would come up with an E at the end of it, error. We can't go to those numbers. So fortunately, these days of progress, we've got spreadsheets that can actually go to those sort of numbers. So, wow, 5th largest economy in the world. Purchasing power, $10 trillion. I mean, these are just phenomenal numbers to get your head around. And I bet there's a lot of young people at school thinking, I can only just about count up to 10, let alone a trillion. I mean, how long would it take me to count up to a trillion? So, yes, I mean, these are big numbers. And for anybody in the world to say that Indian economy is not going to be a global player, they need to start thinking again. Because, as you said, being the top 10 in the world anywhere, in anything, all of a sudden people need to start to listen. And it's a growing economy too. It's an exciting economy to be part of, and a growing, expansive economy, thinking about exports and imports at the same time. So, yeah, I mean, these are amazing times, really, on the back end of last year, COVID, so at last we've got some excitement coming out of the pipeline. But paperless office, that's what we need to be talking about. Because just imagine cutting all those trees down to talk about this $3 trillion budget. I mean, it's quite crazy. It's also quite crazy, by the way, that we talk in trillions of dollars. Because you can imagine what it would be in rupees. I mean, it'll be what, $3 trillion would be what, 300 trillion rupees?
I will tell you in Indian calculation system, it will be 36 lakhs crores. So there are two measurements there.
There you go. Just the thought of 36 lakhs.
Crores.
Wow. Exactly. And you just go, That's just going to blow my mind, really. And it's
So
certainly not
simplify-
lacking in anything, is it? So
So just to simplify the numbers, this 36 lakhs is 36 followed by 5 zeros, and then crores are is followed by sort of multiplication of 8. So it's 36 into 100,000 into $1 billion. So it is like $1 billion rupees. So it is like 8 zeros after that. So
you probably lost lots of mathematicians along this way. So let's forget the numbers for the moment, and let's look at this, the way that the government have put the budget out there, because I think this is the most exciting bit, really. Not the fact that India is one of the leading lights in the world economy, but the exciting bit for me is this app. So let's hear more about this app and how people are going to get involved in it.
So, Naval, the interesting bit is that the budget is not yet finalized. It's just tabled as of yesterday. There was a speech by the finance minister, and really the arguments will start today in the parliament. And the budget is as it is stands today is already out for the public scrutiny. You can download using an app, and so let me show you, what this app can do. Let me switch over my view to the show you my mobile in a bit. It'll take a few seconds when I switch
Sure.
over to my mobile. So while this is happening, I will just talk about that. It's a app which we can download on Android and iPhone, and download it. I downloaded it, and I'm very excited to bring it to you. Can you see my mobile screen?
Yes, I can. Now we're seeing into your. This is CK's home screens. This is what he uses, everybody. So have a quick look in here. This is an insight into CK's mind.
Well, you can say that. You can say that. But this is my mobile, and
I bet you use Uber a lot, don't you, currently? The answer is no, you're not using Uber. No, exactly. We're all a bit locked down here.
So I have downloaded this, Naval, and it is available on my homepage, and it's an icon. I just go straight into this, and it says the Union Budget of India with the Indian logo. And I just enter this app, and then it starts. So it's so simple, earlier, if you had to access budget, it was a humongous exercise. You need to find an expert who can take you there to that page, to that para. But here you can just download it in your mobile and review it. You can see how the government planned it, and after the arguments and approval from the parliament, lower house and upper house, and finally the president, you will know exactly how this budget has shaped up from the current situation to after a few days from now. So as you can see that you can choose multiple languages, and since this is the first time, there are only 2 languages here, which is English and Hindi. So I'll go ahead with English, and then there are certain things here. Let me go to the speech. So what was the presented here was also recorded, and the text of that is available in the form of PDF. So this is a speech of the finance minister as of yesterday, and the entire speech is here. Somebody missed it. Somebody wants to do a little bit analysis of what she talked about. Any confusion, because when it comes to the press, there is always some confusion. So you can correct your perception by reading the speech. It was a six-hour long session yesterday, and it was a high-level presentation on the budget. So this speech contains all of that. And then if you want to look at a glance, then you can click on this first tile, which will take you to at a glance what is covered. And surprisingly, this is a PDF which is in Hindi language. Probably, can we read Hindi, Neville?
No, but the point is, it was a couple of observations. Really simple screen to manipulate. Once you click on it, it does what it says.
It actually tells you budget at a glance. It's going to be a budget at a glance. The full statement. And it's great because, as you say, you know, one of the key things that we struggle with around the world is getting really good communication. So this is typical of what a communication expert would say, straight from the horse's mouth. There's no middleman. You're actually seeing it as it's presented, which I think is the best way round, really. And then you can go and read in the newspapers people interpretation, and you can go onto Twitter and all the social media platforms, and you can listen to interpretation. But I just absolutely love this. I think this is really the way forward. You know, I'm sure this has taken an awful lot for anybody to do, let alone a government. And I think we've got some real simplicity here. So what's your thoughts, CK?
Absolutely, yeah, and since this is available on my in my hand, in my mobile, I have freedom to search whatever you want. And as you can see, the search bar is very prominent. You can search on what you're looking for, and then it also, by nature of the app, it gives you different tiles so that you don't waste time searching for things which you're not necessarily looking for. So things like expenditure profile, you know, where the money of the government will be spent, you can straight away click on that, and you know, you can find out what is you know, what is the state expenditure, what is the general expenditure, and so on and so forth. So if you want to do really do research on this, you can actually go and drill down this document, or you can download the complete document, which is also attached here at the top. You can see that there is a just above the search bar, there is a place where you can download the entire document. So if your mobile device or your tab or your PC has the space, you can download the entire budget. So I think it makes very easy for a common person to just continue looking at the budget as it is being discussed in the parliament. And by the way, the Indian parliament is also live telecasted. So if somebody is interested, really following what is going on and how the budget is going to shape, some things may be dropped, some income tax may be added, some cess may be added, some cess may be dropped. So you can actually be with the government of India and monitor these changes as they happen.
It's brilliant. I mean, it's a very transparent approach. It's looks easy. Should we test it? Should we give it a little test? Go into the search bar and let's put a term that is on the tip of most journalists' tongues at the moment. Let's put in farming, shall we?
I'm doing income tax.
Okay, put income tax.
Nothing is happening. Okay, let's go with farming, your first choice.
You're going to need to spell it properly. There we go, farming. Didn't like that either. Agriculture. And you can imagine this is a huge source file that it needs to go and.
Right. So I think this is launched yesterday, and the plan is to roll out all the budgets for last 15 years. And I checked in the morning when I downloaded this app. Right now, it is showing me only one of the year, which is current year. But I think as this app matures, I think the search may be enabled, and it will be much more intuitive. But the important thing is, like, for example, if I want to go to budget at a glance, I can look at things like these, you know, which are sometimes very difficult to even understand, like budget at a glance, and you can click on that and probably read only 5 pages. You see, if you want to read the budget at a glance, it says 5 pages. So you can just read the 5 pages. Interested in numbers, you can review these numbers, the split of various things.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it looks good. Very comprehensive. I mean, you know, we're looking at this for the first time. We're going and sort of testing it. You know, we need to give a little bit of latitude while people are putting these things out there. So perhaps the search bar is not quite what it needs to be. But the more important thing, if you go back to the home page, CK,
Yes.
it's there for you anyway. So you can actually, I mean, I can imagine now as a student, someone who has never been interested in budgets or politics or what have you, you can now actually just click on here and find out about what's happening in your economy immediately. So
Absolutely.
I think this is a great stride. Actually, this is almost like going to Mars. Frankly, I feel as though we've just arrived on Mars and someone's given me how the economy is going to be sorted. So don't want to give them ideas, but you know that might be the way forward.
Absolutely. I think it is very interesting because I think these guys have done a good job. And as we are progressing towards finalizing the budget, I think some of the search engine, search commands which are not working will start working because probably this is only interim and they are giving only PDF. So probably the search does not search nicely into PDF. But once the
Yep.
PDFs are finalized and the budget will be rolled out, which is before the during the month of March, and 1st of April it will be applicable. I think it will be much more comprehensive that time. Important thing is I'm very happy that I can see the budget. I don't have to switch on the TV, waste my time, and I can actually look at what tile I'm interested in and review that whole part of the budget.
And you know, you're mentioning those wonderful words. You're not going to turn on the TV and waste your time. You're not going to get an interpretation of what other people are saying. You're literally hearing it from the horse's mouth. So, in my language, behavioural waste has been reduced. So now that's going to help you focus, and it might just get other people that are not necessarily interested in government budgets, but it might help people get to the bottom of what's happening in their country. I think this is a superhuman effort by the people involved. The thought has come from any government around the world, frankly, is definitely a huge leap. I mean, it's the sort of thing you expect in a big corporate organization. Not in a government body. As we know, public bodies tend to be quite slow in moving, but I think this is setting the tone for the rest of the world, frankly. So I wonder who's going to be next.
Yes, I think it is a big deal because the level of transparency this government is showing is remarkable. I think it's not the technology which is to be blamed. It's the will of the people who are actually driving things. So I think the bill is intent is also very clear. They want to be as transparent as possible because the thinking of this government of India is that they are the representative of people and people have right to know what they are doing.
Absolutely. It means that they can become accountable, as indeed they should be. At the end of the day, they're actually spending your money. They're collecting the taxes and then spreading that wealth around all parts of the economy for the benefit of everybody. So, yeah, they should be accountable. And what best way to hold people accountable than every citizen having access to the facts? So, fantastic strides forward. Thanks for sharing that little move around the app. Look forward to seeing it unfold. And the debates, of course, because as the debates crystallize opinion, the budget will change. And it's a lot easier to change a budget when it's all in one place.
Certainly, I think this will also avoid the confusion which is created every year because of fake news and trolls and Twitter handles which are designed to do this work. So I think it will have a much better positive outlook. Having transparency, and you can, by just doing this small thing, you can actually avoid the entire fake news bust their designs.
We can all take a few lessons from that, CK. So thank you for sharing that today. I wish everybody to have a fantastic day and a fantastic week ahead. Get the app, find out what your country's doing. Get involved. You never know. You might be the next Prime Minister.
Absolutely, Neville, and thank you very much for finding time. In fact, I'm quite excited, and I'll tell all the citizens of India to download it and review the budget because it concerns all of us. So with this, I say goodbye to Neville, and Neville, we will catch up again with something more interesting tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome our guest today, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Nagesh is a well-known human rights activist and also a practicing advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. He is a very well-known personality across India, and we are privileged to have Nagesh on our show. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi, CK. Thank you very much for inviting me over once again. And it's my pleasure to be back with some new explorations and with new discussion on human rights. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Nagesh, in fact, we are in our discussion on a journey to understand human rights from the legal standpoint. And today we would like to discuss about right to privacy. So we would like to know from you, for our viewers and for a layman, what is the meaning of right to privacy? And if you can just throw some light on that, it will be very good for us.
Yes, CK. See, right to privacy is now declared and held as a fundamental right by a very recent judgment which was delivered in 2017 in the case of Puttuswamy versus Union of India, whereby the 9-bench judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court said that right to privacy is a fundamental right, and that does not need to be separately articulated in the Constitution. It is derived basically from Article 14, 19, and 21 of the Constitution of India, and it is a natural right that subsists as an integral part to the right to life and liberty. It is also an inalienable right and attaches to the person, covering all information about that person and the choices that he or she makes. So, the Honorable Supreme Court has held that any action by the state that results in an infringement of the right to privacy is subject to judicial review. Now, secondly, the Honorable Supreme Court has also held that it is not an absolute right and it is subject to reasonable restrictions. The Supreme Court has given three set of rules wherein the right to privacy will be subjected to. That is, there has to be a three-pronged test. One is existence of a law that justifies an encroachment on privacy. The next is a legitimate state aim or need that ensures that the nature or the content of this law falls within the zone of reasonableness and operates to guard against arbitrary state action. The third is the means adopted by the state are proportional to the objects and needs sought to be fulfilled by the law. So any order that would infringe the right to privacy has to pass these three tests to have a reasonable restriction on the citizen of India. Now, recently, right to privacy has been in forefront, and as it has been affected because of COVID-19. And there has been a discussion, there has been cases where the government also introduced Arogya Setu app to track people who are affected with this COVID-19. Also, there were certain state measures which were taken during COVID-19 that affected right to privacy in a different ways. So, I mean, this is what basically right to privacy is, but it is subjected to reasonable restrictions as would be decided by the government by restricting this right to people.
Nagesh, as a citizen, I feel very concerned about my privacy, and I'm sure everyone living in India is concerned about their privacy. And when we go to any agency like bank or tax department, I think our personal data is with them. So I think it's just a faith that we have on the government agencies that our privacy will be kept private. uh, However, these are unprecedented times, and in order to do tracing of COVID patient, the whole objective of launching the app, which is Arogya Setu, I think India is one of the pioneer in launching this app, but I think the applications are launched by many countries. UK has their own application, which is called contact tracing. Australia has another application. Now, the whole technology behind application is that if I come near a COVID patient, I should be given an alarm. I should be given some sort of a warning that, hey, you came like a meter close to established COVID patient, so that now you can go to the doctor and do a preemptive medication. Uh, so, like you pointed out, that when the Arogya Setu was launched, there was a lot of hue and cry in our country, which is India, and it was breach of privacy. That was the people's major concern. So after that, the government changed the app, and they said that it is opt-in only. So in such a situation, how do you see? Because what is happening is government is taking a good measure in unprecedented time, because this is not a time when we can have a fight between ourselves. This is a time that we have to reveal our privacy to help ourselves. But people are now even taking that law and saying that, hey, I don't want to reveal my privacy because I will be caught having COVID. So I think it's a catch 22. How do you see, as a legal expert, a balance between how much privacy we should have and how much privacy we should divulge with?
Well, CK, as we have understood what right to privacy is and what reasonable restrictions can be imposed by the government, we have to see the balancing act as to what are the purpose of the government behind restricting your privacy, and whether those restrictions match or uh, cross the test which I've just stated of reasonableness. Now, so far as the Arogya Setu app is concerned, uh, what the government has done is it has introduced this app to help the citizen, to help the people to know as to how many COVID-19 affected people are around you. And also, uh, when it is connected with your Bluetooth, so you get to know when your Bluetooth is on, you get to know how many people around you are affected. Simultaneously, there is an option where when you are marching out of your house, you can find out as to how close you are coming in contact to an affected person. So all those things are necessary because of the unprecedented situation which has come in, wherein the government main concern is to protect the life of every citizen of this country. So, of course, there are a couple of things which might infringe the rights of the citizen, wherein there is a data of that person available on the app. But then there is the introduction of an option by the government in the app itself as to how much you can limit your privacy or how much you can reveal about yourself uh, through this application. So it is a welcoming uh, kind of app for the protection of the life of the citizen, and it also provides about a lot of information about the disease and what best a citizen or people can do to protect themselves uh, uh, from this COVID-19. So this is how things are. Then government, of course, sees that the person who's there when he has an application on his mobile can be reached by the government. So there is an easy access to that person for granting him some kind of medical help. But at the same time, if the government chooses to use that data or the information which is given by the citizen in any other manner which does not cross the test of reasonableness, then of course that can be challenged before the court of law. And therefore, it would depend on each case as to how that is challenged and what decision the Honorable Court takes.
So as far as my understanding goes, as a layman, I think the international law, more or less, almost like 90-95% is very similar in all democratic countries today. Even in certain countries like Thailand, the law is very similar. You know, you will not find any difference between India and Thailand, barring few other nuances that we have to follow in those countries. Why I'm talking about Thailand? Because that's a monarchy. It's not a democracy. So the international law and the applicable law across all countries are more or less same. So there are certain countries who are able to launch an application and bypass the privacy law where they have imposed on the citizen that, hey, whatever it may be, the Bluetooth feature will always be on or Wi-Fi will always be on, and we will actually track in real sense how the traceability of COVID is happening. And that is for the general good of the country and general good of the people. So in those countries, they are able to implement it. And these are fairly advanced countries with very high population. But why in India, we have such a difficulty, even though we are a very large country, and I think the problem of COVID spread may be humongous for us. Why we are still struggling to implement and not having faith on the government, because it is for our good, for the citizens, and enabling that feature so that we know exactly who's a COVID patient and who's not.
Well, CK, there are different reasons. Actually, when we talk about these rights internationally, uh, there is a right to privacy which is protected under the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, more particularly Article 12. Now, if you see the situations across the world, I mean, there are some countries where there have been some impositions and the people are not accepting them because it is an unprecedented time where people have not seen lockdowns, they have not seen travel bans in their entire life. And when they are put to some restrictions, they are not welcoming that and they are taking it as an imposition on the rights of the uh, citizens of that country. I'll give you some examples. In Brazil, of course, there are certain states which are in favor of lockdown, but the president himself is not against the lockdown, because what they are trying to balance out is the economy of that country with the health and well-being of the people. So there is a kind of mixed reaction by the people of different countries. So far as India is concerned, India, I believe, being a developing country, has actually followed the norms which were introduced by the government to contain the COVID-19 situation. And you would be surprised that very, very strictly the restrictions were welcomed, and every citizen of this country followed the rules framed by the government and the regulations under the Disaster Management Act and the Epidemic Act. Now, in such a situation, it was mandatory, or it was compelling for citizens to do that. But in later situations, when it was affecting the economy of the country, the government has started unlocking of the state. Unfortunately, the cases have increased tremendously. So we have dealt, as a government, we have dealt with the situation in a very faster and better way than in comparison to developed countries, I would say. But the only difference, what we find here is, I think it is the same phenomena all over the world, that there is a stigma attached to this disease. You know, uh, under right to privacy, we have a lot of rights that would be covered as to, what kind of food we should eat, what kind of, place we want to visit. And now that Supreme Court has also, come out with a decision in NAS Foundation that you have a right to sexual orientation as well. So the elaboration of right to privacy is so much so in our daily lives that, when it is curtailed, definitely any individual would feel restricted and suffocated. I would want to talk about the stigma part of and the right to privacy, because when the COVID-19 situation was being managed, certain governments of our country started introducing ink seals on the hands of the people who are either quarantined or who are affected by COVID-19. So that kind of thing, seems very, very, out of the dignity of that person. That the person is being stamped when he gets the disease. So, and similarly, the houses where the people are living and they have been affected by COVID-19 are kind of, there is a poster which is attached out of the house. So that gives, of course, it is good for the citizen, but that I guess affects the right to privacy of a person, because people don't look at that person very positively, and they feel that this person, since has been affected with the disease, he is to be kept at bay, and he is not to be given any help. And if we try to come closer or we try to give him some help, we might also be contacted with the disease. So these are some of the mental, kind of beliefs which is affected the people, and it has also affected the right to privacy. But at the same time, so far as the health of a citizen is concerned, the the efforts, the measures which the government has introduced has really helped the citizens of India to contain the COVID-19 situation. And of course, the cases are increasing, but the measures which are now being introduced are trying to really control the situation.
Nagesh, I think this is a very vast subject, and as you mentioned in your talk, that right to privacy leads to many other different rights. It fits many other things. So I don't think we can finish the discussion in a very short period of time. But I think you have given us a lot of information in this short period of time. Very precise, very concise, and you have also said that there has to be balance between right to privacy and what is what the government measures are in order to help the citizens. So I think there has to be balance, and people have to think for themselves what is right, what is wrong. The legal system is there to protect their rights. So with this, I thank you a lot for coming on the show and sharing your thoughts on the right of privacy today.
Thank you very much, CK. Thanks again. It was wonderful being with you.
So we will meet tomorrow again to discuss some other human right related issue tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. It's Friday, it's day 10 of lockdown, and you've got some great news, I hear, from what happened yesterday.
Yes, today is day 10, and we got up early, and there was a early morning transmission on all channels across India. The Prime Minister of India was addressing the nation, and so he mentioned few things. He mentioned few ideas. He also hinted that this is going to be a long battle. But most important thing that he mentioned today was he, as Prime Minister of India, is grateful to the citizens for following the lockdown, because that is one thing which will defeat the coronavirus.
You're absolutely right. And that word grateful, which interesting enough, yesterday we had the word feedback, which was an F. Today we've got grateful, which is a G. So we're following the alphabet, perhaps. Maybe we're taking a weekend off, remember, because tomorrow's Saturday. So we'll be back on Monday. But being grateful is really important, because we need to say thank you. We need to say thank you to our families, to our other halves, to our partners, to our friends, to our relations, to our kids, because working from home has not been easy. It's been a challenge for a lot of people. And equally, remember to be thankful to your team, because they're under lockdown too. They've never experienced this either. So be grateful to them. And there's another G there. Be gracious too. Be that boss that is thankful and mean it. Because everyone's struggling with what's going on. As you just said, your Prime Minister said, we're in this for a bit longer. This is a long haul. We're actually only delaying. We're buying time here. We're not stopping the virus. We're just buying a bit of time in many respects so that we can get better prepared for what comes next. And that's really important. And we need to be thankful for that too. So you've got your Corona warriors, and I believe, is it Sunday evening at 9 o'clock? Put a candle in the mirror in the front, in the front window.
That's right. So, Prime Minister urged the citizens to have another event to thank the Corona warriors by lighting, a candle or some sort of a light. Even if you don't have a light, use your mobile torch. Make light for 5 minutes while switch off all your lights in the home. So this is sort of a tribute that he has asked us to do for 5 minutes, 9 p.m. on Sunday.
Well, I think that's great, and maybe that could be adopted around the world. Although we're on different time zones, but we certainly light a candle. We had our clap for carers, we call it over here. Clap for our carers. That's the hashtag. And yesterday at 8 o'clock, everyone went out onto their balconies and to their front lawns and just clapped for 5 minutes.
Great.
My wife regularly puts a candle in the window at the same time. So that's our little tribute, if you like. We can all do little things. But the main thing is, the message today is the weekend's coming. It's halfway through your day already. Pick up the phone and say thank you to your team. And in the evening, say thank you to the family. We don't say thank you often enough. And the very mention of the word thank you brings a smile on your face too. Because it's a feel good. It really is a feel good factor. And then the more you say it, actually, the easier it becomes. Simple, isn't it?
Yes, it's a great idea. I think, thank you, Neville, for, telling us this idea. I think it is important. I'm going to do this as soon as this call is over. I'm going to organize a video call with all my team, whichever part of the country or whichever part of the globe they are, and I will say thank you to them.
Yeah, and I bet they say thank you back. Because we're humans, you hope so. Well, you soon find out, and it's okay. This is not weak leadership. People think, showing your vulnerabilities, showing your real self is a weakness. It's not weakness at all. It helps your organization get stronger. And people can say, I see what you're struggling with there. I can help you. Then you say, well, thank you. It's not difficult. You just have to start.
It's a great idea, Neville. It's very nice. I think, thank you. I would like to say first, thank you to you for spending time with me and also giving such great ideas. So first, thank you from me to you on a Friday.
And the thank yous returned. And everyone out there, thank you for what you're about to do, because that's the really important thing. So enjoy the weekend. Day 10 today. We'll be back on day 13, which is unlucky for some, but let's make it lucky for you. Have a nice weekend, CK. See you Monday. And good luck, everybody.
Have a nice weekend and be safe, Neville.
And you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today I would like to draw your attention to the major news which happened in the morning. By click of a button, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi inaugurated our India's first undersea cable which connects the mainland India with Andaman and Nicobar Island. The whole objective of this program was to provide broadband services into the island that we have, which is like almost like 3,000 kilometers, 2,700 and odd, up to 3,000 kilometers away from the mainland of India. And it is also one of the major port, also a naval base. So, it was so important because rest of India is already covered in 4.5G in terms of bandwidth, but Andaman needed that, and in today's technology, the best way to do that is laying a fiber cable and start communication between two ends using the light or laser. So why this is so important? As you know that in the current century, the data will be the new gold, or data will be the new petroleum. So the data speed is absolutely essential for any country, or a country like India, to succeed and to become big economically and also otherwise. So we have to ensure that we follow the faster data, and we have to also provide connectivity to each and every citizen of India. So this is the first step, but let me take you on a tangent today by giving another piece of information what is going on in the world. And if you remember, recently SpaceX has been in the news for conducting the first manned flight, and two astronauts went to space, came back safely, and there was a splashdown or touchdown or splashdown, whatever you want to call it. I think so. This is a remarkable feat. The CEO of SpaceX, Elon Musk, the famous Google guy or the internet guy, whatever you want to call him, SpaceX is his enterprise, his company, and he is coming out with a new innovation. So while the world is looking at Huawei, or not looking at Huawei, talking about 5G, etc., the Reliance Jio in India is trying to come out with their own version of 5G. But here is Elon Musk. He's thinking in such an innovative way, and his program is called Starlink. So in today's video, I would like to introduce you what Starlink is all about. So Starlink is basically, uh, number of satellites which cover the Earth. And why the satellites are better than a fiber cable? Because as some of the science students would know, that the light travel with the speed of light, which is the fastest speed in vacuum. So if it flows through a medium like water or glass or something, it reduces this, the light speed comes down. So we already know by way of many experiments that the light's speed in glass is 40% less than the light speed in vacuum. So the best way to communicate using light or laser in space is the fastest way to communicate. So as it is, if we are actually using light as a way of transmission, or laser light as way of transmission, that is the fastest way. It is even faster than fiber cable. So if we have point A to point B, and when we send signal, so suppose between India and Andaman Nicobar, we send signal, there will be a lag and the speed drop of 40% between mainland and Andaman Nicobars. And within India, because India is a very large country, from south to north, if there is a cable which interconnects both areas, there is always a lag, there is always a delay in transmission of the data and the signal. The delay is not significant, but it could become significant if there are applications like stock exchange, where even every millisecond counts, the banking system where every millisecond counts. So the transaction has to happen, and the ramification, the impact of delay could be catastrophic, could be disaster. So therefore, we have to ensure that the delay is reduced, and hence this is one mechanism where we replace the fiber optics using laser lights. But we cannot replace the fiber optics using with a laser light on Earth. We have to go to the space. So the company, which is SpaceX, Elon Musk company, they have done a lot of analysis. They have said that if there is a satellite which is at 550 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, then uh, the speed of light can be maintained, and this satellite can cover certain areas. So I'll come to that in a moment. But the whole point is that you send satellite which are low cost satellite, which will have only transmitters, the solar array to generate power, and some sort of engine to dislodge them in case of any emergency, so that they can, they can be safely removed and replaced in future. So as per the estimate of this system, which is called Starlink system, it will have the ability to provide the broadband to each and every human being on the face of Earth, because they are transmitting from space. And the system is even faster than if you put a satellite. Like, a lot of countries have put their satellites in geostationary orbits, which are like 36,000 kilometers from the Earth. It's quite a distance. There is obviously there is a lag in the signal, and in fact, the fiber optics is faster than using the current day technology, satellite technology. So what Elon Musk is talking about, the satellite must be cheap. They should be plenty in number. They should be easy to launch. The launching vehicle, launching system should be cheap, and they should be able to cover a lot of human beings. So this Starlink system, if you do a little research like I've done, you will find that there will be, as per the SpaceX estimate, 12,000 satellites are required to cover the entire globe. And these are going to cost very low, and will provide at very, very low cost broadband services to each and every human being on the face of the earth. And as I said, from the technology standpoint, it will have multiple transmission antennas. It will have very small machinery, because it is all based on transmission using lasers. So it will have laser generators. The laser can be generated, which is again low power, using the solar arrays. And it will have a krypton thruster. So krypton is a gas. They will use krypton thruster to dislodge the satellite in case they need to replace it, or in case if it is trying, if something goes wrong with the satellite, and it crashes on Earth. And one very important aspect about the system is all the satellites would be made of such a material that upon re-entry into Earth, 95% of the satellite material will get burned up. So it's going to be very safe. So first of all, using the krypton thrusters, you can aim them in the right direction. You don't have to see that a satellite is going to crash on somebody's house and all that, destroy it. So you can actually direct it in a no man's land. And at the same time, 95% of the material which will be used to prepare these satellites would get burned up in space. Now, once these satellites are in orbit at exactly 550 kilometers above Earth's surface, all of these satellites' trajectory will be controlled by a tracking software, which will ensure the health of these satellites. So, because it's software, it's not going to be very expensive machinery. It can be controlled from Earth. And the software will also ensure that since all of these satellites are rotating around the Earth at the height of 550 kilometers in different orbits, they also have an anti-collision system. It should not happen that the satellites collide with each other while they are in their orbit. So this is as far as this system is concerned. Let's look at the light as a mode of communication. As we know, in our home, in the broadband, there's a cable, which is a fiber cable that comes to our house, and from there it gets into Wi-Fi. So this is a current day technology, and the next wave is 5G, where the lights, the microwave of the signals from the tower will get into sort of a beam, and it's a different topic altogether. But whole thing is that in 5G, it's a next level where these beams are not transmitted in the atmosphere; they are just concentrated into a very strong microwave beam and then transmitted directly into your home. So that is why 5G is a game changer. But Starlink is going to even beat the 5G in terms of speed, because 5G again would require a fiber cable to come to your house from some point. So the data, when it travels in space, it will be faster. So all these satellites will be interconnected using light. So they will transmit from point A when the signal goes to the satellite, it will go in the form of light, and then within the satellite they will transmit within each other. So this transmission will be faster it will be exactly in vacuum, so it will be faster than what it would be on Earth. So it is much faster than the cable. It is estimated to be 40%, almost 70% faster than the current day technology of using fiber cable. Because so far the human race knows the fiber cable is the best way of transmitting our data. The satellites will also use the non-moving parts. They use a very complex radar, which is also called phase array radar, which will use the natural tendency of these waves to interfere with each other, and thus it will create signal. So they can actually point the signal where they want, which part of the earth they want to go the signal, without any moving part. So these radars will be quite advanced, very low cost, but at the same time quite advanced and new tech. Now each of these satellites will transmit on earth in a cone. The signal will be like a cone, and the angle of the cone would be about 81 degrees. So when they are at 550 kilometers above the surface of the earth, technically they can cover an area of 500 kilometers on earth. So one satellite can cover up to 500 kilometers, and whoever in that area has a receiver can become part of the network or the internet. So the system, as I said earlier, the Starlink system uses a software which uh, covers the Earth. So each satellite, the software will also ensure that at any point in time, there one area would be covered by at least uh, 4 satellites, so that there is continuity of the signal. The signal will never go down because satellites are rotating around Earth, but at any point in time there will be multiple satellites on single area. That is why there is a requirement of 12,000 satellites up in this space. And they will ensure that at any time the 4 satellites are interconnected with each other. So they are managing one particular type of data, so that while the data is coming very fast using lasers, at the same time there is continuity because satellites move out and they keep transmitting like a relay race. They keep changing their signal. So if one satellite move from this area to other, there will be one more coming in here, and at any point in time there will be 4 satellites catering to one area of 500 kilometers. So there will be automatic switching happening between satellites, and this is will be controlled completely using earth stations, using smart tracking softwares, and so on. So this is going to be very fast system, going to be very low cost. You don't have to lay expensive cable under the ocean. You don't have to have a router in your home. You don't have to lay cable across the length and breadth of your city. It will all come from the sky and it will be wireless. So how people will use this system? Basically, they'll have to just get a receiver, put it on the roof of the house, and then all the devices get connected to that receiver. Now, the beauty of the system is that since this receiver is very low cost, and it is being provided information through the satellites, it can be mobile also. So you can, any individual can buy this receiver for his personal or official use, put it on the house, or also put it on his car or a truck and move around with it. So say for example, if you're living in a house and you're going on vacation, you can take your receiver with you. So you will never go out of internet wherever you are. This system is so remarkable. It promises every human being to be connected to the internet, because you don't have to lay cables anywhere, wherever, whichever part of Earth you are. And even after interconnecting every human being on Earth, there will be plenty of bandwidth available. And the system will be at least 40% faster than the fastest system available today. So in terms of cost saving, SpaceX has already designed these satellites, already had 2 launched, where they have successfully launched certain satellites and testing is going on. They have their own launching system, which is Falcon 9 rocket, tested. Even they had manned mission also recently. So this is very efficient launching system. It is almost 70% cheaper than NASA. So we have to see whether ISRO systems are cheaper or Falcon 9 systems are cheaper. That is something that is debatable. We will discuss on in some other day. But SpaceX, being a private organization, has their own system. They have their own satellite. They have figured out the whole method, and this is promising. Starlink is such a big promise that it is going to offer faster speed than 5G itself, and the whole transmission is based on light waves, which is not harmful to any living thing, to humans, to animals, to plant life. Unlike 5G, which concentrate the microwaves, very high frequency microwaves, into beams. So this could cause some problem, and Starlink does not. So even if some country decide to go on a 5G from 4G to 5G, a country like India, if India decides to migrate from 4G to 5G, the cost of laying new cable is estimated to be in the range of almost 200 billion US dollars. It is a huge sum, and it's not easy to migrate from 4G to 5G. Whereas if you look at the Starlink system, the total cost of Starlink system launch and the cost of satellite, which is estimated to be about 300,000 per satellite, is not more than $10 billion. So you see, with $10 billion, you are able to interconnect each and every human being with plenty of bandwidth available. And then if you migrate from 4G to 5G, the cost will be humongous. So I think this is very exciting information I'm giving viewers. I think all we have to do is wait and watch what happens next, because SpaceX also is trying to colonize Mars. So they want to launch this system, make it available at very low cost for everyone, provide internet, which has been the holy grail. Even if somebody says I will get the entire world covered with 5G, they can only have 50% coverage. 50% of the world population will still go without internet. Whereas Starlink offers or promises to offer 100% coverage and at a low cost. So I think this is quite exciting. We have to see why I'm covering this topic today, because we as India laid the first undersea cable today, which was inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi. And I wanted to interconnect these two things because, India being a large consumer market and a lot of internet users, who knows what happens today. So this is something which I wanted to bring to your notice. Do write to me and I will respond to you in the quickest possible manner. And I'll find some other interesting subject to talk to you. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show Nations. Today, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training, is closely associated with radio, and he loves talking and meeting people. So, how are you, Sitesh, today?
I'm well, Kanchan. It's been long that we have spoken, and I look forward for talking to you. How has life been with you?
Yeah, fine, great. We are also meeting new people, doing our daily routine shows, and eating a lot.
Great,
That is
great,
the
great.
best part of staying at home because there's no time. We are our own boss.
Yes, 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 yes.
So,
Well, what are we discussing today?
yes, we just celebrated 150th birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, and he was a great leader. His contribution is not less than Mahatma Gandhi. But everybody knows about Jallianwala Bagh, how General Dyer massacred the innocent Indian. But you would not know about a bigger massacre in India than Jallianwala Bagh. On 25th September 1945, uh, 76 years ago, there was a Neelganj massacre where 2,300 soldiers of Azad Hind Fauj were gunned down by British soldiers. So I thought today on this Subhash Chandra, it was on 23rd of January, but we are still celebrating 25th birth anniversary of Subhash Chandra Bose. So I think it is a great topic to let our viewers know that there's a greater massacre than Jallianwala Bagh, which is hidden, which is not being talked about. So do you know about this massacre?
Kanchan, this is interesting and strange. In post-independent India, the one of the sad part is that our history was moderated to so much uh, into easy way of writing without any nationalistic connotations, without any facts giving there. It was something which was just a piece that needed to be written. It was written, and many of the facts were hidden. And this is what we have been taught, and even today it is being taught in the schools. And Neelganj massacre was also an eye opener for me, which I also got to know only recently in 2021 when we were celebrating Netaji's birth. And it filled me with lot of anger or towards why have we not written, or why have we not told this is information, this piece of history, which is much more gruesome as it appears than Jallianwala Bagh, which happened in 1919. The greater irritation is that this happened in 1945, as you just said, with less than 2 years of our independence. And that is something which has given me a kind of a lot of goosebumps, that 2 years before independence, when it was at the height of Second World War, in 1945, this kind of massacre happens in India, on Indian soil, the British Indian soil. And there were no reports about it. It was not just, even in those days, the reports are not seen in the national newspapers, or it was not talked about by the leaders. Forget, paying any kind of remorse. And that is something which suddenly makes me think that whatever I have learned as a history, the Indian history, the modern Indian history, do I need to relearn it? Do I need to relearn it from various authors and really question what was taught in NCERT and CBSC and ICSC? And why is it so? And therefore, Neelganj massacre, 22,300 people and no news. This is a pity on the modern Indian politics, which Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose has been meted out with in independent India. And despite his fan following, despite the unquestionable integrity that he carried with him, despite the rare personality that he was. In those days when there was no information flowing like today, and he could travel from his house arrest in Kolkata to Germany, and from Germany to Japan, and then from Japan to Singapore, and then finally coming up to Nagaland border, Kohima. And this is an incredible journey that needs to be told. The fact needs to be pulled out from fiction. All the declassified files in whichever country they are around Netaji's life should be declassified. If not now, then when? What do you feel?
Yes, I think there's no account of Indian, no account is given of INA contribution in Indian independence movement. It totally, political leaders totally ignored this NIA movement, which is very, very crucial. But Sitesh, there are many things which has to be declassified, like first election of independent India. Like I was just reading yesterday in one of the test book, the war between Rana Pratap and Akbar. Actually, it is said when you go to Rajasthan that Rana Pratap never defeated by Akbar, and in fact, I heard, I'm not sure, but somebody told me that Akbar gave tried to give whole of Sultanate in exchange of Chittor, but Rana said no. And yesterday I was reading that Rana was defeated by Akbar. But that last war, according to the history and some of the historian, was a draw between Rana Pratap and Akbar. But in textbook, it is written that in last war, Akbar defeated Rana Pratap. So I think few aspect of history has to be changed, is to be told as they are. And the history and the contribution of INA is one of them. And when I'm talking about Neelganj massacre, it is really sad that this kind of incident being uh, covered up or maybe hidden by Indians, and it is doesn't have any mention in the textbook. And I think that time has come that all which is hidden should come out, as you said, should be declassified. We have all right to know each and everything about our own country, about our own people. We have right. And I think time has come that people should think about it, and they should work towards it to really give information to Indians about Indians. You know that when this INA was emerging, it is more crucial to India, though the impact, the shadow of INA was there when we talk about Japan and when we go to Singapore, and he even met Hitler also. So you can really visualize the height of this leader, the impression of this leader, and no a small leader can do or act like this. He was one of the bravest freedom fighter we ever had. I'm talking about Subhash Chandra Bose.
Yeah, Kanchan. So probably I think that he was way ahead of his times. He was able to see the future. If you listen to what he said while he was Congress president, where he had apparent conflict with Mr. Gandhi, and then when he moved out and then he formed his forward bloc, his speeches, he was a person who was actually in a world of history. All that I can say that he was caught on the wrong side of the history, because he went and he had the that conviction about himself and his thought that he met Hitler, and from there he was directed to go and the Japanese political setup, and he ended up meeting the Japanese emperor, where he asked for the help. And therefore, after the Second World War became decisive, after the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan pulled out. And that's where, Netaji, he actually found the biggest setback of his life. He was so close to victory, he was so close to success, he was so close to becoming our de facto leader. But a fate, chain of events, and then the stories that were created around that mishap, the Saigon, the accident. And I have also keenly followed about the wealth that INA had, Indian National Army, as well as the provincial government of India, which was created in Singapore. The wealth of the Asia Pacific Indians diaspora people, that wealth which was for the Indian government that was created in exile. I have seen some documentaries, Kanchan. That value of that money in today's term could be somewhere around 6 billion US dollars, and no one knows where all that wealth has gone. So it is high time that the declassification should happen from India, from Russia, from Germany, and all the places that Netaji visited, and all the people with whom he was in touch. His daughter, Anita, I think I'm saying correct name, she is in Germany. She has access to some of the documentation available with the German government. And all of that, it is important, it's high time. It's 75 years. And while I was in Japan, I must tell you, in Tokyo, there is a Renkoji temple which claims to have ashes of Subhash Chandra Bose, which was found from the wreckage of the plane on that fateful day. And that ashes are kept in a Renkoji temple, and the Renkoji temple is open throughout the year. But on 18th of August, when this incident happened, on that day, a diary or a visitor book is kept at the table, where outside of this temple, where people can go and write their comments about Netaji's Bose. And I'm told that there are comments from Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee and multiple of other leaders from India who believe that they are Netaji's ashes. But the secrecy which is surrounded around Netaji's disappearance, therefore, and many of the, especially our Bengali brothers and sisters, they still don't believe that Netaji passed away in that crash. So it's high time that we need to come out from the government perspective, so that once for all, this story around Netaji can be settled. And I think all other rumors about Gumnami Baba and other people who were they were supposed to be Netaji living in exile in India post independence, those all can be put to rest. And I have been to Renkoji temple in Tokyo, where they believe that one day Indian community, Bengali community, would take the ashes from them, and then the circle of life for Netaji would be complete. So I think whether Netaji passed on that day, or he passed out later from a Russian prison, and whatever happened, and then the Nilganj massacre that we are talking about, this all needs to be brought out, debate needs to be done, and it has to have a national presence of discussions, and a closure should be given. And I think I heard that government is also planning for a statue of Netaji somewhere in Kolkata or near Kolkata, which would be as comparable to Sardar's statue in Gujarat.
Yes, and there's no doubt that INA and Netaji Subhash Chandra holds a status of patriot and revolutionarist. So, and it is really sad that INA they have suffered a lot in the process of Indian independence movement. And when we are talking about Neelganj massacre, it has to be put forward for other children and Indian at large to know that there was a massacre which was being covered up or maybe not told by historians and somebody who has written Indian modern history. They somehow missed it. So now it's time to really claim uh, and tell our new generations that freedom is not free. It costs soldiers, it costs people who have sacrificed their life for independence, and we have to care for this freedom which we are enjoying. And it's very, very essential to really come together and work for the progressive India.
Well, that's absolutely right. You could not have been more apt, Kanchan. And I wish that we should take up this to tell our youngsters and about Netaji's legacy. As much as we talk about other legacies, it is more and more important to talk about the legacy of our patriots, and Netaji stands right at the top.
So it was good to talk to you, Siddesh. We'll discuss some other interesting topic, informative topic in our next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead.
Bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. And today we have Sitesh Srivastav from Johannesburg, South Africa. And as you know, he is a great corporate trainer. He has trained so many professionals in his career in IT segment, in marketing segment. And has a deep interest in training and doing education for children and imparting education for children. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Kanchan. Things are fine. How is it at your end?
Perfectly well. There are little showers. Monsoon is here, and weather is pleasant. But the tragedy is that we cannot go out. Social distancing.
Yes, yes. And that's what we are here for, to convert this tragedy of sitting at home. We want to make it pleasurable, entertaining, at the same time productive.
Very true. So yesterday we have discussed that you should ask right questions to get a right outcome of whatever we are seeking. Now we all have our own mind, and we take our own decisions, right? So we do judgment according to the parameters which are available at that point of time. Now, when we talk about change management, and change management or any type of training or any type of productivity always starts from the top. So
exactly
how this change management and the critical thinking give way to change to the professional, and how these top management can help in that.
I'm happy, Kanchan, that you brought up this subject. Water flows from the top. We have read the story of that lion and a goat, and in our childhood, where the lion wanted to eat the goat, and the lion made an excuse that you are drinking the same water that I am drinking. So we have seen those kind of anecdotes and stories. In the change management's perspective, the change has to come from the top, and that is actually a great statement. At the same time, it is also a cliche, Kanchan, about whether change management or bringing a change has to be both sides, this side as well as the top to bottom or bottom to top. This has always been the question. And but I agree to the statement that you made. When it happens from the top, it is easy to follow. It is easy to make it as a culture of the organization, because we see our seniors, our leaders, our bosses implementing it, doing it, bringing it into the realm of everyday operations. But I would also tell you that it is also imperative at many times, not only in the corporate paradigm, but also in the non-corporate paradigm. It is also important that people who are not at the top, they also should and can become leaders of the change. And we live in a world of startups, Kanchan, where startups are more agile, they are more functional, they are more flexible, and sometimes these startups bring solutions or products that can change, or that change the way or the course of our living much more than the bigger companies, or what we call them, the big giants. Don't you agree with me?
Yes, definitely. And I think I generally have an argument that change always starts with the top management. But then there are instances where middle management or at the lower category, as you said, it's a bit difficult. But then you have to, there are many challenges once it is not started from the top management. That's what I feel.
Exactly. And if you can see it in every walks of life, whether it is a school, where if we take a school for a moment, we think that the teachers should try to bring that kind of a change, or the management of the school should bring that kind of a change. But at the same time, we have discussed in multiple episodes that we also need to observe our children who do things radically different than we as adults do.
Definitely.
And probably give us a clue of bringing that change probably today rather than bringing it maybe next year.
Mm-hmm.
If we see our electoral reforms or the elections, we select or we elect our representatives who go and rule us in all the democracies of this world, and then we expect the change should happen from the top. But it is the same people whom we have elected, right? Who has to bring the change is something that has to have both balances on both sides of the spectrum. But yes, when it happens from the top, there is a means to it, there are resources to it, there is a budget for it, and there is a tolerance for it, which is very, very important for that change to take place.
Definitely. The last point is very crucial when we talk about change management. And I also want to, as we have discussed in last episode, that asking question, as Einstein said, curiosity should never die. So asking questions is very, very important, and to get into critical thinking, which end up in seamlessly getting into changing the situation if required. So what
That's
you
right.
really feel when we talk about asking questions, as we discussed, and how you correlate with the top management or the person who is taking steps to change something in the organization or in the college or in his own system?
So, Kanchan, as we discussed yesterday, precisely in the yesterday's episode, asking the right kind of question is important. But we have also discussed, and now we appreciate that asking a question as per the cultural context of that geography is equally important. In some of the geographies, asking direct questions could mean completely different than asking in some other cultures and working. There is no universal cultural context available where direct and to the point questions are appreciated until unless it is a mission critical subject, as we discussed, like a medicine, like a space exploration or engineering or something like that. But in most of the cases, asking a question needs an understanding of the cultural aspect, and that is what is the top management can enable the youngsters, the juniors, the middle layer management, to encourage them to ask questions. Because many times we know that if we don't ask the right question, the top management can get into upset mode, and
Yeah.
nobody wants that.
Maybe he became ignorant. Maybe the top management may not have discussed those aspects of change management. It can happen.
Correct, absolutely right. So therefore, we have seen that in some corporates, in some institutions, asking questions by the people who are junior in the lower rung of the hierarchy is appreciated, is encouraged. But in some of the organizations, it is not so much appreciated, and you have to go through the web of hierarchical channels to make your questions to be known. So that actually has a premise of this thinking that every question to a senior leader is actually hurting somebody's personality. But that may not be the case. That may not be the case. It could be a very, very genuine question, but yes, I agree, it has to be framed nicely. I don't agree to sugarcoat it, but it has to be framed nicely. If there are some political connotations, then there is a need to be politically correct as well. But then there is a very, very fine difference, Kanchan, between bluntness and intelligence. Do you agree?
Very well said. Very well said. At this point, I want to ask you, then asking questions, the right questions, need training or experience?
I think it needs experience rather than training. It needs an experience. And if we talk about the mission critical projects, mission critical engagements that we have discussed, then people can be trained to ask the next level questions. For example, in engineering design, in space exploration, in design thinking, it is important to ask the right frame of questions which can be trained. I don't say that it cannot be trained, but in our general management lives, there are so many situations throughout the day, throughout our career, throughout our jobs, where we need to ask right questions, and that comes via experience. At the same time, it also comes via somebody's encouragement to understand to that question and say, thank you for asking me that question. How many times we have heard somebody saying that, right?
Yes, definitely. So we will be discussing this topic further, and I think it's quite interesting topic, and I think a listener will enrich with whatever we are discussing. So tomorrow we'll again meet and discuss this topic further. As usual, it was a pleasure to talk to you. So till tomorrow, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead and try to enjoy the showers in Hyderabad.
Thank you. Bye. Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to the series The Great Kings of India. As you know, we are discussing about Maurya dynasty, and today we will be discussing about Chandragupta Maurya's administration. We have already done overview about Chandragupta Maurya. Now, when we talk about Chandragupta Maurya, he is one of the greatest king. He was a great general. He was an empire builder, and he was the greatest administrator. To discuss more about his personality, his administration, I'm joined by eminent historian Professor Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College for Women in Health. So, welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing? How's life in COVID era? Since we are discussing about a golden era of our history, then how's life today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. Life is good. COVID era is a bit disturbing, but then it is your perception how you take it. So life has to go on.
Yes, true. So let's discuss the golden era of India in the times of Chandragupta Maurya. So it is said that I've read that in Kautilya used three legs of administration or three legs of law. One is custom and I think it's missing out maybe custom and you have to tell me the four legs of
Okay. Yeah. Before we discuss that, let me give you a backdrop of India before Chandragupta Maurya established his empire. That time, the ancient India was, there were 16 Mahajanpads, and those 16 Mahajanpads, they were like separate provinces. The Greek influence was very much that time because 326 BC, Alexander has come, and when he left India, he left his satrapies. Satrapies, you can say governors, to take care of the Indo-Greek area which he has invaded. Now, one of the person was Seleucus Nicator I, who was the ruler of Babylonia also. So he entered into a matrimonial alliance with Chandragupta Maurya because he understood that if he takes or undergoes any type of dispute with him, then it won't be good for the Greeks.
Right.
Now these 16 Mahajanpads which were there, the first thing Chandragupta Maurya did was, he united those 16 Mahajanpads and created a centralized administration. Then, because Chanakya was there, Chanakya was his mentor, he was his guide, he was his minister. So Chanakya started working very, very meticulously to consolidate the power and make kingdom free of insurgents.
Okay.
This was Chanakya's strategy. And then Chandragupta Maurya, he entered into a series of alliances with the kingdoms or the provinces and the kings. For example, there was a Himalayan king known as Parvataka, with whom Chandragupta Maurya entered into an alliance. Then now, if you see the administration of Chandragupta Maurya, it was very, very well organized. There was the king at the top, at the hierarchy. Then he had a council of ministers. Those ministers, for example, Nagarika, Purohit, Amatya, Sumant, then Mantri, different ministers to manage different aspects of administration like revenue, civil, justice. Everything was taken care of by Chandragupta Maurya.
Yeah, so
And
Kautilya used to stress on four things. First is dharma, then custom, and then I think royal decree. So all these are more powerful pillars of his administration, I guess.
yes, see, Chanakya said that first of all, you should have loyal people who are in your council of ministers. Then he said the justice system, the judiciary, who were, taking care of the problems, solving the disputes,
Right.
that should be sound. That should be sound. Then you should have an efficient army to support the empire. Okay,
Right.
these three. And one was the civil administration.
Okay.
Because if the civil administration is good, the empire will function nicely automatically.
Right.
So this was these four pillars. Then, because army was very, very crucial and is crucial for any kingdom or empire, so Chandragupta maintained a huge army with 6 lakh foot soldiers, 30,000 horses, and 9,000 war elephants.
Okay.
Those war elephants were groomed and trained for warfare, even the horses.
Okay.
And the discipline of army was such that whether there is war or no war, regular training happened. Regular training. They were trained. It was well equipped with the arms which were available that time: bows, arrows, and shields, and fireballs. Many things were used to wage the war. So that all Chandragupta Maurya's army possessed. And as I told you, the administration was very, very well organized. And see, why people were happy in Chandragupta Maurya's rule was that before Chandragupta Maurya, the Nanda dynasty was there, and before Nanda dynasty, Shishunag dynasty was there. So the Nanda dynasty's rule was very brutal.
Okay.
Dhanananda was known for his, brutality, and the taxes were enormous.
Okay.
So the common public was suffering a lot in his reign.
Oh.
So when Chandragupta Maurya came into power, and one more factor is there, that the humble background of Chandragupta Maurya, because as I told you yesterday, he is said to be a Shudra, because that time Varna system was very, very prominent.
Right.
So being a Shudra, coming from, a very, very humble background, and rising to such a stature of a king,
Right.
but still, after becoming a king also, understanding the problems of the common people. That was the greatness of Chandragupta Maurya. And see, the extent of empire was so huge. Almost he ruled the entire Indian subcontinent, apart from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Odisha. Otherwise, the entire Indian subcontinent was under Mauryan Empire, and probably that was the biggest empire ever. If you see the boundaries of the empire, it extended up to our modern Pakistan, and more than that, Nepal was under Mauryan Empire. So the extent of the empire was huge. So managing such a huge empire, sitting at Magadha, sitting at Patliputra, it must have been a very, very Herculean task. But because he was supported by a very good team, the Council of Ministers, supported by Chanakya, supported by a network of spies, because those spies would give them the entire information about what is happening in nook and corner of the entire kingdom. So everything was so organized, very, very organized. And one more thing which I want to highlight about his administration is that he was a great road builder. Chandragupta Maurya was a great road builder. He improved the infrastructure. He developed the infrastructure. So, and see why these means of communication are important, because when you are doing trade and commerce, then if you have good roads, if you have a good network of roads, the navy was also very strong. The Chandragupta Maurya's navy, because all the important ports they had, so the trade and commerce happened from there. So not only one aspect, each and every aspect of administration was covered by him, each and every aspect.
Yeah, so actually, I always get impressed by one point is that Chandragupta Maurya, after Nanda dynasty, he enjoyed the absolute power. But in
Yes.
spite of that, he was not, he didn't acted like a pharaoh of Egypt or somebody like, even like Roman also. He was different. I think he's very benevolent. He understands, he's sharp, he knows what his subject is looking for, how can he help his subject. So he never attained a divinity position, but he remained a king in spite of having a absolute power. That is one. And second, I feel is that I have read somewhere that whenever somebody comes to his royal palace or royal place, all his walls and pillars used to covered with gold and silver. Lot of birds pictures used to be there, and whoever comes and visit that royal area, he's so impressed, and he feels so good about what he's watching at that point of time. And then again, I also read that there used to be apartment according to the hierarchy of people who are working in royal families. Like king had an apartment, then the prime minister will be having an apartment, then royal people who used to work in the palaces, according to their position, they were given a specific position, a specific place to live. So I think then when this all royalty is so organized, I think that also a message or a feeling of organization must be there in the general public also. So I think this also affect the general public to cooperate the king, I guess. What is your idea in this?
See, why Chandragupta Maurya united those 16 Mahajanpads? These 16 Mahajanpads had oligarchies, and Chandragupta Maurya was a monarch.
Right.
Okay, he understood that if he wants to rule for a longer period of time, then he should have a consolidated power, number one. Number two, a centralized administration.
Right.
So these two things were in his mind. And probably his model of administration and this integration of 16 Mahajanpads, what Chandragupta Maurya did, Julius Caesar did the same thing in the Roman Empire.
Right.
And then the Greek influence was there. Megasthenes was in his court for 4 years, 4 long years, as an ambassador. He was there as a Greek ambassador. So Megasthenes, in his book which he authored known as Indica, he has mentioned about the goodness of Chandragupta Maurya's administration, that the common people, the subjects, were very, very happy, and they lived up. And as I told you yesterday, economic prosperity was there in his empire.
Right.
Why economic prosperity comes? When your administration is sound,
Right.
all your the revenue part is taken care of. Because see, when Nanda rule was there, then taxes were very high. So Chandragupta Maurya kept this in his mind, that he is not there to torture his subjects. He is there to take care of his subjects. So the taxes were also, implemented accordingly. So it's a very meticulous thing to do, but he did that. And Chanakya was there at the backdrop, managing everything. He took care of, this fact that the kingdom should be free of insurgents. So all these things made him a great king. All these aspects of his administration, his personality made him a great king. And then in later years of his life, it is said that he took up Jainism, and he one Jain monk, Bhadrabahu, he took him as his disciple. And it is said that he left his body. He died starving, because in Jaina tradition, this tradition is followed. So he starved himself to death in one of the caves at Chandragiri hills near Shravan Belgola in Karnataka. So again, this aspect of his personality, when he renounced his entire huge kingdom, it was a huge kingdom that time, and he gave it to Bindusara before he left. So if whenever you are powerful, Kanchan, when you achieve power, when you acquire power, you tend to develop some pride. You tend to develop some ego. But that time what happened, there was a bad famine in his empire. And then the Jain monk told him it was because of his, wrong deeds. Because he killed so many people in order to expand his kingdom. So that's why he wanted to, pacify that. That's why he took up to Jainism. That was the reason that he adopted Jainism. And then in the later years of his life, he lived and learned Jainism in a cave, and finally he starved himself to death. And for a king to do that is, you read the histories of all the kings, you will come to know no one has done it. Who will leave a huge kingdom and go just like that? Only if you were a Buddha, because Gautam Buddha was also born in a royal family, but his journey was totally different. But Chandragupta Maurya, coming from a humble background, becoming a king of such a vast empire, and then leaving everything just like that and adopting Buddhism.
I think that shows the greatness. That shows the greatness of a personality and a king, because it needs a lot of courage to leave.
I know, a lot of courage. You have to kill your ego.
Yeah.
No. First of all, yes, you leaving the power is a big thing. Abandoning, what you have already. So it's because see, human is greedy by nature. We human beings are greedy by nature. We crave for more. We crave for more. But when he has everything, he had everything what a person can ask for, and you leave everything just like that and become a Jain monk.
Yes.
How great it is.
Yeah, it's very great. He ruled with greatness. He left the empire with greatness. That shows that he is one of the greatest king of Indian subcontinent. Of course, of the world, I guess. Because the way he has ruled, the way he has carried himself, and the way he looked after his subject, that makes him...
And a long rule, 24 years.
Right.
24 years he ruled. So it's a long time period.
So it's lovely talking to you, Professor Joshi. I would be discussing more about this particular era in terms of economic and the position of women in those times in our next episode. So till then, we'll just take a leave for now today. We'll meet tomorrow, maybe with other new subject on this era. Bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Good
Thank
day.
you.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and yesterday we discussed about the feedback, and we would like to continue on the same subject today. And to discuss further, I'd like to invite my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. I know it's pretty wet there. It's not particularly great weather over here. It's just that time of year, I suppose. And looking at the news, we're getting loads of feedback, aren't we? Some people call it communication, but a journalist is feeding back what's happening out there. And it's all pretty doom and gloom, frankly. I mean, there's no really good news. COVID, sadly, is still there and on the rise. The second wave is coming in. Europe's talking about another lockdown. Low travel. The travel industry is in a particularly difficult situation. But let's look at what we can do about it. And we can do something about it if we start giving ourselves some feedback. We started the conversation yesterday, and there's a great phrase out there, CK. And I'd like you to start this conversation off, if you don't mind. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. It's a well-known phrase. I see it on many corridors within the captains of industry, in boardrooms around the world. It says feedback is the breakfast of champions. Sometimes there's a dinner plate with a big breakfast on it, like the full English, as many people will know it. Eggs, bacon, sausage, beans, etc., etc. And it says Ken Blanchard. Now, Ken Blanchard, is a really well-researched individual. He looks at behavioral change, he looks at performance, and a lot of people have read several of his books. But this one phrase, feedback is the breakfast of champions. What on earth does that mean?
Neville, I think yesterday we discussed about why people are scared to take feedback, to absorb feedback, because feedback is given to improve their own offerings and themselves. So knowing very well that the feedback of any kind, even negative feedback, is going to help them. Still, so many professionals, so many senior people are not willing to take feedback, and I would like to use this word "scared" to take the feedback, because I think they are sort of insecure about it. Now, going back to your question, breakfast. I see breakfast there, so obviously it must be having some meaning. But I think logically, if I have to answer you, uh, feedback should be the first thing you should do in the morning. If I have to analyze this, but I leave it to you to enlighten me on this.
Well, it's good because we've started the conversation. You're giving feedback of what you're seeing. So let's analyze this. I mean, there are people on this which lasts
for quite a considerable period of time, well over a day, sometimes 2 days. And why they do it is because it's really important that we get feedback. We give each other feedback all the time. You know, when the sun is up there and you smile at the sun, as most people do, don't they? Do you smile at the sun?
Absolutely. It is a very
Well,
good.
there you go. Exactly. You know, I like the sun on my face. You know, we pay a fortune to go and find the sun in the UK. You know, we go to Europe and we find the sun. We sit on the beach and we find the sun. You know, we look up and we smile at the sun, you know, because for some reason it's lovely feedback. It gives me that warm feeling. And it's as simple as that, really. And Ken Blanchard's saying is feedback is the breakfast. As you said, breakfast, first meal of the day. Start the day off well. What about what's in the breakfast? It's fairly consistent because you have breakfast every day. I mean, my day starts with a cup of black coffee, an espresso with some water. I take the water, then I drink the coffee, then I take more water. It's just the way I do it, you know? And that's become a habit. It's my breakfast habit before I have the real breakfast. So that's my feedback. It's feeding my body. You know, what does breakfast do? It actually feeds your body. It feeds your brain. It feeds the tummy, you know, that it takes away, you know, the nuisance, the noises that your tummy is making about feed me, feed me, feed me. Feed me. Feedback. Feed me. Feedback. Breakfast is the first meal of the day. So, just on a very simple analogy, we're now saying it's consistent, it's very focused because there's a meaning for it. There is a meaning for breakfast. I mean, why do you eat breakfast?
Well, I think to energize, because the whole night you have not eaten anything and your body needs to get into the groove of starting the day. So you need some energy. I think that is where the breakfast comes. It means basically breaking your fast.
And breaking your fast, exactly. You know, you slept all night, so now you're having a breakfast, a break fast, and that's where the term came from. So when he's bringing this analogy, it's a metaphor. You know, it's the breakfast of not of everybody. It's the breakfast of champions. So what's a champion?
In today's world, the champion would be the person who's all-rounder, who excel in everything. And if you're talking about business guys, they have to excel in everything of their organizations. So that the CEOs can be a leader, he can be a worker at the same time, and he can be creating some sort of inspiring his team. So inspiration. So a leader has to play multiple hats, and for that you need to be a champion. That means an all-rounder.
Exactly, you know, and in 6 words, you know, feedback is the breakfast of champions. All of a sudden, that we've explained, that phrase has come to life. Why feedback's so important? How it fuels our body. It fuels our growth. It's regular because breakfast is every day. You know, there isn't a time that goes by that you don't have breakfast. You may have a late breakfast, which you might call a brunch, but it's still you're breaking the fast. So if you created the habit of giving feedback from the time you start your breakfast, imagine what's going to happen in the rest of the day. I mean, frankly, I couldn't wait for lunch because breakfast tends to be quite a small meal, typically. I mean, as I say, you could have the full English, if you like, as we call it over here, and it's a huge plate of food. Or most people, it's a bit of toast, you know, toast and jam, maybe a croissant, you know. If you go to France, it's the end of a loaf of bread and a coffee. Typically, that's breakfast. Lunch, is a bit more wholesome, gets you through the day. Frankly, I can't wait for dinner because that means I'm going to have a huge feast. So all we need to do is to understand what this very simple phrase is. It's the breakfast of champions. We all need champions. We need great leaders around the world. And we're only going to grow if we get feedback. And it doesn't matter, as you said, it's negative or positive. Frankly, it doesn't matter to me. Feedback is feedback. For all those musicians out there, you know, when I heard the term feedback, I was a bit of a headbanger. And feedback to me was when you got too close to the sound and it was whang, you know, and it really did, you know, gave you feedback which you really didn't want, and you would get rid of that noise. But now actually feedback means something else. It means we're going to grow. It doesn't matter what feedback you're getting. It's there for us to grow. So take the benefit out of it. Imagine it's breakfast and take the benefit of what a breakfast will do for you. It fuels the body, it fuels the soul, it fuels the brain, and it means we can get through the day. I hope that's made a bit of sense to people, because we see all these wonderful captions around the world, you know, these beautiful pictures that we see on social media where people just throw out a meaning, a sentence. But that sentence has a lot of meaning. This one has huge meaning. Probably one of the best sayings that I think is out there. So I hope that's helped. It's certainly got you thinking today. Yeah, I know it's a bit later in your day, so you've already had breakfast, but I expect you're looking forward to lunch now.
Well, Neville, since we were talking about breakfast, etc., it made me hungry. But let me continue what I do, and you are basically concur on what I actually do. Before I leave my bed, I answer my emails. That is my habit for many years. So that gives me a chance to free my mind and think of other things. And the whole day, based on how I responded to my emails, I keep getting these feedbacks. Then my challenge is not to really look at it's it's like saying in a very crude way that ball is in other people's court. So I throw all the balls in the morning, and the whole day pass by getting their inputs. So I think if I have to think more deeply about it, what you're telling me is absolutely right, because uh, when you take the feedback or give feedback in the early in the morning, you have the entire day to take action on those feedbacks.
There you go. It's another reason why it's the breakfast of champions. Start it early. Start the decision making early. Get out there and really go and enjoy yourself. And as they say, there's only one person that can do this. It's not me, and it's not you, CK. It's everyone. It's those that are listening. Look for feedback. Actively encourage feedback. And the best person to acknowledge feedback is you. We'll cover how to acknowledge feedback, maybe on a different arena, because there's a lot of negative feedback out there, and the thing is, there's a way of working with that. And I'll just leave you with something very simple. Despite the fact we get feedback, it's up to us to use it.
Absolutely, Naval. In fact, what you said is very right. This is a very long subject. We can discuss forever on this. Tomorrow is the CEO roundtable. Maybe we can bring this up again, and we can talk.
Yes, good place. It's a good place. Breakfast, breakfast roundtable.
Right. So we will catch up a little bit on this subject again tomorrow. And thank you very much for giving all the inputs. These are very valuable for us. We'll catch up again tomorrow, Nebo.
Brilliant. Good to see you, CK. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we would like to discuss something which is affecting all of us, and this is about transition from SEO world to the video marketing world. And before we start our discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Moon.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, the world of digital. What's 10 years ago, there was all this ideas of search engine optimization, which is shortened as SEO, as we always like to do 3-letter acronyms. So we're in the SEO world, but now we're sort of transferring our effort, I think, more and more into video. It's not surprising, as we've seen YouTube change their policies and practices over the last 3 or 4 years. So let's just look at that for one moment, CK, and see what YouTube have done, which strengthens the fact that actually organizations should be looking more at the video world, the short video world, the animation world. What of YouTube, because you've been pretty close to advertising and putting promos up on YouTube over the last 4 or 5 years, what dramatic changes have happened on YouTube?
I think, Neville, the reason for going for SEO services was basically to get searched. That was the idea behind uh, going for the SEO services. That if you're selling some XYZ services, and if somebody is interested in that service, your name should pop up there. For example, your name can be say Xerox, and if somebody is looking for photocopying, so Xerox and photocopy are totally different things. It starts from P, the Xerox starts from X, but if you search for photocopy, Xerox should pop in. And that was the emergence of the SEO services, and there are a lot of technologies which were built in into doing a proper SEO. And the website ranking. This is all started by and leveraged by Google, because Google was the search engine. And if somebody is searching for something on Google, it is all based on keywords. And the SEO was great in demand, because Google said, hey, I've got these 5 to 6 algorithms, and if you follow these algorithms, your business will get searched and you will be among the top pages. To reach there, the ranking played a major role. Now what has happened is that your ranking is there, it is relevant. Somebody, when they search, their search should be on the first few pages of the Google search. However, the instant gratification of getting the client interested in you is happening more from the video platform. So in my opinion, what has changed is that the SEO is sort of a menace which is required for certain businesses, or in certain cases it could be mandatory. But if you want to reach out to your client instantly with instant gratification, without any rating, etc. required, video has become a very, very go-to platform today.
Yeah, I think not just a go-to platform, but at the same time, we've actually seen YouTube changing their structure, their philosophy in many respects. Just before Christmas, you were fortunate enough to be more recognized from YouTube because of the activity you've been putting on there. And I think they seem to be doing more and more in that promotion type of arena, where it's attracting more people to that particular platform. Not only YouTube, of course, but we've seen Vimeo, which is another interesting platform. And more organizations are realizing that, just like with TikTok, you can do a very quick little video, and we've seen how those little videos have gone viral. They've gone viral in the social context, but of course, a lot of people are selling in a social context. So we're actually seeing more personal animation. I mean, I think we've moved away, or certainly what I've seen, correct me if I'm wrong here, people have moved away from the animated arena, the scribble type arena, you know, where it unfolds on the screen and it's someone else's hand doing it. And again, I've noticed that all of these type of organizations have drastically reduced their prices because of competition. And it's not competition from their own part of the industry, it's actually competition from the video side. What do you think of that? These are just my perceptions, by the way. I'm only looking at this from how I see it. I've not really delved into any in-depth document here, but as a user of this arena, this is what I've seen change over the last 3 or 4 years. What do you think?
I think your observation is absolutely on the dot, Neville. Uh, there was a time when people were not very comfortable with coming on in front of the camera, and they were shying away from making videos. Yet, video has emerged as a very good, very powerful tool. So there was an emergence of this scribbling software, or we also call them doodling. So these doodles, you don't have
Yep.
to face the camera, but you can draw it. You have concept in your mind, you can draw it, and there are different doodling softwares which will help you create these animation. And the idea was that you make 1 or 2 minutes messaging videos for your audience. But now you rightly pointed out, Neville, that the YouTube has also changed their algorithms, and now they are promoting a longer video. We were living in the era just 12 months back that if your video is like 5 minutes, it's too long, people will not watch. But now, if it is 5 minutes, it's too short. So you have to make a substantial duration. You have to incorporate substantial duration in your video so that the a meaningful dialogue can be maintained with your audience. So I think that is where the change that has happened, and these doodling softwares are now seeing the sunset. Um, but there is an emergence of AI-based software, which will do things automatically. For example, if I am talking something like some certain keywords, while recording, it will pop up that animation on the side of my face. So things like that are now coming up. There are a lot of innovation happening, which is the next level, and you can format your videos on the fly, and they look very professional, very beautiful.
You're absolutely right. They do look very professional. And so we've seen a huge transition over the last 4 or 5 years. And AI has really helped in this transition because we are becoming more professional, even from a small type arena. And I think you're right also that people are now realizing that people buy from people. Remember this phrase that we keep saying from time to time, and people say, "What do you mean by that?" People buy from people. Of course they do, you know. Well, we have to realize that it's the relationship why people buy from people. I'm not talking about commodities now, you know, where you can go and Google it, and Amazon has got 15 providers all doing it within 2 rupees difference, you know. So one can deliver it within the next 10 hours and the other one you're going to get it tomorrow. So it's consumer choice. I'm not talking necessarily about that type of product arena, but I am talking about the service type arena where people really do buy from people because it's a service. It's not something that is going to be typically a one-off. You're going to have a relationship with someone for a period of time, you know, whether that's a few days, a week, a month, maybe a year, 18 months. I mean, we all know when we renew our mobile phone contract, it's a commodity now because there are so many mobile phone providers out there. But in the first days, I was thinking, do I really want to have an O2 contract, or what's the coverage? What about Vodafone? What's the coverage there? What about Three? Three's coming in. So all of those things would come through my mind, and I would then talk to somebody, you know, an informed person on a high street that's just to give me some advice. So people were buying from people still. Yes, it's moved into a commodity and it's a lot easier to buy these things these days because we're probably more learned, if you like. We've got more experience, more understanding. But it comes back to this word relationship. We talk about it all the time. And we also, in the past, have said from contact to contract is one simple letter, and that's the letter R. And again, R stands for relationship. So it's this relationship building that I think most people now are realizing we can do that quicker on a video. Do you think that that is now becoming more the norm? People are realizing that they're having to build that relationship from a very personal standing, and that's why the scribble and the doodle is sort of, as you say, it's their sunset. I think they'll never fade away completely. I think they'll always be there because it's a nice little tool to have, but certainly it won't be the top marketing tool that people go to. But what do you think? It's about people are realizing now that it's their personality perhaps that needs to shine through.
Yes, especially in the arena of digital world, when 40 to 50% of the workforce would work like this going forward. The all the works are getting transitioned to the digital platform and work from home scenario. So it will be very very important for people to sell themselves, and when they sell themselves by way of video, they reach out to the audience instantly. It's an instant gratification, as I said in the beginning. So you can reach out to the audience and you can appeal to them, you can connect with them without waiting for results of your advertising to come back to you. Because if you advertise on a in a magazine, you will probably realize the effect of it after 6 months. But here in video, it is instant, and then you can drive your organization from the front. You can actually be instead of sending emails to your people, you can just do a video every day, and all of them will watch it. Now extend this concept. If you make a video about your product or your service, you have the ability to reach out to 100 people, but with this video platform you can now reach out to 100,000. So it is going beyond usual marketing, digital marketing trends and instant gratification. All you have to do is you have to make an appealing video. You have to be able to connect with people. You have to be able to make sure that you are winning the mind share of the people. And talking about Doodle and Scribble, those kind of softwares, I think it's Genesis. If they stick around with the same thing that they have been providing to the client, obviously they will see the sunset. But they have to bring in these AI based stuff to enhance their offering. And that is how they can also grow. So I'm sure they must be doing it. It's their business. They must be watching it. But if you are just a layman with no gadgets to help you, but you're smart, you can make your video for free, and we can reach out to 10,000 people for free without spending a dime in SEO or social media marketing.
You're absolutely right, and there is always this concept for SMEs. It's like those three words that would always attract people: free, chocolate, and sex. Well, we're talking about free here. If you can put the other two into your little video, then you're going to get people's attention, because it's those sort of things that do get people's attention. Not necessarily a very dour interview like this that no one's going to watch, and typically not the BBC. Welcome to the 6 o'clock news. I mean, those days have all gone. People need to see you as an individual, because when they eventually see you, then they feel as though they know you, and I think that's the key here. And we started this discussion off with SEO to video. I think SEO is still important, but my personal opinion is people are no longer, and I may be shot down here by lots of people that are talking about SEO and selling SEO services, but I don't think people are in the mindset of these days of searching. I don't really think that, on balance, the majority of people now are in this search mentality. You know, like the original Yale.com. You know, you would go onto Yale.com and you would find a plumber in Delhi, and it was there for you, and it was focusing your brain to search in that manner. I think those days are definitely on the wane. You know, to use your term, sunset. I think the sunset is coming for those, and I think SEO services, the sunset's coming as well, even if it's not already there. But I think people now are they're smarter. They ask their friends, you know, what would you recommend? That's their type of search. And I think actually, I think TikTok has got a lot to be thankful for here, despite the fact it's been banned in India. I think the TikTok style of arena has got a lot of people through lockdowns around the world. These things have gone viral very quickly because people are desperate to talk to each other. We are human animals at the end of the day, and we need to collaborate with others. That fires up our DNA, if you like. It gets the adrenaline moving. So I think on balance, you know, as far as I'm concerned, video has been the way to go and should be the way to be thinking. So if you're out there thinking about doing your first video, don't think anymore, go and do it. As you said, CK, it's so easy and it is cheap. You know, you could even get a little tripod or even hold this from a distance and talk into it and just record it. And the nice thing about that is if you don't like it, delete it, do it again. And then if you don't like that one, you could delete it and do it again. Notice I'm saying delete it because these things do take up quite a bit of storage, you know, as we move from just a few pages of digital script into video script, the bandwidth and the storage capability goes up quite considerably. So think about that if you're going to be doing it, but go ahead and do it. Send it to us. We'll quite happily share it out with other people and see what they think. And don't be worried about it because eventually people do see you in real life. You know, when they buy from you, they will see you typically. So get on with it. Get out into the video world and have some fun.
Right, and in fact, when we talk about SEO, I think there are very advanced technologies which are now available. Things like predictive analytics, etc., which are basically moving away from SEO, or rather doing SEO automatically. For example, if you go to buy any commodity, for next 10 days you will be bombarded with those messages that, hey, you were looking for this, and now here are the different vendors. So I think you don't have to really do an SEO. All you have to do is basically be part of a retail outlet like Amazon. But here we are talking about the next arena where people have to lead the organization, sell their services, consulting services, and going forward, 40% of these jobs will be of this type, the digital arena type. So I think it is very important for people to get hooked on to the digital platform, use the video as a very powerful tool to reach out to your audience. And I think you rightly said, Neville, I think all have to move on. It's free and we have to try it out. Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. I think that's the term for this week. Don't be shy. Get out there. Always a pleasure speaking with you, CK. Good luck, everybody. Get your videos out there. Come on, have some fun.
Thank you, Neville, and we'll catch up with something more interesting tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Mirav Klein Escher from Israel. She joins us from Tel Aviv, and she is a management consultant. She works with very large high-tech companies and help their business from Israel. Mirav, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you very much. Thank you for addressing me and bringing interesting questions for thought.
It is our pleasure, Mirav. And as you know, we are in India and we are under total lockdown. So we have just finished 3 weeks and we are in the 25th day of lockdown. How does it look like for you in Israel?
We have a sort of lockdown too. We are restrained on certain subjects of how far can you go from your home and for what? For buying food, just 100 meters from your home. Otherwise, you get fined. And people stay at home, most of them. Most communities are staying at home, although we had all kinds of holidays here. And people are very much used to gathering in these holidays. So government and police are doing a lot of effort to keep people at home.
Okay, so since so many people are under lockdown, almost like 99% of the people, of the citizens of your country under lockdown, and I'm sure this is first time for everyone globally. Do you see any impact or any adverse exposure shown by the people because they are under lockdown?
Yes, surely. I live within Tel Aviv. There's a neighborhood called Jaffa, in which we live together, Muslims and Jews and Christians. And each of us have different holidays, and sometimes it is very difficult to actually behave by the rules. And sometimes also it's a feeling like the police isn't acting the same towards different communities, different religions, and this is very frustrating. And on that, there were occasions here in Jaffa, which is this neighborhood within Tel Aviv, in which there were real violence and a lot of angry people going out to the streets, frustrated and demonstrating against the way the police is acting towards them.
Okay, so this is serious. So did it escalate the COVID exposure because they were under protest?
It was only two days that later on everything became quiet again. There are tensions in Israel, like everyone knows, between Arabs and Jews and religious people and people who are not. So this brings up all these tensions again. Here in Jaffa, we are trying, I myself, I voluntarily work for these last 11 years in bringing up a bilingual school of Jews and Arabs kids studying together. So we're trying to see how we mend these tensions and how we help people understand that actually we're all together in this situation, and whoever won't cooperate and if we won't keep ourselves safe and our families safe, then we'll pay a very big price. So it takes a lot of energy to see that everyone is together, and a lot of solidarity to help the poor people who have nothing to eat. So there are all kinds of organizations, and just private people and communities that help one another, so that people on general and on holidays, and elderly people who have no one that looks after them, people really are working very hard to help one another.
I think this is something very unique, and I think all the humanity, irrespective of their religion and their following, I think we should work together. Having said that, a lot of us are working from home and working from confinements. Do you see in your circle in Israel or in other parts of the world, there is a sentiment reduction with regard to business?
Yes, of course. First of all, the things that I do is managerial coaching, working with management teams, and working with the team leaders to strengthen their managerial concepts and insights. Working as a group, we use Zoom now a lot. And in the high-tech and industry, it's very easy because people are used to having conversations like we're doing using Zoom and other applications. But still, we miss the interpersonal touch and seeing and understanding and looking into your eyes is something that we can partially do, but not as a full, in a way that we are used to and that we like. Really meeting, sitting together in one room when we can. It's a different experience. So and some businesses are taking there was a volume of the business taken down, and they need to see how they depart from some people or depart from specific things that they're doing. Expertise that they had, and they can go on doing that. So if I understood you right, I'm not sure if that's the sentiment or the business status that you were asking on.
Oh yes, I think the sentiments world over is slightly low at this point in time, and as you rightly pointed out, that the personal touch is important to feel the other person. But fortunately, we have tools like Zoom, and we can talk as much as you like, sitting in front of each other, thousands of miles away, and we will be completely secure in our surroundings because using technology, we will not get any infection. The virus will not spread using Zoom, so I think we are safe. So I fully appreciate what you're trying to say, that in any business, face-to-face interaction is very important. Now, having said that, and you work with a lot of global companies, and you work with a lot of cross-border situations where you're based in Israel, but I think you're traveling world over to many countries. What do you see from your point of view, what the governments of each country, whether it's Israeli or US or India or Japan, what they should do to bring the business sentiments up after this lockdown is lifted?
Yeah, I think, well, each one finds in each situation what he or she looks for. So for me, the kind of leadership that I'm for is the leadership that is striving to give people space and respect, and see them in an equal status, although some are from different religions, different nationalities, different genders. And as I see, this is something that is going to be strengthened. And I also see, when I look at different leaders of countries and governments, I'm not too happy with my own government. They don't follow the values that I believe in. I'm very much interested in women leaders, also in leading countries. And I see, we have Finland, we have Germany, we can see a few examples that are very interesting to look at, and maybe it has to do something with the fact them being women, and maybe it's not, maybe it's just a personality thing, but I'm very interested in the values that these leaders are promoting. And I do believe that leaders that really look for inclusion, look for how they connect between different communities, how they see how they're going to deal with poor people that, of course, don't have the ability of, going on with their lives and walking and having enough, sometimes even not enough breath to see how they, see how this gap of a month or two that they have less income, how are they going to deal with that and strengthen these, or leaders, I think, need to see that these gaps aren't strengthened, that the classes, I think in India and in Israel, we are both countries not in a good state of having huge gaps between different classes. And I appreciate leaders that really look in the eyes to everyone. And, some of these leaders have even held press, how do you call that? Press
conference?
With press conferences with children, which is, I think, is, it's a message. It's a message to the world to see what do we appreciate, and giving time for families to see how they cope with this situation. And I think also leaders and managers within the industry, they don't have to be the leaders of the country, leaders of companies. I see different companies and different leaders within these companies, how they cope with this situation, how they keep on giving giving the employees a feeling of careness, of solidarity, of really trying to help people out to see how they manage in this situation. So my colleagues, the HR community, I see them work very hard to give tools and to share in a very widespread, it's not just each one working for this specific company. They really work as a community to see how we struggle and how we cope with these challenges. So this is something that I think is very strengthening in this situation, and when we try and see how we cope from here onward, I think we'll even get better at that. We should get better at coping together.
Yeah, certainly. I think what you're making, what you're saying right now, and the points that you're making are very valid. I think it's not only the government; it's also the leader of the society. They have to play a very, very vital and important role. I think the post-COVID world will be slightly different than what we had seen last year, that is in 2019. I think there'll be new ways, there'll be new strategies that people have to evolve. For example, schools. I think that's the one industry which is hit very hard. So likewise, people going to office, they have to, find some other way of working from the office or working from home. So I think you're saying, you're making a very valid intervention, that it's not only the government. I think the top leadership and all managers have to play a very vital role together.
Sure. I really think they should give an example, and sometimes I find that within different companies we have better examples of leadership than what we have in government, and across the world, whoever leads Google and Amazon and other widespread global companies, they are the leaders of this world, not less than governments. And what's the example that they're giving for inclusion and solidarity, and seeing how we cope with these gaps between different classes and how we help each other. Because at the end, we're all interdependent. It's not that we can, not look at what's going on in other industries or other classes, because we're all, and this is something I think this situation is strengthening very much, the understanding, the insight of the interdependency.
Mirav, actually, it's my pleasure to talk to you. And one thing I like to say is that running a company is one sort of responsibility, but running a country is a totally different ball game. And not many people understand the diplomacy to run a company or run a country. But I think your points are very valid. And it was a great pleasure talking to you. You found time to join us from Israel. And I'm sure we will find another opportunity to talk to you to discuss something more after a few days.
Thank you very much. Namaste.
Namaste. Take care.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. And today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training and is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great day, great honor, a lot of powerful feeling today. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, and I'm very happy, and I'm quite kind of. I'm not able to suppress my feeling because today we are celebrating Vijay Divas, and Prime Minister Modi lit up the Swarnim Vijay Mashal on this eve. This is the 50th anniversary of 1971 Indo-Pak War. So I think I'd like to, before I begin this show, I would like to say greetings on this historical anniversary of Vijay Divas, a day to cherish and celebrate the valor of Indian Army, who made 93,000 Pakistani soldiers to surrender in this war.
Yes, Kanchan, it's a great day for our Indian Army. It's also a great day for the morale of Indian citizen, Indian people. After the independence of 1947, this was the biggest morale boosting military event of our times. And I can tell you this was something which it is very important for today's generation to understand the importance of it, the pride it brought to our parents' life and our grandparents' life. And India was still not a superpower back in those days like we are today economically. And India was still a socialist, a deep-rooted socialist country. And that time, this event that happened, and our Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw giving an ultimatum to the East Pakistan. But more than the victory of Indian forces, I think the bigger lesson, the bigger glory comes that India could help a community, a region, a geography to liberate them from the perpetrators. And India gave all the full freedom, full hand for the creation of Bangladesh rather than capturing it itself. That is a big brother behavior in the world when India was still around just 30 years from the freedom. I think that is a bigger message that went out from our Iron Lady Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. What do you say?
Yes, I agree with you, but I think it is more than that because this 13-day military conflict is one of the shortest war in history, and it ended up in decisive win for India, and it led to the creation of Bangladesh, as you said. So, but there are few things which are very important because at that point of time, what I have read that Pakistan was not ready to take up the elected prime minister at that point of time, who was from Bangladesh. So the conflict took place in the backdrop of this tension between Pakistan and West Pakistan, which is now Bangladesh, West Pakistan and East Pakistan. And because East Pakistan is Bengali majority, which was closer to India and then to Pakistan. So that was the conflict. And on 25th March 1971, Pakistan Army led by Lieutenant General Tika Khan launched an operation Searchlight to quell the rebellion in East Pakistan. Massive human rights violation reportedly was denied and by the Pakistan Army during this operation. So what I feel is that India was compelled to come into this war, but then they fought it and they won.
Yes, Kanchan, and I think the camaraderie between the Indian Army and the Indian political establishment, that is also a very, very memorable aspect of this. When I remember when Mr. Field Marshal Manek Shaw was asked by our Prime Minister Indira Gandhi if he was ready to go to war with Pakistan, and he just replied, "I am always ready, sweetie." And that was Field Marshal Manekshaw. and he gave an ultimatum. This was a 9-month liberation war, Kanchan, and India came into a last few months that India came to support, and it was clear from day one that the East Pakistan would be separated. But we had a great challenge on both the borders, and that was a big challenge for Indian Army. I am not sure how supported they were at that point in time, but what it comes that 93,000 people surrender, and from our side, from Indian Army, there was a loss of around 3,500 men from our side, and therefore I think the lesson that is went out from India as a big brother in Southeast Asia and the Asian, that was a great thing for India and our morale. From an army's perspective, I think Indian Army, which was not so great in the show during the 1962 because of our less preparedness, or we did not have great equipment, or probably it was more about a surprise from China. It came a befitting morale booster in 1971, just 8 years later. And I think that was a high point of Indian military. And after that, it has always been going up and ahead of it. And
Yes.
relation between India and Bangladesh, I think that is something that should always remain sweet, and Bangladesh should always remember India's support for them.
Yes, you know that East Pakistan became Bangladesh, as we are discussing, with the Awami League leader Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and becoming the first president in January 1972, as well as the second prime minister in 1974. Muji, who was assassinated in 1975, and is the father of the current Bangladesh PM Sheikh Hasina. And at the same time, I also want to tell you that this year, Prime Minister Modi has lit up the Swarnim Vijay Mashal from the eternal flame of National War Memorial, and 4 Vijay Mashal are lit from eternal flame of National War Memorial, and these mashal will be carried to various parts of country, including villages of Paramveer Chakra and Mahavir Chakra awardees in 1971 war, and soil from the villages of these awardees and from the areas where the major battles are fought in 1971 are being brought to National War Memorial. So I think that's wonderful initiative is being done this year.
That's true, and I think no government can afford to not to do the respects, give the due respect to the armed forces, because the armed forces work without neutral. They live neutral. They without ideologies. They are for the nation. They are always for the nation, with the nation. Because of them, we can sleep, we can enjoy, we can entertain. And I think that nature of army is something that needs to be respected by everyone, all of us, including the political masters who manage.
Yes.
And this is what is happening. And I'm really proud of the current government dispensation, who are giving the armed forces their due. And in fact, I'm very happy that once old former general is our also a minister in the Prime Minister Modi's government. And that is something which is very interesting. And Bangladesh war, Vijay Divas. I also heard on All India Radio today about some other patriot who, from in those days from the Bengal, because that part of Bengal has been always very close during the pre-independence days, the Chittagong and the Dhaka and all those places. So it's also a great memory between those two countries. Bangladesh, I have met wonderful Bangladeshi friends in Japan and Southeast Asia. And, it is very good to see Bangladesh progressing in terms of the textile that they are producing for the world big labels. And I believe India-Bangladesh friendship goes a long way. And Indian Army's contribution is always remembered.
Before we end, I would also like to mention about the Navy Day and the operation which is being done in 1971. It's called Operation Trident. And at that point of time, Indian Army has surrounded the financial hub of Karachi. And that is the day we celebrate as a Navy Day on 4th December. And I think we have done a program on that too. And also, I would like to mention the Battle of Longyearbyen, where we have celebrated about the valor of Major K.S. Chandpuri. So all these people who contributed with their valor and safeguarded the boundaries of India. So big salute to them. And again, congratulations to you on this Vijay Divas and to all Indians.
Thank you. Sure, Kanchan. I wish all our Indian nationals as well as our Bangladesh compatriots a great Vijay Divas or Bijoya Divas to them.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Legal Matters. And as you know, that we discuss legal matters in this series, where we have an expert, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, who joins us from Ahmedabad. So, Jeet, let me welcome you first before we start our discussion. So, welcome to the show, Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. Good morning and a very warm welcome to you as well. Thank you to you as well for inviting me to this show.
Yes, Jeet. So I think the discussion topic today is, about what is happening with Republic TV, and we all know that 1,000 people from Republic TV have been under an FIR, and this may have a long-term effect. So, would you be kind enough to tell us from the legal standpoint what it means and why this is happening?
Yes, certainly, Chandrakant. It is in the news these days, and we are seeing on TV channels as well. This is the topic of discussion these days. But this raises some very important questions regarding the right press and also the restrictions on the press and how important the role of media is today in our democratic setup. Media is considered to be the fourth pillar of democracy, as apart from judiciary, executive, and the legislature. And it has become such an important source of transferring information and giving up-to-date knowledge to the viewers and the citizens. Media certainly has the role of media is increased in last several years, and today we have 24 hours news channel providing news to the citizens around the clock. But right now we see there is a lot of investigations and FIRs being registered against media houses, especially what is happening against Republic TV and against Arnab Goswami. So basically in last couple of months, around 4 FIRs have been registered against Republic TV and its anchor as well as its owners. So it started from the Palghar incident in Maharashtra, where first FIR came to be registered for instigating communal tension and spreading hatred. So this was the first FIR. Then thereafter, the second FIR was registered with regards to the migrant problem in Bombay during lockdown. And thereafter, another third FIR was with regards to this TRP rigging case. And fourth, recently last week, the FIR that is registered against the Republic TV is for the the story which was published on 22nd October regarding the biggest story tonight, the show, wherein allegations were leveled against the police commissioner of Bombay. And the FIR says that the story, which was aired on 22nd October, tries to incite disaffection amongst police personnel against the police commissioner and also maligns the police image. So these are the four FIRs which have been registered in a couple of months' time. And probably, as it is being said by Republic TV, that this is a witch hunt and at the hands of the top leaders of Maharashtra. But the matters have reached the courts, and the courts are hearing the matter. But this raises two important questions. One is the freedom of press, and the second is what are the restrictions or reasonable restrictions that can be imposed, and whether the freedom of press is absolute and unfettered, or whether there can be any restrictions, or there can be some reasonable restrictions which can be put on the right to press in India. With regards to this TRP case, the facts which have emerged are that uh, some houses whose TVs have been fixed with barometers were they were bribed to watch certain channels, so the certain channels TRP ratings would come high. And one of the TV channels, as alleged, is Republic TV, and the other two TV channels are some Maharashtrian local TV news channels. So this is the allegation against them, and this against all these FIRs. Petitions have been filed before the High Court for quashing of these FIRs, as these FIRs, the accused say, are an abuse of the process law, and the matters are still pending before the High Court. Even one matter reached to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme for FIRs in a short period of time is slightly unusual, and also FIR based on some show saying that this incites disaffection amongst police personnel is also unusual, and probably this is the first time I am hearing that such FIR is filed against a TV channel based on such reporting. So certainly it is unusual, and it appears if four FIRs in a short period of time against one news channel, it appears to be some sort of it prima facie gives a picture that it appears to be some sort of a witch hunting targeting some person in the media. But let us talk about what is freedom of speech and expression, and how this covers the uh, gives right to the freedom of press, and also what can be the reasonable restrictions. Freedom of speech and expression, yes.
Before you begin on that subject, Jeet, in fact, I would like to also tell the viewers that the law which has been invoked against Republic TV has been invoked after 98 years, and after 1928, even the British felt very in a hot seat when they were using this law to put the freedom fighters in jail. So even the British had a lot of challenges, and after from 1928 till India got independence, this law was not used by British, and it was used once again during the emergency. So this is a law under which Republic TV and its staff has been booked. Is a very rare uh, law which has never been used in independent India except during the emergency, and even during British Raj for a certain time it was used until 1928. So I think the use of such laws in India, in independent democratic, India, it's unprecedented. And I think, Jeet, you can talk about what is the impact of of this action by the government and the police of Maharashtra on the democracy of the entire Indian as a country, as a region.
Right. So you rightly pointed out this is the first time in modern history that such sections have been invoked and an FIR has been registered. So this shows that that this appears to be draconian and it is rarely used, and therefore sometimes something which is rarely used can also be misused, and it seems to be an attack on the right of press in India, and therefore it has to be curtailed. And I think the High Court will come down heavily upon such FIR if it is found to be frivolous. But right now investigations are going on, and we will come to know ultimately at the end of the investigation. But you are right that such sections are not usually invoked, and it is very rare, because it always raises a question regarding the freedom of press, which it is a fundamental right not just of the press houses but also of the citizens to get information. So so therefore this does raise some important questions on democracy and the right of citizens, and also the rights of these media houses who are providing information and running the news channel. But what can be the reasonable restrictions? So freedom of speech is guaranteed under Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution, and it involves the right to express by word of mouth, writing, printing, picture, or any other matter. And it includes the freedom of communication and the right to propagate or publish one's views. So this is the freedom of speech and expression, which is guaranteed under the Constitution and is a fundamental right of every citizen in this country. Even the press and media have the same right of freedom and expression, because there is no particular right of media under the Constitution except the freedom of speech and expression. So this is the right of media is covered under Article 19(1)(a), that is the freedom of speech and expression. So it gives the right to right to an individual to write, publish, circulate, and broadcast information. The press derives this right from right to freedom of speech and expression in Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution. The restrictions under the Constitution which can be imposed on this right are given under Article 19, subclause 2, which constitute reasonable restrictions. And this can be on the ground that the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of India is being compromised, or the security of the state, or the friendly relations with foreign state, or it disturbs public order, public decency, morality, or it is in relation to contempt of court, or defamation, or incitement to an offense. So these are the 5 or 6 restrictions which are imposed under the Constitution. And I will again repeat, they are if it compromises the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of the country, the security of the state, it harms the friendly relations with foreign states, or it disturbs public order, public decency, or it is harmful to the morality of the country, or it is in relation to contempt of court, or it is defamatory, or it incites, or it is an incitement to an offense. So these are the 6 or 7 restrictions which are imposed under the Constitution. Apart from this, if it does not cover, if any reporting or if any writing or any type of information does not disturb the security of the country or harms the morality, public decency, or public order, or it is in contempt of court, then the press has a right to express and give its opinion and give a fair reporting of the matter.
So for
So
an
these are the restrictions. Yes.
for an average Indian, I think they are totally dependent on what they hear from the press. And if the press is muzzled like this with malicious intent, um, can they really do it? I mean, is there a provision in the law to prevent such malicious activities which are malified?
So, well, as I said, that these are the restrictions under which the right of press is covered. But if it does not fall under this any of these restrictions, then the right to an extent is absolute, and it is most important right under the Constitution. So there cannot be any malicious attack on the freedom of press. But within the reasonable framework of law, if any information which is given is of such a nature which is not in public order, or it is not in the morality, or it is not, it amounts, incites communal tension, then certainly action can be taken. But then, because it is a fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression, it has to be strictly um, given full liberty, and unnecessary or trivial sort of restrictions should not be. That is important, because it's a fundamental right. It is not an ordinary civil right. It's a fundamental right, and therefore any restriction which is supposed to be imposed on these rights will have to be very strictly construed, and only if it is strictly falls within the parameters or the restrictions, then only it can sustain. Otherwise, it is an attack on the fundamental right. So therefore, courts do come down heavily upon such attacks on fundamental right.
So I think, Jeet, in fact, we used to see these kind of things only in movies, but I think now we are seeing this in real life, where the benefactor of law are really becoming the villains. It appears so. We don't know. I think the matter should be decided by the courts, but it appears so.
Right. So yes, 4 FIRs in a very short period of time, it is slightly unusual, and it to a ordinary eye would appear to be a sort of a witch hunt. But ultimately, the courts have to decide, and it is at large before the court. So that we must trust the courts in this country, and I'm sure the courts will come up with the correct decision. But basically, the rights of the media, if I may just point out, broadly, which are given under the Constitution and by way of several judgments of the Supreme Court, is one to publish and circulate information and opinions, which is part of the right of freedom of speech and expression. Also, the right to dissent, which is not to agree with any opinion or given dissent to any of the policies or uh, framework of the government. And it is right to receive information, which is the right of every citizen. The right to conduct interviews. The media persons have a right to conduct interviews, and that have been that is a part of right to freedom of speech and expression. Then there is right to report court proceedings, because media persons, journalists have a right to attend proceedings in court and uh, publish a proper and faithful report of the proceedings that are witnessed and heard in court. Then right to advertise, that is also part of right to freedom of speech and expression, and it has been upheld by the Supreme Court in several judgments. These are broadly the rights of the press and media, uh, which are which have been interpreted and given brought under the meaning of right to freedom of speech and expression by various judgments of the Supreme.
Jeet, I have a fundamental question, and you can probably express your opinion. Like in United States, if there is a malified and false implication of anyone by the authorities, the people who are involved in those kind of activities have to pay the damages from their own pocket. So, do you think the time has come to basically build these laws so that the power cannot be misused in India?
Well, yes, that's a very important question, because a lot of times we see that wrong prosecutions are initiated and ultimately it results into acquittal. And acquittals, ultimately, it is a waste of public money, waste of court's time, that illegal and wrongful prosecutions were initiated. So time has come that the responsibility should be fixed upon these persons, and they must be made accountable, those who initiate wrong prosecution. But there is a provision under the IPC wherein if anybody initiates wrong prosecution, they can be held liable. But with regards to tortious liability, that is compensation, I think that law must now develop, and courts must grant high compensation and uh, that yes, you are right. That to that extent, yes, I agree. That now the time has come that compensation should be awarded in cases where wrongful prosecutions have been initiated.
So I think, Jeet, I think it was very useful for us to understand this whole scenario because we are seeing in the TV every day, but I think some of the viewers may not know the implications. I think thank you so much for covering this in quite a good detail, and I think you have also expressed your opinion what should be done next. So it was a pleasure talking to you this morning, Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for having me and discussing on this topic.
So we will catch up next Thursday again on some other legal topic. Until then, I say you goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Very good morning to you, CK, and another bright sunny week starting in London.
It is quite hot in India as well, and we are still in lockdown. It is day 27th today. So I have a bit of information for you that some of the states have extended the lockdown in India. Earlier, the lockdown was up till May 3rd. Now, some of the states in India have today announced the lockdown will extend till May 7th. So I think some of us are going to be in lockdown for a very long time. But the good news is that so far, India as a country is conducting a lot of tests, and the fatality rate is lower than the other European countries in India. And also the number of cases, positive cases that the Indian government has announced are lesser than the European and the American numbers. So we have not yet flattened the curve, but I think we have to wait for another 6 to 7 days to really see the curve being flattened. So that is a bit of good news from my side.
Well, that's excellent news, and it's something to smile about, especially as we're tripping through the alphabet. So smile. Why don't you smile?
I am
It's worth smiling about because it's really good news.
I'm smiling.
Excellent. And we're on S, so why don't we hit the word smile? Or in fact, what we're going to do is we're going to hit the word smiles. Okay? Because that's quite a long word. And the interesting thing is, when we're very young, we smile a lot. You look at a baby, and it's very difficult to see a baby that isn't happy, unless they're crying their eyes out, But most babies have got a smile on their face. In fact, if you look around the web currently and you look for GIFs of babies, they're all smiling. Whereas the adults don't smile a great deal. But let me ask you a little quiz. What's the longest word in the world?
I've heard this word. It's quite difficult. I don't really remember, but I think it goes into 2 to 3 sentences. I think that's one word. That's the longest word that I know of. I'm sorry,
Well,
I don't know the answer.
No. Someone said to me, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Are you sure this is the longest
word? And it begins with S, amazingly enough. But very simply, the longest word in the world is smiles. Because between the S at the beginning and the S at the end, there's a mile in between.
Right.
Yeah, that brought a small smile on your face.
Right.
But it could. Joking aside, we don't smile enough. But let's do something. Let's do something really simple here. And you're my guinea pig of the day. You haven't even got a choice whether to volunteer or not. You are the volunteer. What I'd like you to do is to look up up to the ceiling. Get a firm look on the ceiling, and I want you to have a big smile on your face. That's it. So, big smile on your face, and big beaming smile. You've got to look up at the ceiling, and a big smile on your face. And what I'd like you to think of is something negative without losing the smile. Now, the thing about that is, it's not easy, is it?
I can't do that because I am thinking about smiling right now.
Exactly. So if you're smiling, trying to think of something negative while you're smiling, your brain is now confused and it says, well, actually, I'd rather smile because that's happier. That's easier because we don't have to think much to smile. So consequently, if we smile, we can't think of things negative.
Right.
And it's one of the simplest things you can do to start reducing your what we call behavioral waste, which doesn't begin with an S, by the way. It's a B and a W. But the thing is, by smiling, we can actually start to reduce some of the negative. So when you're working with your team, especially on this interactive arena that we are today, when we're locked in at home and our only real communication is digital with our team, smile. It's infectious. Even by me just saying smile, you smiled. So it's illogical, really, but it's really simple, and it gets things moving. And if you've noticed when you're walking down the street, we notice all the time when we're walking around, people that don't normally talk to each other, if you smile over and say, good morning, they're forced to smile back. It's an automatic reaction. It's very difficult not to smile at someone that's smiling.
So, Neville, I think what you're trying to tell us is that always be happy, and that is infectious. I'll share some experience with you right now. So, when I was in US, people always say, "How are you?" Right? But they don't ever smile. It's like it's a very stern, very, very stubborn kind of expression. If you meet somebody, "How are you?" without smiling, right? So I think that's, and they are not waiting to hear your answer. They will simply say, it's like a custom, "How are you?" and they walk away. So I think another thing we need to learn from what you're saying is that we need to be always happy within ourselves and smile always, all the time.
It's a simple thing, and as you say, there's lots of automatic reactions and automatic sayings. So I would regularly, when I had a proper job back in the 80s and 90s, I would go into an office on a daily basis and I'd walk through, and if typically I was first in the office, so I didn't have to say hello to anybody apart from the cleaner that was leaving. But I would say hello, good morning, how are you? And the cleaner would smile back, But when the team came in and I would wander out and just say, hello, how are you? How's your weekend? And have a smile. It's infectious. People will respond to it. So although we're under lockdown and the majority of the time you're just looking at a screen, smile, because that comes from within. And the more you do it, it's not just an issue of being happy. It's being content, and if you're content, then you're relaxed. And the more relaxed you are, the faster you can think about things. And all of these things they're almost syndicated together. So if I'm relaxed, I'm actually incredibly productive. If I'm under stress, not stress that I'm enjoying, because there is an enjoyable amount of stress. That's another letter S, by the way. not one that I would recommend. But for some reason, a lot of students like to put themselves under stress because they hand in their assignments at the very last minute, for whatever reason. But some people work that way. But if you smile your way through it, then life is a lot easier. This isn't difficult. It's not rocket science, and it's very simple. And you think, well, it can't be as simple as that. The answer is, that's another S, simple. There was a phrase, I don't know if you recall this phrase, keep it simple, KISS.
Yeah.
And some people would keep it simple, stupid might be on the end, depending upon where you were in the world. Because it didn't mean stupid. It meant keep it simple, stupid, because if you make it complicated, you're going to be stupid because people won't understand it.
Right. So I think the learning for today is keep it simple and keep smiling. That will make the life very easy for all of us. We will be more productive. We will not be able to. We will not be, complicated for others to understand, and we will not be complicated ourselves for us to be more stressed. So I think these are certain learnings for us for today, Neville.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you start simple, the day will just fly by. So when you're talking to your team today, smile.
Certainly, I will do that.
And we'll be back tomorrow with a tea.
Yes, I wonder what that tea is.
Well, it won't be tea. Anyway, enjoy your day, CK, and smile, everybody, because life's beautiful.
Certainly, and thank you so much, Neville. Be safe, be positive. We'll catch up tomorrow again.
High five.
High five. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, a very important event has happened in the capital region of India, that is New Delhi. A new chief minister has taken oath. Mr. Kejriwal has become the new chief minister of New Delhi state after a very long, almost like a 40 days fight during the election for New Delhi. So why I'm talking this is a very important event because this has created a sort of a template for all future elections which will happen in India. Why I'm saying this? I would like to make few points before I come to the reasoning why I'm saying that this is an inspirational election for other political parties, and they have to understand why it is important as a template. Number one, the political parties have to know that they are not a company, they are a political party. And usually, political parties succeed on the basis of their ideology. So, the political parties who are, who are behaving more like a private company and not, bringing the issues which are related to ideology, those political parties will have a shrinking vote bank. Why? Because people don't want to give vote to a private company. They would like to give vote to a leader or a political party on the basis of what they are thinking. So one of the most important thing for any political party has to keep in mind is that their ideology is very important. And when I say ideology is very important, it's simply not speaking out in public forum. They have to also show that they are actually standing by their ideology. Because on one side, people keep, talking about in their speeches and all that, and their social media campaigns. But on the other hand, they do totally different things, and people actually see through this, and they actually feel that, they say something about ideology which
which basically sort of ring bell with the masses of their voters, but when they actually do things which that is totally opposite. So the lesson that we have to learn from Aam Aadmi Party is uh, never dilute your ideology. And that is exactly Aam Aadmi Party under the leadership of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal did. They maintain what they are standing for. Whatever the whatever the pressure that came from the opposition, they did not change their ideology, and that resonate very well with the voters. That is number one. Number two, you know, give details of your work, what you have done, and what challenges you have faced, and don't speak words which does not mean anything. Because if you look at Aam Aadmi Party's opposition, they did not do anything. The opposition parties did not accept criticizing what good work was being done by the Delhi government. So give details related to what actual work you have done. Number three is never compromise on nationalism, because if you talk about something which is against the interest of the nation, because obviously one state is part of a larger nation which is India. So as a state, if you are bringing an ideology which is anti-national, or it perceived as an anti-national, obviously people will not like it. Most of the people, I would say 99.99% people, don't want to go against the idea of India. So these are the three inspirations that we have to take from this election. Number one, never compromise on ideology. Number two, always give details of your work, because what you promised in your last term's manifesto, and in the new term that you are going, or you're aiming to become or acquire power, you actually give that I have promised these things. My journey will continue, and I will, some of those tasks which are still pending, I will still work towards it if the people give them chance. And there are new things which as a government they would like to do. So, and number three is never compromise on nationalism. Always talk about nations first. So these are the three inspirational or sort of learning that we get from this election. And hats off to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his entire team, all the team of ministers which worked very hard, and also being a political party, did a lot of propaganda around what they did. So this is exactly what the model which will continue from now on. And if the political party who are not very strong on ideology, people will not like them. Number two, the political party who are not working for the benefit of the people who have voted them, people will reject them. And people who are compromising on nationalism, people will reject them. So these are the three things which I feel, as per my analysis, is going to be the next template for next 10 to 20 years for political scene in India. So these are my views, and I'll see you again with some more interesting analytics tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today in our discussion, we want to discuss something which happens with all the tech startup, or also with non-tech startups. They spend a lot of their time in developing their products and don't even think about their marketing and sales plan. And this is a very, very chronic subject. During this discussion, we will have a lot of pros and cons and a lot of business discussion. To discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Mike Bradley.
Hello, Chandra. How are you today?
I'm good, Mike. And for the benefit of viewers, Mike is the group
Chief Strategy Officer of Scale Up Arena, which is a global organization helping a lot of enterprises and SMEs, also startups, to scale up and merge up. So without further ado, let us start our discussion. Mike, people spend a lot of money, millions of dollars, developing their products without even thinking that there is a need for that product in the market. And once the product is ready, will there be buyers available for that product? What is your opinion?
I think you summed it up nicely. Basically, the whole point around, particularly around startups, is that there's a lot of attention given to how many startups we have, how many startups there are in Berlin or London or in San Jose or in Mumbai or Delhi. You know, the more startups we have, everybody gets very, very excited about startups. But the snag is a startup with a product isn't necessarily a successful business to go on to be an emerge up or a scale up. And the reason is, I think, goes right back to basics, because we all hear all the time when we go through business schools and education, the importance of market research. But I think people have a misconception as to what market research is. Because market research isn't just about sitting in a room answering questions in a focus group about what color should the packaging be, or does this taste right? It's actually about saying, are we sure? And particularly in the startup and in the tech space, where it's not a tangible product, it's a service related offering that you're trying to get businesses, consumers to buy into. The idea of just creating a product and spending money and thinking it would be so nice if we could do this. So you create a product, you spend money on it, but do you know whether that is a solution to a problem or a solution searching for a problem? And I think that is a major issue when people are developing a new startup company or a new product.
Well, I fully agree because, I tend to work with SMEs and startups in my own region. And I encountered these confusions in the mind of the chief executives of these startups and SMEs. They have an idea. They have a bright spark in their mind. It's like, Eureka moment. Hey, this is something which I can do, and it's going to sell like hotcakes. And this is something happening in their mind. But you need a salesperson, you need a sales a chief marketing officer or a salesperson who has seen the world, who has seen the clients, who knows the pulse of the client, and who knows what will sell, who will buy, how much it will sell for, how soon it will sell for. These are the questions which these CXOs don't answer within their mind. They just go with this eureka moment. Hey, let's sink in $1 million and let's see what happens, and then somebody will acquire me after that.
Well, they're hoping. The way I phrase it is by asking the question, this is the qualification question for me, is how balanced is your business? Okay, because when you're going to look for investment or you're looking to grow your business, you're going to have to demonstrate that you have not just a fantastic product and you spent all your development budget on programmers to put together some fantastic app, because before you get a single penny of external investment beyond family and friends and people being nice, someone's going to say to you, how many people are buying your product? How much traction have you got in the market? So for me, a balanced business plan on the most simple level is not just about the deck, not just about how great the product looks, or it's got all of these different components and we've spent N thousand rupees developing it. It's about, is the balance between your product development and your client development correct? Because it's 0 point putting all of your money for your startup into product development and then expecting experienced people to open doors for you and walk you into clients on a commission only basis. Because if you truly want to succeed, you want to ensure that the people you're engaging with and the prospects, the customers, the markets, the geographies, that they're actually primed, ready to place an order when your product is ready. There's no point in saying, we spent all of our money, sorry, we can't pay anybody to go and develop the market. Because if you haven't sold anything, you haven't got a business. All you've got is a great idea. And it might be a great idea, but you're never going to get a partner to buy into it, or a client to buy into it, or an investor to invest in it, unless you can demonstrate you've got a product that the market actually needs and wants. And you've got some traction, some live partners and clients, ideally some strategic partners, some joint venture partners to help you take it to market. Because, you know, there are thousands of startups. Being a startup, having a great idea is not the end game. That is the runner standing with their feet on the starting blocks at the start of the race. The one that people remember are the ones who reach the finishing line and cross it and win. And the only way they're going to do that in many companies is if they've got the balance right. My contention is, if you're spending 5 million rupees developing a product, you should also have 5 million rupees developing your market and your client base. Don't put your plan together thinking, I'm going to spend all my money on 30 developers to create a product. But, oh, when I go to market, I know I'll ask 5 mugs to come along and work for nothing, to walk me in their spare time, because they won't be motivated to sell your product. Because if you're an experienced person with a black book of contacts, there's no way that you're going to spend your time, dedicate your time, more than maybe I can make a couple of quick phone calls to contacts I know. You're not going to spend a lot of focused time ensuring that that product gets to market. So I think any CEO or MD or founder who is not properly balancing their client and product development is asking for a trouble. They're asking for a problem. Because the other thing, Chandra, that's going to happen is, unless you start talking to clients and prospects and markets, how do you know how to price your product? How do you know how to package your product? Because it isn't going to be the software developer or the chief technology officer that's going to have to go out there one day and say, can you sign this piece of paper to buy our product? That's not the person that's going to get the deals. The person who's going to get the deals is the one who goes to talk to people and actually develops an agreement and a commercial plan that is a cliche, but a win-win. It's got to be a win for all parties, and it's got to be acceptable in the eye of the acquirer. Do you agree?
I fully agree with you, Mike. In fact, your narration has raised 2 very pertinent questions. One is, without understanding the pain point that your product solve, people jump into investing more and more in developing their product. So, coming out with an idea is a very brainy stuff. So people are quite brainy, they are quite smart, and that is why they are coming out with ideas. Yet they completely overlook the marketing and sales functions. Is it because of respect for those functions? I mean, they have lack of respect. What do you think?
Well, unfortunately, I think that selling um, has a very bad perception in a lot of people's mind, because unfortunately everybody is tarred with the same brush. Okay, so a person who is trying to con someone out of money through a fraudulent scheme is trying to sell you their fraudulent program. Somebody who's trying to sell you a very valuable piece of equipment is also selling to you, but their idea and their value is different. So, but the snag is everybody remembers the bad salesperson, and therefore selling has a bad name. Therefore, people think, well, selling, oh, that's easy. It's either easy or it's full of crooks. Okay, but the point is, unless anybody in business is selling, they're not going to survive. You can have the best business plan on the planet. It could be written by one of the big four consultants. It might even give you a nice valuation figure based on some algorithm. But unless you're actually tangibly converting people, persuading people, and converting them to becoming clients, you have a worthless product or service. And the point is that selling skills are something I personally believe everybody in an organization is a salesperson. Very contentious statement. I mean, the best founders and the most successful people on the planet, and we can all name a few of those. Bill Gates springs to mind. I happen to think Richard Branson springs to mind. These are people who have been able to communicate and persuade and promote their idea, their concept, their product, make it address a market where people think, I must have some of that. I need that, I want it, and I'm prepared to pay the price that they're asking me for it. Bill Gates made a success of Microsoft because he sold PC-DOS into IBM. None of us would have heard of Bill Gates if that strategic partnership hadn't happened. Virtually before we even knew about DOS, the first thing we heard was IBM had adopted this product called, I think it was called PC-DOS within IBM. I could be wrong. Somebody's going to correct me. But basically, it was adopted as the PC operating system by IBM. And that was when Windows became adopted across the board. And so the most successful entrepreneurs are also salespeople. The question I would say is, if you're looking for a job, would you rather go and work for the CEO who's able to sell, or the CEO who's able to read a spreadsheet? Because the one who's going to survive long term is the one who's selling. Because the one who's not selling is going to be either taken over or laying off you as an employee, when suddenly he wakes up one day and says, actually, we haven't got enough revenue coming in. We're not making any money. We can't pay our G&A expenses. I'm going to have some later people off. So all of us in business, no matter whether we're business coaches, whether we're selling widgets or hydraulics or apps or web services, whatever it is, we have to sell. And one thing that the Americans do very, very well, and I think we all around the world need to learn from, is they're not afraid of sales. I think sometimes their pendulum swings too much the other way, but I do believe that they do know how to sell, and they're not afraid to sell. And in America, selling is not deemed to be a bad profession. It's recognized that it's an important part of survival for a business and success.
Yes, so I think your advices are very valuable for our viewers, and I think somewhere few moments back you mentioned about how much budget to keep to allocate for sales and marketing function, and you mentioned 50%. So if your company is $1 million, you reserve half of it for product, your HR, your salaries, etc., and half for your sales expenses and marketing expenses. Do you see? And I'm sure this is the best combination. I mean, the best of breed companies would have this. Like IBM would have this. Microsoft would have 50% budget for sales and marketing.
Yeah.
Is there something that you would like to recommend for startup that they should must have minimum budget for sales and marketing before even they start putting money in the company?
Well, I think when you're putting your plan together, I don't think there's a number, because I think the amount of money depends on the geography you're in, depends on the cost of development, depends on the markets you're going for, depends on the amount of raw material that you're putting in. I don't think there's a fixed number, but what I do think is at the same time you're sitting down with your idea, you need to be thinking, actually, I need to be producing this idea and taking this idea to market in a balanced way, a way that is developing the product, but also developing the base, the market, the geography, such that you don't get to 6 months into product development. You spent 80% of all the money you've got available, and then you think, oh, actually, maybe we should start selling now. I know I'll find half a dozen people to sell for nothing and hope that by the 12th month, we've actually sold something. You've got to start by selling immediately. And as you go on that journey, that's when you develop the product to be a successful long-term brand, because you're actually gleaning real market experience that goes back into making your product better than it is. And particularly in tech, I mean, there are products in the traditional markets, hydraulics, for example, that don't need to necessarily change very much. I used to run a hydraulics company, and we have one product on the shelf that had been around for 80 years unchanged. And of course, from the tech market, I've been in companies where they write products off totally in 6 months. And we are now living in a global, dynamic, digital world where there's competition everywhere. You might think you've got a unique product idea. I'd be very surprised if there's not somebody else in the world somewhere at this very moment developing the product in the same way that you are, thinking that would be great. So it's a competitive world, and that means that, and we see this in tech all the time, that products are continuing on a journey. It's almost like the product never arrives. It's never a final product. It's a product journey, and we're all continually enhancing it, making sure it's still relevant, making sure we can still monetize it in the changing dynamic market. And so the product has to continually be refined. But that process is impossible if you don't get market feedback. It just becomes a great idea and a great piece of paper, but it doesn't become a tangible, ongoing, long-standing business like Amazon, for example, which did a massive amount of marketing and sales and investment in product until they became a success. I think it took years for Amazon to become a profitable business, but the vision was right and the product was developing along with the marketing.
Yes, in fact, you mentioned few very important and key things here. One is the time to market. I think what you're trying to say is the time to market has to be determined. And if you are a chief executive of a startup, investing your money in developing something, you must have a time to market and viability. For example, you mentioned something about a product, engineering product, which has not changed for last 80 years. Probably it will not change for another 100 years. But I mean, if you look at India, there were companies who could make 100-year plan. I used to work for a company called VeriSign, and to be very surprised when I joined that company, they had 100-year plan because they knew exactly what they are doing. But not everyone can have a 100-year plan, and
No.
in my opinion, if you don't have time to market clearly defined, you will not have, after a year of sinking money in your startup, the world has moved on and your idea is no longer required. People have moved on,
Yeah.
there is something new
No,
required.
absolutely. Yep. Or somebody will have acquired it. I mean, I think particularly in tech space these days, there are elements of a product that have been made somewhere else, and you can graft those into a product to give it additional functionality. It's not like everything that you produce in your product has to be uniquely yours. It just has to have plugins to other parts that enhance your product and keep it relevant in the market. And ultimately, the end game in most tech companies is to be acquired, because what you've produced is a particular benefit to a strategic partner who thinks, actually, rather than us paying them 60% margin, we might as well bring it in-house, own it ourselves, pay the person off, and enable us to actually reduce our cost and use it and deploy it and scale it properly. But all along, that partnership and that massive client would not become a buyer and acquirer of the business if there was no proper strategic sales development going on in the organization to get to that point, because there'd be another 100 people with a different product, slightly different tweak. I think very often it's like the Betamax and the VHS video story. Okay, on the one hand, you had Betamax, which was a very, very good product, technically brilliant. But which one became the global de facto standard for video? VHS. Why? Because they got their marketing and sales right. Why did Microsoft become the number one player for PC operating systems? Because they got their sales, marketing, and partnerships right. It wasn't the only product in the market. CPM was already there. I've forgotten how technical it was, so I couldn't possibly say if it was better technically. But what I do know is that Microsoft got their sales, marketing, and partnering right, and so did VHS. And so if you want to succeed in business, you have to get your sales, marketing, and partnering right, which is why, as you'll be well aware, in Scale Up Arena, we focus on that particular aspect, which is developing the market. Our focus on Scale Up Arena, yes, we get funding in place. We have experts to help with developing the model, developing the business. We can put developers in from partners we have. Those elements are there, but the key drivers to what we're doing in our Scale Up Arena ecosystem and the Ensure Scale Up one is we're focusing on the go-to-market. It's all about selling, strategic partnering, and showcasing your product. So if you're not marketing, you're not going to be there next year.
I think these are very powerful words, Mike. I hope the people who are watching this program implement some of these guidelines that you have mentioned today. These are very, very important for any chief executive who is actually not focused on sales and marketing engine. I think the last question I have from you is, what is the best time to set up your sales and marketing engine, in terms of when you have an idea, you want to now ideate out and set up your company? What is the best time to hire a experienced sales and marketing person or a team, CRMs, etc., for any company?
I would say, first thing I would say is ask yourself the question, when is the time that I can afford to not have sales? Because if you can afford to run a business and not have sales, then you need never have a salesperson. You need never find a person that can help you go to market. If, however, your business is going to rely on sales, I would suggest to you, unless you're a salesperson, you might be a very good ideas person, but unless you can sell, the day you need not just a free salesperson, but the best salesperson you can afford is as early as possible in the chain. And when I say that, if you've got a 12-month development cycle for a product, have somebody involved who is going to become your salesperson, because otherwise you're going to go to market with a product that potentially is not going to be sellable. You may not be able to afford them full-time, you may be able to only afford them part-time, but whatever you do, don't expect to get a decent quality salesperson, strategic salesperson to get you into clients, to get you into partners, unless you're prepared to pay for it, because you will get what you pay for in life. And if you want to get a business going, you need to pay a decent salesperson who's actually going to carry your brand, carry your product, and take it into the market and help you succeed. So there isn't an exact time, but the question to ask yourself is, when is the time I cannot afford to not have sales?
So I think as a professional, I understand. And to answer this question that you ask, I would say even before you start putting money in development, you have to have sales engine, because you have to have information drive that you are so and so developing this product. You have to inform the clients, prospects, that within 3 months, 6 months, you're going to roll out this technology or this product. So I think there has to be some sort of traction being prepared, and for that you need to have a marketing and a sales engine, rapport development, client list, CRM. And you cannot do it in one day. It will take time, because out of 100 people, only 2 will probably end up buying your product. So the sales guys are.
Absolutely. And the other thing that's important on this one, Chandra, is you don't just want a salesperson who will take an order no matter what. What you want is you want a salesperson that's going to sell your value in your solution, be truthful and honest, because what you don't want is you don't want a salesperson who just closes a deal and actually cannot deliver. You know, the person has to actually value a long-term relationship. So it's not the, as we would call, forgiving anybody who's a used car salesman, but you don't want a used car salesman. What you actually want is a strategic sales partner who knows how to generate a long-term relationship with a client. And it's not about, you know, the classic multinational splitting it between new business people and account management, because actually a good salesperson will always have an eye to an account management situation, because you want long-term successful customers who turn into case studies, who turn into reference sites, who turn into your long-term customers, who will be with you for the whole journey until you sell out one day to that multinational that actually does recognize the value in your product.
And in fact, you mentioned very, very important word some time back, which was the feedback. You know, I think that is a very, very powerful word. And unless a company does not get any feedback, they cannot improve on their production cycles. And this is very important when countries, especially now, are changing regulations. New laws are coming in place. For example, if you look at India, TikTok was very popular here, and India was TikTok largest client, if you can say. But it took just one order to close, to shut down. Less than 24 hours, they were shut down in India. And look what has happened. So there are other platforms whose sales guys were working on this, and they immediately, you know, you'll be surprised, Mike, when I tell you, within 5 days, YouTube was out with shorts, Instagram was out with reels, and Twitter was out with fleets. And I don't know what they call in Facebook the shorts video platform. So you see what has happened here. the largest player gone bust, and overnight it has been taken over by other Czech
All these
companies.
other brands. Yeah,
Right. So,
absolutely.
I'm thinking as a professional, I'm thinking that there must be some feedback happening that this is going to happen. That is why they were ready, and when this happened, they were right there. And the
Absolutely.
consumer.
Absolutely. You see, these large organizations, they have the resources to be able to implement these solutions at the drop of a hat. Okay. Which is another reason why you have to be very clear on how your product is going to be sustainable in a competitive market. Because otherwise you'll plunge your life savings and a few other family and friends' life savings into something which is actually a fantastic idea, but nobody's buying it. And so you've got to do the strategic selling, see it as a serious role, see it as an investment in your business, more of an investment than investing in the product, because the product generally won't sell itself.
Absolutely right. So let me summarize our discussion today, Mike. I think the most important thing that every chief executive has to look at is the deep stick marketing surveys, which you can do even before you start developing or making your company. So you know exactly whether your product is sellable, not sellable, how many people will buy, how many people are showing interest. So you do a dipstick marketing surveys. After you've done that, you actually invest in your sales and marketing teams, set up your CRM, set up your client base, collect the data of the client, and start informing them regularly so that you don't piss them off. You actually inform them and say that, hey, I'm coming with this solution. And also get feedback constantly so that you can incorporate their pain points. Because if your company is not solving pain points, nobody is going to buy your product for even 1 rupee or $1 or a dime. So you need to
Exactly.
solve exactly, understand the pain points of the clients, and that is when
We
your
all know
product
the
will go.
importance. We all know the importance of networking, Chandra, don't we? Which is, if it's not what you know, it's who you know. So you might have a great product. Who's going to buy it? And if you haven't identified and developed and invested in the development of those people, that network, that client base, unfortunately, your business plan isn't balanced, isn't going to get investment, isn't going to get acquired. So you need to ensure you've got that balanced investment between client and product development. And ecosystems like Scale Up Arena, we're there to help make the connections, the corporations, the collaborations, so that people get closing deals faster.
Absolutely, Mike. In fact, Scale Up Arena is at the forefront of solving such problems for the startups and SMEs. However, I think your advice is very valuable today. It's basically weighs in gold. I hope some of these viewers take this advice and start becoming strategic in their sales initiative. So without being strategic, even though Scale Up Arena will not be able to help them also. So first get the strategy right, and then Scale Up Arena is there, which will help them take their solution globally. So thank you so much, Mike, for joining me today on this very, very important business discussion.
Been a pleasure, Chandra, as always. Good to speak to you.
See you next time on something even more interesting, Mike. Have a great
Absolutely.
day.
Thank you very much. Take care, Chandra.
Bye-bye.
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and this morning I welcome you graciously to our show called Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and I graciously invite you to our show about skills gap that exists in India. And today we have very eminent personality on our show to discuss about this particular aspect. That is Mr. Naval Kant.
Friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Job Class. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR. And as you know, she has a deep interest in Ramayana. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you so much.
Ritu, we see an instance we had been discussing about few aspects of the life of Ram. You see, in those eras, those times, king to marry multiple times. They used to have multiple wives. But Ram married once and he devoted all of his life to Sita. So would you like to throw some light on this aspect of Ram?
During those days, for men, especially from the royal family, there was no rule forbidding them not having multiple wives. But Ram had only one wife, Sita, and which shows that he was a very honest person, and which also added to his greatness. Now, when he was in exile in a remote jungle, he was seduced by Ravan's sister Shupnaka. She tried seducing him, but then Ram never lost his control. Now, this thing says that he was a ideal husband and ideal lover too. He followed the path of dharma, and this dharma protected him in return, and that is why he could win the war against Ravana. So Ram was an ideal man. He loved his wife. Sita ji had her own identity also, and they basically, this story Ramayana is about two characters, Ram and Sita, and they both were great lovers. So this is it. Ram was an ideal husband, and I think every husband should be an ideal husband. Like Ram, he was a perfect gentleman, and he protected his wife, loved her thoroughly, and in wife in return always did what husband wanted to.
Okay, when we are in modern times, and when we look back, and when there were a chance for him to really get married, and he can go for another wife also at that point of time, but he didn't. So what this signifies?
In today's time, if I take it, should I take it from today's time?
Yeah.
In today's time, it's very difficult. What I see, people divorcing, people are into live-in relationships, and they are getting married multiple times, and it's very common in metro cities especially. So I think Ram was never into all these kind of hassles. His life was on domestic front and on personal front. His life was away from all these hassles, and so he could become a very good king also later on when he came back from exile. So if you are personally satisfied, you're professionally satisfied too. So on his domestic front, he was very much happy, a satisfied man. He gave 100% to his wife, and in return he got 200%. In today's world, if I see, this signifies that people are not happy. The loyalty factor is not there, and that is why they are not personally happy, and they are not professionally happy too. So people should be honest in their relationships, like Lord Ram was. They should be loyal, and they should be loving, and should sacrifice certain things which are not important in life to be giving 100% to your domestic life.
Yeah, correctly, you have mentioned. We'll meet again with the other aspect of and discuss the other aspect of the life of Ram.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much.
I'll see you tomorrow again. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to this edition of Akulmach Multiverse. And in today's edition, we would like to discuss more about the ISRO plans for next 5 years. And friends, as you know that ISRO is already planning very ambitious projects. They are planning a trip to Venus. Then they are going to revisit the moon mission, which is number 3. And they are also planning a Mars mission. But above all, they are going to send men to the space. So this project is called Gaganyaan. And as you know, Gaganyaan actually means sky vehicle. And this basically is going to be an orbiter where 3 astronauts will from India, totally Indian trained astronauts and Indian region will travel on their spacecraft to space and orbit for about a week. So ISRO is already building aircraft, and they are actually preparing the whole thing in such a way that the 3 astronauts can do various activities while in space, and probably they will also try and dock the Indian space aircraft with the International Space Station as per the design. As you can see the design which is floating around in the net and shared by ISRO, it looks like it has a docking station as well. So the big question is, well, ISRO will plan a spacewalk mission also. So we will analyze this in today's discussion. So in order to have a successful space walk from the spacecraft, that means the astronauts will have to go out of the spaceship and then perform certain scientific experiments. There are 2 important things which are required. One is the spacesuit, and number 2 is the airlock. So we will discuss one by one. Uh, the spacesuit which is required for the space for the walk outside the spacecraft is it's a very specialized equipment, and it is similar to almost like another small spacecraft. Why? Because when the human being is stepping out of the closed, confined, or a protected environment from the spacecraft, outside the spacecraft, the human being is subjected to a lot of harsh space weather. So when I say space weather, it is like the surface which is facing the sun may heat up to plus 400 degrees. Back will freeze to minus 160 and or probably minus 180 degrees centigrade. So you see, these are the very peculiar space weather, and in order to protect the human being in the space weather, you need to protect the space suit itself. So that is aspect of protecting the humans in space. Number 2 is there is a absolutely zero pressure in space. So, and you need air to breathe and also to create pressure. So this whole suit will be pressurized. And number 3 is it has to be operational in the zero gravity environment, because outside the spacecraft there will be zero gravity. Inside also there is zero gravity, but outside primarily the movement of the astronaut should also happen. It shouldn't happen that his movements are restricted. So if his movements are restricted, then the astronaut will not be able to perform any scientific experiment. So considering these 3 major requirements, the spacesuit which is required for spacewalk are very, very specialized and requires years of research and many trials for that environment. And both Russia and Americans have done this, and even Chinese have done this. And now the India has 2 options. One is that they can buy the spacesuit, or 2, they can do a lot of research and develop their own. So why not? I mean, India has all the capabilities to develop their own, but it takes time. And what are the dates for sending the Gaganyaan to space? There is first mission planned unmanned in December 2021, and there will be one more mission unmanned subsequently. And the date which looks like, as per ISRO, is sometime in 2022, where the 3 astronauts will fly and then go to lower Earth orbit and probably
dock with the International Space Station. We don't know, we are not confirming it. We are just saying that because as per the design of the spacecraft, it looks like it has a docking station. So since they are planning and providing a docking station, I'm assuming they will try and dock the Indian spacecraft with the International Space Station. However, spacewalk does not look viable from my point of view, simply because we do not have the spacesuit which is specifically required for spacewalk. That means it should be like a mini spacecraft itself. And you know, the spacecraft has such protective walls, and it protects the astronauts from space radiation as well as solar wind, and also other elements which are prevalent in the outer space. So the spacecraft, the small spacecraft, which is the space suit for venturing out in the space, requires years or years of R&D, material science, research and development, and also the scientific research in terms of how they will protect the human when he or she steps out of the spacecraft from the solar radiation, and also adequately have a movement so that they can work outside and carry out certain experiments. So this is a problem number one. That means we require a space suit capable of doing spacewalk, which we do not have. Number two requirement is the airlock. Now, why airlock is so important? It is because when you actually open the spacecraft in order to step out of the spacecraft, the entire spacecraft will get depressurized. So when I say depressurized, it actually means that there will be no atmosphere left in the spacecraft, and that will not be very livable after that if you open the door of the spacecraft. So that is why there is a very specialized equipment, and this equipment is quite strong and quite specialized, and that is the airlock. And airlock usually has two sections, two doors, basically very strong doors. One is inside the spacecraft, the other one opens out in the space, and in between in the area is called preparatory chamber, where the pressure is equalized with the spacecraft pressure, and then the inner door is opened. The space astronaut will then step into that inner segment, close the door behind him, and then before opening the outer door, the section of the space, the airlock is depressurized. That means all the air is taken out from there, so that when you open the door, there is no sudden depressurization, so that no damage is done to the spacecraft. The space locks are very, very powerful, very strong walls, devices, which from the design which are published so far by ISRO, it doesn't look that they are actually giving a airlock into the system. They are probably giving a docking station to dock with something, but they are not adding the airlock in their spacecraft, because the design will then completely undergo a major change, and then it will also become very heavy. So I'm assuming that from the information available right now, the Gaganyaan will not perform any spacewalk maneuvers, primarily because of these two reasons. There is no spacesuit, and right now, and this airlock. So because of the absence of these two equipment, we may not experience the spacewalk being done by Indian astronaut. But who knows? These are not something which are so difficult. If there enough time is given to ISRO, they will develop their own airlock systems, and also the spacesuit required for venturing outside in the open space. So probably after the first Gaganyaan, we will probably see more scientific exploration of space by the Indian astronaut. And by the way, ISRO also is planning their own space station in the next 10 years. So I think the whole preparation will start by sending the Gaganyaan in 2022. And after that, we will see lots of development by ISRO in leaps and bounds. So friends, write to me and engage with me in terms of what you feel about this information which I provided, and I will then interact with you, or probably based on your answer I will get you live in my next show.
so that we can discuss together on this. Until then, I will say goodbye for today. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the Legal Matters. And friends, as you know, in this series, we discuss about the legal matters which concerns everyone. And the case which is on mind of every citizen of India, 1.4 billion people, is the Arnab Goswami case, and that has a wider effect, the judgment of Arnab Goswami, because it affects the liberty. And to discuss further, let me invite our expert from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for introducing me, using such kind words. Yes, we are going to discuss a very important matter regarding personal liberty and the judgment of Supreme Court yesterday delivered in Arnab Goswami matter. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
So Jeet is, for a brief introduction, because we have regular viewers, Jeet is a very senior lawyer practicing in Ahmedabad High Court, and he would like to basically give his opinion on this particular case. Uh, I don't want to repeat the case because I think everybody knows, even the kid, as we say in India, that even a kid knows about this incident where the Arnab Goswami was arrested by armed policemen carrying AK-47 and whatnot, and even the riot police by almost like 60 to 70 people, cops went to arrest him, a single man, and then he was kept in jail for a couple of days. So, without wasting my layman language, let me ask this question from our expert, Jeet. What really transpired in this case, and how this affects the liberty of every citizen of India?
Yes, Chandrakant. Personal liberty certainly is one of the basic tenets of our constitutional freedoms granted by our forefathers while drafting the constitution. And as you are aware, 26th November was the Constitution Day, and we all celebrated this Constitution Day, the enactment of this wonderful document. It is a living document and gives rights, freedoms, liberties to all the citizens of this country, and certainly is one of the most respected documents around the world. Uh, Personal liberty absolutely is one of the most important facets, because without liberty, a man's life is of no use. Because only under liberty can a individual grow and reach his optimum level. And therefore, if liberty is denied, then his entire life and everything which is important and dear to him is denied and deprived. So without liberty, there is in fact no life. And Supreme Court, in its yesterday's judgment, has certainly uh, given that liberty to the person who was taken by police and detained for around 7 days, and has delivered a landmark judgment which has a far-reaching effect. And we are going to discuss that, and what the highlights of that judgment, if I may just point out. The Supreme Court says regarding human liberty and the role of the courts is that the human liberty is a precious constitutional value. It is also the duty of the court that criminal law does not become a weapon for selective harassment of citizens. The doors of the court cannot be closed to a citizen who is able to establish that there is some malafide, or he is being harassed by the state and its machinery. Uh, it also says that in jail and under the police stations, human dignity has no protectors, and therefore the role of the court becomes extremely important. That may be the district court, high court, and also the Supreme Court. And the purpose for giving out this judgment, the Supreme Court mentions, is that in its own words, and I quote that we have done so in order to reiterate principles which must govern countless other faces whose voices should not go unheard. As you are aware, Arnab Goswami certainly is a resourceful person and has all the legal team ready by his side. But not every individual has such resources that they can approach to the topmost court, saying that my liberty is denied. And therefore, this judgment, laying down the principle, in fact, it reiterates all the principles of several other judgments which have been laid down till now by the Supreme Court, and says that this is the duty of the court to uphold personal liberty. And therefore, this judgment is extremely important with respect to personal liberty. I would also be talking about the facts and how all these, how this transpired, and why the Supreme Court has granted bail to Arnab Goswami. And it is, in fact, it is a very rare case because Supreme Court usually does not interfere when matters are pending before the High Court, and when a bail application is also filed by Arnab Goswami before the district, the appropriate forum in trial. But what happened and why the Supreme Court interfered, I would just like to point out the facts. Is that on 4th of November 2020, in the morning at around 7:45 a.m., as you said, 60, 70 police and armed uh, people reached his residence, and he was arrested in connection with an FIR which was registered in the year 2018, which was under section 306, which is abatement to suicide. And what had transpired therein, and at that point in time, is that on 2016 December, one of the companies of Arnab Goswami, that is AGR Outliers Media, had awarded a contract for civil and interior works to another company called Concord Design Private Limited, which was substantially owned by one Anvay Nayak, who is deceased, who later on committed suicide. And on 5th of May 2018, that is after completing the entire work of interior design, his allegation was that he was not paid some amount which was due to his company by three agencies which had deployed him to carry out this interior work, wherein one of the companies AGR Outliers of Mr. Arnab Goswami, who had not paid him 83 lakhs. On 5th of May, fed up because of the problems which created on due to non-payment and because of the pressure that he was in, he and his mother committed suicide in Alibag in their farmhouse. And because of which an FIR was registered, he had also written a suicide note wherein he had named these three people, namely Arnab Goswami, another Firoz Sheikh, who had not paid him 4 crores, and third, Mr. Nitesh Sarda of Smartworks, who had not paid him an amount of rupees 55 lakh. And due to this, he mentioned in the suicide note that he is compelled to commit suicide. So, pursuant to this FIR registered, investigation was carried out. The investigating team reached Arnab's office and also asked for all the documents which were provided by his company, wherein it came out that the company had paid the Anvay Nayak company an amount of rupees 5 crore 75 lakhs, but his claim of 80 lakhs was not settled. Substantial amount was already paid, but some amount was not paid, but that was a commercial dispute. And because of a commercial dispute, you have a remedy under law, which is you can file civil case for recovery, or you can also avail all legal remedies that are available under law. But the option of taking your own life and committing suicide is not available to anyone. And it was not such a compelling reason to take your own life because you were under pressure. And even if you've taken your life, that would not mean that that constitutes an offense against someone who has not paid you some amount. So ultimately the investigation officer reached to the conclusion that though the person has taken his life, but this does not constitute an offense, and therefore he filed an A summary report before the Chief Judicial Magistrate, which means that events are true, but crime is undetected. That was the report and opinion of the investigating officer after carrying out the investigation, and he submitted this report on 16th of April 2019, which came to be accepted by the court. The matter was put to rest. Subsequent to that report, the company of Arnab Goswami also wrote and communicated to the victim's wife, the Anvay Nayak's wife, saying that we want to settle this dispute and we are ready to pay you 39 lakh rupees, provided you give us an indemnity against future claims, so that you will not claim in future or you will not initiate any other action. We are ready to pay you 39 lakhs. But which the deceased wife did not accept, and matter rested there. But thereafter, what happened is a series of events. In 2020, as you are aware, that on 16th of April 2020, there was a broadcast by Republic TV for an incident that took place in Palgad of lynching of two sadhus in presence of police and some forest guard personnel. And there was a huge uproar created, and the Arnab Goswami had put his opinions clear cut in the news and media, which were not suitable or were not liked by the Maharashtra government. And therefore, an FIR and several cases in different states were registered against Arnab Goswami and his TV channel, which again led to litigations which reached till the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court quashed all other FIRs except one, which was to be investigated. Thereafter, on 9th of September 2022, employees of Republic TV were arrested for some house trespass by the state government. Shiv Cable Sena, which is also a part of Shiv Sena, they issued a letter to all cable operators across Maharashtra saying that you ban the telecast of Republic TV because they were obviously not liking what was being the opinions of Arnab Goswami as it was against the state government. Again, on 16th of September, a show cause notice was issued to Arnab Goswami for breach of privilege of the Legislative Assembly, again which he approached the Supreme Court. Then on 6th of October 2020, there were FIR which was registered at Kandivali police station in relation to TRP case. Kindly see the dates are flowing as if there's some person who is trying to conspire to frame one person, that is Arnab Goswami. This is what has been mentioned in the judgment of the Supreme Court. Also on 15th of October 2020, local crime investigation branch, Raigad, communicated to CJM that we are going to further investigate with respect to the FIR under 306, which was registered by Anvay Nayak's wife. It is after 2.5 years of the commission of the suicide by Anvay Nayak. And after 1.5 years of closure report, which came to be accepted, suddenly out of grave, they they rise and they say we want to further investigate. Now, there's no basis for further investigation, neither there is any reason for further investigation except that they want to target one person. On 4th of pursuant to this further investigation on 1510, on 4th of November, Arnab is arrested from his residence at 7:45 a.m. He is not issued any notice or he is not called upon to give any answer as which is required under the law. And he is arrested without any substantial reason. And he's sent to judicial custody by the magistrate on production on the next date by the police. In pursuance to his illegal arrest, he files a petition before the Bombay High Court for the issuance of writ of habeas corpus and also for quashing of this further investigation and for releasing him on bail. The High Court hears the matter for 3 days, and ultimately on 9th of November, it says that he has an alternative remedy to approach the concerned court for regular bail, and therefore they are ready to hear his quashing petition, but they were not inclined to release him on bail. In pursuance to that order, the High Court gave him liberty to file regular bail before the concerned district court, and which was to be decided by the district court in 4 days. But the High Court did not grant him bail. So against which he challenged that decision before the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court heard the matter on 11th of November and released him on bail, saying that exceptional circumstances are made out which warrant us to grant personal liberty to Arnab Goswami and he should be released on bail. And yesterday, the reasons and why it has interfered were released by the Supreme Court. And this is what the Supreme Court says, that uh, this amounts to a targeting of an individual because of his opinions on his news channel. And the High Court has failed to decide even prima facie that whether any offense of abatement of suicide was made, or it appeared that there was an offense of abatement of suicide, because that was the first thing what the High Court had to do. And if it felt that there was no offense made out in the FIR, then the High Court should have exercised its power and granted bail to the accused person, and his liberty should not have been denied or deprived in this manner. And therefore, the Supreme Court passed some scathing remarks that High Court abdicated and failed to carry out its duty, did not uphold the personal liberty of the person, and therefore the Supreme Court intervened and reminded all the courts of the country by quoting Lord Denning, is a famous jurist and a judge of England court, and quoting him, they said, and I quote Lord Denning, that whenever one of the judges takes seat, there is one application which, by long tradition, has priority over all others. The council has but to say, my lord, I have an application which concerns the liberty of the subject, and forthwith the judge will put all other matters aside and hear it. That is what the long tradition has been in England and also in India. That whenever any matter concerning liberty is there, it is only to be said that this concerns liberty, and the court has to take that matter and leave all other matters aside. So all other matters can wait. Liberty matters regarding liberty of an individual has top priority, and that has to be taken up. And this is what the Supreme Court has asked all other courts, the district court, court, to, to take this seriously and decide all bail applications or matters pertaining to liberty urgently, expeditiously, and decide it in accordance with. These are the salient features of this judgment, and I congratulate the Supreme Court for delivering such a wonderful judgment, upholding the personal liberty of citizens, and also reminding all other courts to do the same. Certainly, it's a very, very important judgment.
Jeet, thank you very much for summarizing the entire incident and very elaborately building the ground for this discussion. As a layman, I would feel that I'm talking about a layman who's informed or who's following this news, but may not know the nuances related to legal matters. So, as a layman, the first thing that comes to mind is the suicide of the contractor itself, Mr. Nayak, because it looks like that the mother was also dead before he died, and she died in the ground floor room, and he was found hanging in the first floor room. So I think the police has to first investigate whether suicide or not. What are the circumstances of these two deaths? Whether it is murder or it's a suicide, or the mother was murdered first because she was sitting on a sofa dead, strangulated. So and no human can strangulate himself by sitting on the sofa. So I think that is the first thing that they need to investigate. And after hearing you, I have only one expression, which is thank God our liberty is saved by Supreme Court. Because if it happens to such a popular person like Arnab Goswami, it can happen to everyone in India. So I think the matter which requires a discussion is, I think this is very well made out now, that there was a duress against this person, this individual called Arnab Goswami, and his business. And it was very systematically done. It almost appeared to a layman as if a mafia is at work. Because one side you're taking him out from the picture, putting him in jail, and second side he's not getting bail, his liberty is curtailed, and the third is his colleagues are being harassed. In fact, one of his colleagues is still in the jail for last 20 days for some trivial issue. So if this continues in a country like India, which has a constitution based on liberty and equality, I think this is very serious matter. What do you have to say about this, Jeet?
Yes, absolutely. You have discussed some very important issues. Certainly, this amounts to state access, and it is not just in this case, but yesterday another landmark judgment is also delivered in Kangana Ranaut's matter, wherein her residence was demolished by the corporation, and wherein the High Court has also held that this was malice at the state's hand. And this certainly is extremely serious issues, because state is targeting people and those who are not having the same opinion as it does, as the state has. This amounts to state access. It amounts to an autocratic government being run, and therefore the Supreme Court and the High Courts have to come down heavily and arrest, um, uh, uphold the liberty and personal privacy of individuals. Otherwise, the state is going to curtail and make every attempt. And as you said that in Arnab Goswami's case, there was a series of events, which led to the Supreme Court believe that he was being targeted. So absolutely serious. And also with regards to what you mentioned in Anvay Nayak's case, that his mother was found first dead, and on the first he was found strangulated. So, but he also wrote a suicide note wherein he mentioned this, and Anvay's wife recognized that suicide note and also recognized his signature and his handwriting. So, therefore, the murder angle, the investigating officer has to decide whether there is some angle found out or not. But possibly it doesn't appear because the investigation that was carried out ultimately led to the only conclusion that it was a suicide and there was no murder. So the only thing is whether it was an abatement to suicide, an offense which was committed by Arnab Goswami and those two other entities who did not pay the amount to the company of the deceased. This was the issue which the High Court had to decide, and the High Court failed to decide that whether the offense under 306 was because for abatement to suicide certainly is an the serious offense wherein imprisonment is up to 10 years. But there has to be a direct or indirect incitement to the commission of suicide by the deceased. So there has to be some incitement, direct or indirect. There has to be some active role of the accused in instigating or making the person do that act of committing suicide. For example, if there is an employer, there's a driver who is continuously harassed by his employer saying, "I will not pay you this amount," or "I will not." But such harassment will not constitute an offense if he ultimately commits suicide and says that my employer was harassing me. But suppose a wife is continuously harassed by husband and in-laws for a long period of time, and the harassment is of such a nature that would drive a woman to commit suicide, of the cruelties of such a nature, continuous events, and also if there are illegal demands, and if the wife ultimately commits suicide, then certainly then such instances can be said to be an abatement of suicide because there is instigation, there is cruelty, there is direct incitement that leads to a person to commit suicide. But any other trivial harassment, and if somebody takes his own life, then that would also mean that there is the pressure which the person could not take, and suicide itself means self taking his own life. So that means he has taken a decision to end his life because he doesn't see any other hope and he has failed. This issue should be taken up as a mental health issue rather than as an offense. If incitement and active instigation is there of a serious nature, continuous, and for a long period of time, then only it can be constituted as an offense of abatement to suicide. Otherwise, every person committing suicide cannot name and blame others because they could not handle the pressure that was on them. So this is a mental health serious issue which should be considered in that line rather than considering it as an offense. And this is a serious issue because, as you are aware, India today there are around 6 to 7 million people committing suicide every year. Certainly, mental health is a serious concern. But apart from that, in this case, in Arnab Goswami's case, the Supreme Court prima facie holds that the allegations leveled did not constitute an offense under 306, and it cannot be said that Arnab Goswami abated the suicide of Anvay Kayak.
Thank you very much for explaining this in detail because I think that is the nub of the whole incident which started, which triggered this arrest. And you also mentioned Kangana. I think we will talk separately because I think that is even a larger subject. But as a layman, I just have one comment on that one is right from the childhood, I've seen that if you erect a illegal house in India, um, especially coming from Delhi, there used to be a lot of people, refugees coming from Bangladesh, setting up their villages near the Yamuna River, and they were called Juggi. And gradually they became Juggi Jopuri Colony. And in short, it was called JJ Colony. It looks very stylish.
Right, correct.
JJ Colony. I am sure none of the governments in the past, right from 80s, 90s, and so on, they had even demolished one illegal construction like that. and it looked like a very, very aggressive stand by the Maharashtra BMC, where they gave a notice and within 1 hour they demolished the entire Bangalore or office of Kanna. I think that is the reality, and I think every citizen in India understands that it is happening under duress. But we will discuss that separately, Jeet.
Absolutely. But I would also like to say, with regards to Juggi Jopris, also we can have a discussion. Because if Juggi Jopris are standing today, that is also because of the intervention of the constitutional courts like the High Court and the Supreme. They have recognized that the right to have a roof is a right to have a life. Because without roof, there is no life. And therefore, the right to shelter is a part to right to life and liberty, which is guaranteed under the Constitution. And the state should endeavor to grant and to at least attempt that right every individual has of having a decent living atmosphere. Therefore, Supreme Court has in a several landmark decisions laid down this important right to be a fundamental right to shelter.
So now, coming back to Arnab Goswami's case, you see, when we deal with a government servant, whether you are in a police or administration or any other government service, you actually give an oath that you will work for the country, and it's a written. And if you're a gazetted officer, you are under oath on a gazette which is owned by President of India. So usually, what I've seen is the government officers don't do anything illegal. I mean, if they want to do something illegal, they will not. They will circumvent in such a way that the things are not on their head. Somebody else will get caught in the end because they have complete knowledge because they are all government officers. In this case, it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, that people took it on themselves to go against Goswami and taking all the risk, and in certain cases violating the law also. So, do you think my understanding is correct, or it's just my feeling?
It appears to be targeting, and that therefore it appears to be state excess, exceeding its limits and powers, and targeting someone. So, in a way, you are absolutely right that this amounts to targeting somebody, and it is a state excess. It is abuse of the powers granted on.
So that brings to my last question, Jeet. Since people have taken the law in their own hand, is there a sort of a punishment?
Uh, well, uh, uh, if there's an abuse of the process, then certainly departmental actions can be taken against erring officers. But that is again for the government to decide that what they are, to what extent they want to do that. But certainly, if any officer exceeds its power and jurisdiction, then that would call for departmental procedure.
Okay, so I think this is a discussion about what ramification Arnav Goswami has. I'm sure he has good advice available. I'm sure he has. He's a very resourceful person, and I'm sure he will take his next action. We will come to know if we follow his case. We will come to know about it. Any last word you have on this date before we close our session today?
I think Supreme Court is absolutely a savior and has come down heavily and has upheld the liberty of individuals and its citizens. I think we must congratulate the role played by the Supreme and reminding all other courts of its duty and how it must preserve and protect the liberty of its citizens.
So thank you very much for finding time for today's session, Jeet. And we really appreciate your advice, and thanks for clearing it up for the viewers of our show. And we will catch up next week, maybe discuss about some other legal matters.
Absolutely. It was my pleasure, Chandra.
Thank you, and bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And without further ado, let me welcome our guest for today, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a well-known human rights activist in India and also a practicing very senior advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi, Sitesh. Thank you very much. And it's indeed my pleasure to be back with another session with you.
Nagesh, for last couple of months, the entire world is under lockdown. People are finding new ways to work. And in such a situation, it is becoming important for people to know what are their various human rights. So today, I would like to ask your opinion about what are the human rights or right to health while you are under lockdown. So what is your opinion about this?
Well, Chandrakant, see, we all know that World Health Organization, way back on 11th of March 2020, declared the outbreak of viral disease COVID-19 and had reached the level of a global pandemic. The governments had taken several steps because of the alarming levels of spread and severity, and they had taken some urgent and aggressive action to spread of this virus. And because of that, this has been chilling effect on the global economy as well. The governments and the executive have taken administrative actions in parts of the world by imposition of complete shutdown. And why? Because government felt that the movement of people is not essential because they wanted to reduce personal contact. So in all, we have seen that the movement have been stopped. The local transport has been stopped. There have been shutting of schools, staggering working hours, strictly limiting movement out of homes, and also that there is prohibition of cross-border movement across states. So there has what we see is lockdowns, curfews, quarantines, travel bans have been imposed. So all over the world, the people are subjected to these kind of lockdowns to enforce quarantine or self-quarantine by limiting their freedom of movement. So naturally, when there is a limitation in the movement, the human rights guaranteed to the people have been subjected to restrictions with these impositions. Now, what do we understand by human rights? I'll just briefly tell you about the human rights. We have a declaration which is Universal Declaration of Human Rights that contains civil, political, economic, social and cultural rights. In India, especially these human rights are contained in Part 3 and Part 4 of the Constitution of India. And very important right which I would like to address today during this ongoing pandemic is right to health. Now, international human rights law guarantees the right to highest attainable standard of health, physical as well as mental, under the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. This right under the International Covenant obligates governments to take steps to prevent threats to public health and to provide medical care to those who need it. So, government at the same time have imposed the restrictions, but these restrictions have to firstly be justified that whether these restrictions have any legal basis, whether they are strictly necessary, whether there are scientific evidence, whether any action by the authorities, by the police is arbitrary, discriminatory, whether there is a fixed duration. You see, if your rights are restricted, whether it is for a fixed duration or it is endlessly imposed, or whether they are respectful to human dignity. Human dignity is what is important for everybody to live, uh, and that is what is very important. That these restrictions have to undergo these tests. Now, if we talk of right to health, right to health is closely related to and dependent upon the realization of other human rights. That is, right to food. We need, for maintaining our health, we need food. So it depends on right to food, housing, work, education, human dignity, life, non-discrimination, equality, the prohibition against torture, privacy, access to information, and the freedom of association, assembly, and movement. Now, I have explained a couple of rights which are attached to right to health.
I have a question at this point, Nagesh.
Yes.
You know that while right to health is one of the fundamental right for everybody who is a citizen of India. So let's discuss about the India as a country. Um, so in this case, what was happening is that we have been hearing on the news that one chief minister said that I will give health services only to certain type of citizens and not the other types of citizens. And fortunately, that order was later modified. At the same time, when there were issues related to migrant workers, they were moving around without any health facilities. So, in such events, when the government of a particular state says, "Hey, I will not give you health services," what are the laws they are violating by saying that? And the second part two of my question is, what are the laws that migrant workers had when they are actually migrating on foot or by any other means to their states?
Yes. Chandrakant, you have asked me two questions. One is the imposition of restriction by the chief minister of a particular state to give medical facilities to any other person who does not belong to that particular state. Now, as we all know, that for an Indian citizen, he has to have movement and can settle down in any part of this country. There is no restriction on any citizen of India to move around and settle down in any part of this country. And therefore, people have right to movement, and people can come to a particular state or particular city, and for their livelihood and for their personal reasons, they can settle down in that state. So when a person has a right to settle down in anywhere, at any place in this country, he definitely must be provided with everything. Everything means right to health, which includes right to food, right to housing, right to uh, live with dignity, right to education, work, etc. So, any kind of restriction of not giving health facilities to a citizen of this country who has come and has a will to stay and choose his residence in this country definitely affects his right, fundamental right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. So there are other rights which are attached, and therefore such kind of restrictions cannot be imposed, and they are absolutely illegal. The second question, what you mentioned about the migrant workers. Now, migrant workers, when there was an imposition of lockdown by which was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister on 24th of March, the imposition was a sudden stoppage of everything. There was a stoppage of transport, there was stoppage of kind of movement. People were not allowed to move out of their homes. And therefore, while it was necessary for protecting the health and life of the citizen, such a lockdown, strict restrictions were imposed. Now, at that time, when such a restriction was imposed, there was all other activities which is connected to the work of those migrant workers also was stopped. And therefore, when there was no work, mostly migrant workers have earned daily wages when they are employed in any industry or in hotels or in any kind of job they are doing. Most of them are paid on daily basis. And even otherwise, if they are paid on monthly basis, for a considerable time, the work was stopped because nobody was allowed to move. And therefore, under those circumstances, the work, the industry had to stop, and therefore there was no job. Secondly, for migrant workers, they are mostly staying on rented premises. They have been living in rented premises for which they have to regularly pay their rents to the landlords. And when the money was not coming, the landlords, in anticipation sometime, or otherwise when they were not able to pay their rent, asked them to vacate the premises. Now, it was well within the right of the landlords also, because there is a clause which is introduced in contracts like force majeure. Force majeure is whenever something a natural calamity comes, then a certain part of the contract, uh, it becomes not an obligation for the parties of the contract to follow that. But here, when the sudden lockdown came, uh, that force majeure cannot be imposed or cannot be activated in favor of the landlord or the tenant. So that was the situation which constrained migrants to move out of their house. And when there was no
Again, sorry to interrupt. My question was related to right to health. Say, for example, whatever happens with migrant workers, they lose their job, they don't get the money, they don't have money to feed themselves, or even travel, or to stay. So, in such a situation, when the Pandemic Act is applicable, it is whose responsibility to take care of the migrant workers, especially when they are working in upliftment of the economy in that particular state? Why they were left on the street without any food, shelter, and health services?
Yes. See, what is essential here to understand is it is always the government's responsibility to look after the rights of the citizens of a particular state or the country. Now, it was the responsibility of the government when the lockdown was introduced that certain rights of these migrant workers or any citizen, so to say, their rights have to be protected. Now, uh, whatever happened at that particular time, there was no arrangement, there was no facility, there was no connection of the government with those people. And although government tried to help them financially by putting some money into their accounts or providing some facilities, but since this happened in a large scale, there were so many migrant workers and there were no facilities and infrastructure available. The government could not reach out to people to give the help or protect their rights, what are enshrined in the Constitution. So it was basically the management failure which constrained the government to reach out to the citizen and protect their rights.
So in such a
And
situation,
therefore, yes.
in such a situation, when the lawmakers of certain states, because all these news of migrant labor issue was coming from not everywhere, but it is coming from few states. So when the lawmaker in the states are violating the law and not providing basic fundamental rights to their citizens, to Indian citizens, how this should be treated from a legal standpoint? What is your opinion?
Definitely, whenever there is a violation of rights, there are courts to protect your rights. The courts are the ultimate protectors of your rights. And whenever there is a violation by the government, the citizens can very well approach the Supreme Court or the High Court whenever there is a legal violation of their fundamental rights under Article 32 and under Article 226 of the Constitution of India. There is a provision of writ where as any citizen of this country can approach the court and ask the court to protect their rights, which includes human rights, fundamental rights, we call it in Indian perspective. And that is how a lot of citizens and a lot of people, NGOs approached the Honorable Apex Court when there was a lot of migration of these workers. And the Supreme Court, after getting the reports from the government, because you understand one thing that even the Supreme Court was shut down. There was so much of difficulty to understand what was happening around us. And yet the Honorable Supreme Court was moved and the government was instructed to look after the welfare of the migrant citizens, and gradually the support from the government has been given to the citizens who are migrant. It was gradual because suddenly a lot of things happened at a time, and therefore, as I said, because of lack of infrastructure, lack of a lot of things, the health could not reach the citizen as fast as it was required to have been reached.
So in such a situation, the citizens rely on the government because we in India have a federal system. So if somebody is in some other state and he belongs to some other state, he would assume that I would have the same rights as I was having in my own state. So if we travel on work or some deputation, and suddenly the state government says that, hey, I will not treat you. I think that gives a very bad impact on the citizens of India. And, the government themselves are announcing such things like, hey, I will not treat you because you are from a different state. And similarly, migrant workers who have been working and they are actually contributing to the baseline economy. And now everybody knows that if the migrant workers are not there, the baseline will not be there. And if baseline is not there, nothing will work. So now, the government should have thought about the importance of 30 million migrant workers in India, and they should have done proper arrangement for that. And being a federal country, the responsibility lies more on the local governments because they are on the ground and they have the infrastructure. So what went wrong in this, Nagesh? How we should treat it? Like you said, Honorable Supreme Court was also moved, but by the time there were few, bad news that we had to hear by the time the Supreme Court intervened. But in such a situation, how the lawmaker do not know or lack of knowledge why they acted like this, like a layman, I'm saying.
Well, Chandrakant, I kind of, agree with your sentiments about how the governments failed actually in providing and protecting the rights of the citizens, more particularly of migrant workers who contribute to the economy. Now, first of all, I would like to uh, convey that when the lockdown occurred on 24th of March, it was such a sudden thing to have been announced, and at that particular time, what facilities were available with the government was not as much as we ought to have had with the government in order to see so much of pandemic, the effect of pandemic, which could have gone or which could have affected the people of India. Now, if you understand one thing, that the lockdown was ordered in March, and in very initial stages, the pandemic could have been controlled, could be controlled, because at that point of time, everybody was restricted to their homes, the industry was shut, everything was shut. Now, at that time, the effect of that pandemic was so low, and therefore the government, despite not having the infrastructure facility, started working towards it, because there were no beds in the hospital. There were different facilities available. It was very costly affair to have, get yourself treated in a private hospital. Then there was lack of facility in the government hospital. So I think the effect and the lockdown was so sudden that everybody was kind of surprised and were not aware of what was happening. And to move the government machinery, as you know, is a bit difficult. Though we have a disaster management committee, though we have a force which is available to us, but we definitely lacked warriors like doctors coming forward, cleanliness staff, and other people who were to be put at place so that the facilities could have been provided. So that took, I think, a lot of time. And now, when the lockdown have started being lifted by the government, we see that quite a few arrangements have been made for protecting the health of the citizens, providing basic facilities like food and basic amenities to the citizen, and also uh, now there are jobs which are being provided by the government and the private sectors which are being made available to the people. It has to have a gradual thing, but I think it has made everybody now aware that one should be prepared with these kind of situations, so that the way we have suffered all along during this lockdown should not happen again.
Uh, yes, Nagesh, I think you're also talking about certain learnings, and this is a very huge subject. And so one thing is very clear and very sure, that the Indian Constitution gave the right to health to every citizen of India, and nobody can take away that right. So thank you very much for bringing that point up, and it was a pleasure talking to you, Nagesh. We will catch up again tomorrow, and we will discuss one other human right uh, which is available to citizens of India.
Thank you very much, CK. It was a pleasure being with you. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
See you tomorrow, Nagesh.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Hello, friends. Good morning. And this is a chilly morning here in north part of India, and it's almost like 6 degrees here. It's quite cold. But let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Nathan Gordon.
Good morning, CK. Well, it's chilly here too, so join each other. Although I don't seem to be having the overcoat that you've got on.
Oh yeah, because you get heating in the UK, so you are you have a cozy environment. Whereas we have winters only for a couple of months, so we just wear more clothes. That's it.
There you go. So let's talk about the chilly environment. No, let's not talk about the chilly environment. Let's talk about something progressive, something that's changing in your world, which although it's taken some time to change, it recognizes change, recognizes things need to change.
Certainly, Naval. So there has been a lot of activities at the country level, and as you know, just to give you a little background, India is a federal country. That means different states, which are ruled by state governments, and the state governments are also elected by the people, local people, by direct vote transfer. So if I want to select a government, I have to personally vote in my name directly to a member of legislative assembly. So we call them MLAs. They are pretty much like MPs, member of parliament, but they rule the state. And from each state, there are MPs which are selected and they go to the parliament. The idea being that the people who are elected by normal citizens will carry their issues forward and discuss it out and basically become a lawmaker. What works for us, what we need, what are our requirements, those are represented in the assemblies at the state level and in the parliament at the country level. So in India, there has been election right from grassroots, right from villages to housing societies and then townships and states. So everything is very politically charged up in India because there are no absolute powers. There are no power for life. All of these positions, starting from the village head to the prime minister, are elected for a short duration. Now, having said that, there are federal structure also. So all these different state governments are part of India. They follow the Indian law, which is unified law. India is a secular country, and it allows all types of people to coexist, having different languages, different religion. And that is a very good, powerful system that allows countries to join India or leave if they want to. So it's a completely federal structure. It gives a lot of freedom, political freedom, and as under this system, there are set number of people representative goes to the parliament. And when the India got independence from UK in 1947, the ratio was, depending on how many people were there at that point in time, and the figure was 530 and odd member of parliament in the lower house and about 230 in the upper house. The role for lower house is to run the government, and the role for upper house is to govern the parliament and the lower house. So basically, they are the house of elders who will watch what is going on, and nothing is going wrong in India. So that was the way the parliament in India operate. And even after independence, a lot of different states or different countries who were independent earlier joined Indian ecosystem. And the last country to join was a small country up north, bordering China, next to Bhutan, called Sikkim. In 1973, it joined India, became 29th state of India. So we are 29 different government under the umbrella of the Indian government. Now, having said that, this is just a background for people to understand, for some of your friends to understand also. Uh, the population of India has almost become 2.5 times after independence. We are now 1.3 and plus people, and elections are going on. The ratio of member of parliament versus the people of India is nearly 3 million now. And that means 3 million people are sending one MP to the parliament. And that is a huge number. We were finding it difficult to represent everyone in the parliament because there is limited space in the building. And parliament is an institution by itself. It comes along with a lot of other facilities and the government working, etc. So it's a very huge structure. especially for a country like India. It has parliament building, it has security services, it has annex which provides the translation, because there are people from different part of India do not understand language. So there are automatic translators, bookkeeping, record storing, and all that. So it's a huge structure for the Indian Parliament, and there was a need to expand it. One, to represent Indian people better, and also to allow new federations to come and join Indian subcontinent. So finally, we've got approval. Government of India has given 2 years time to construct a new building, which is almost like 2.5 times bigger than the previous one. And this will have facility to have nearly 1200 plus member of parliament. So that means currently we have about 700 and odd, but the growth is almost like 300 to 400 extra member of parliament approaching, working together into the parliament. So I think that is a very big update, especially for this part of the world where India, being a democratic country, right from grassroots to the level of the country, and also a federal country. That means each state can come and join and follow the Indian laws and rule of law. So, and at the same time, maintain their identity, language, religion, and so on, and freedom to live, freedom of liberty, and different kinds of rights. So, I think this is something which I wanted to update you today, and wanted to take your opinion also, because you are joining us from UK, and the name of the program is Naval Gund Live. Want to really understand your perspective on this one.
Well, it's a fascinating change, isn't it? We do know that governments take years and years and years to change. One thing that we know, it's a fact of life that governments move much, much slower than a business moves. However, what we need to applaud is the fact that change is happening. No matter where it's come from, and this presumably is from a pressure of the people, be more democratic. We want to be better represented at the centre, because we are a much bigger nation than we were when this was set up. My guess is, listening to the numbers that you have there, it's very similar setup to the UK Houses of Parliament, House of Lords and the House of Commons, which isn't too surprising, really, because that's how India came into pass in 1947. And the good thing is, you're now moving forward. So it's an evolution. People are growing up. But let's look a little bit more at what's physically happened. So let me ask you a few questions. And it's really around why this has happened. So I'm making a few assumptions here, but let's make sure those assumptions are facts. The population is much bigger today than it was in 1947. I mean, that is a fact. So is the government recognizing that it needs to be more representative of this growing population and the growing differences around? You say India is now 29 states. That's a huge number of states, really. I mean, you're getting over half of the states in America, for instance. So it's a huge number of states. And all of those have got differing requirements. I mean, in the UK, we have the North and the South. The North, very industrial, the South, more service oriented. And in India, I know there's a huge difference between the East Coast and the West Coast. And certainly the industrious arena of the North, and certainly the Northwest part of India, than the Northeast. So is it then that this is just clearly to become more democratic? So simple question.
It's so funny, Naval, you said the government don't take, they take a lot of time to change. So Indian government is no different. It is similar to any other government. They have taken a lot of time. This need of expansion of parliament was recognized officially in the parliament itself about 30 years back.
Wow.
And finally, the Modi government had guts to move the whole thing, because it's going to be a more than $1 billion project, because you're shifting your parliament, you're ensuring that the functioning of the government is not hampered. You're also ensuring that the advanced systems with security, with the latest gadgetry, is also installed in the new parliament. It is going to be completely paperless. So I think government of India, if you look at whichever party is ruling Indian government, they have taken a lot of time. We should have expanded in the last century itself, because population has been growing. But I think this government has shown the guts to take drastic measures, and they have given just 2 years time to build the new building. It will be ready by 2022, and we will be having a new parliament in 23.
Well, it's great. You say, they've taken the guts. So it's been 20 years, at least 20 years in the making. We're being generous now, okay? And they've taken the guts in the last sort of 2 years, because Modi's only been around, really, for just over about 18 months or so. So it's this word guts I want to focus on, because I'd now like to talk a little bit about business, because it's having the guts to do something different. I don't want to talk about political differences here, because now we're just going to flip into the business world. What does it mean for you? Have you got the guts to change? If you've not been listening over the last 7 or 8 months, you haven't heard of this word COVID. Now, I don't know where you've been if you haven't heard of this word COVID, okay? But wherever you've been very fortunate, because you haven't heard about it, okay? The likelihood is that's 1 in a trillion chance of you not hearing about it. So you have heard about it, but what have you done about it? We've seen schools, the archetypal networking arena where you have to go to school to learn. They've gone digital. Kids no longer literally go out of the front of the house, take that short visit to school, create this pandemonium of traffic around school time, and all of a sudden the traffic dies down when every kid gets into school. Now they get out of bed, they have their breakfast, they get washed, and they go online. That is a massive change for anybody. But have you experienced it in your business? Have you gone online? Have you become the digital whiz? Have you created social media platforms that you need to do to meet the requirements of your audience? Because, by the way, your audience is no longer traipsing up and down the street. In the Western world, we've seen massive bricks and mortar retailers collapse. Not because of Amazon. I mean, lots of people have been blaming Amazon, the click and collect, the click and deliver. It's because COVID has accelerated what was happening before. People's behavior is changing. And this is the thing we should be talking about today. So Indians' behavior is changing. They've been crying out for, we want to be more democratic. We want more leaders at the center. We want more people that can represent what we want to be doing in our area. I'm not interested in what's going on in the north, because I live in the south. We are a completely different business community in the south than the north. And that's what the government has changed. And now what you need to be doing is thinking about your business. How have your customers changed? Have they changed? Do you even know who your customers are? Have you canvassed them? Have you gone and asked them, do they like your product or service? Could they recommend you to somebody else? And again, all of this can be done digitally. You don't need to be physically in front of everybody anymore. So if we can take this leap of faith, the government has had the guts. You used the word guts, so we're going to focus on the word guts. I'm going to ask you a question now, and this is never rehearsed, as you well know. Have you had guts to change your business?
Yes, I think we have the guts, and I'm changing my company. Uh, it is not 100% perfect, but we have recognized. In fact, you raised a very important question. In fact, the customer profile has also changed for us. We are now finding customers, different types of customers, because before the pandemic, we were focused on the SME and startups, and also the corporate clients. But now we are focused on individuals, because I think those are the people who need our help more than the companies. And the companies are, like us, who are an SME, also needs to change. And I will end my my point by just stating one more point related to the government of India specifically. When the Indian became India as a country, Indian subcontinent, there were nearly 600 Maharajas. And the UK government said, hey, when we came to this part of the world, we got these Maharajas, and when we are leaving, we want to have a justification, and we don't want to gobble up their properties and their statehoods. So when the British left, they were the India as a country, which was mostly unnamed, unmanned land, and within this country there were 630 princely states, which were later unified. And that was a job done by the Indians themselves to unify the entire region into one government. However, the dynastic culture did not die out. I mean, you can remove the dynasties, but dynastic culture has taken some time to to eradicate. And what was happening is, some of these Maharajas joined politics, and they used to get lavish properties to live on, just like you have the Prime Minister's house in UK, which is a building, and you come and go. I mean, you acquire that building, and then once the tenure is over, you go. But here also, the ruling was the same, but on the garb of creating a monument for a big man, that building was confiscated, and it was created like a museum for the memories. So this was going on. Whoever basically becomes somebody in this country had a monument for him. And I think that also is a big change. Along with the parliament, there is going to be a prime minister house, there is going to be a vice president house, there is going to be a president house, and they will be the property of the state. Nobody will be able to confiscate that. So I think it's a very big change which we are going to see in the political system.
It is a big change, but I'm going to go back to this word guts. Your current, I mean, now is not the time to be spending money on government buildings. The criticism will be immense. It should be spending money on what's going to be best for the community. But the interesting thing is, this should be best for the community because it's allowing governance to happen easier. And if that message is getting over, then that's great. But let's come back to the business side. Congratulations on firstly recognizing your demographic has changed. There are so many businesses out there that don't even know what the demographic is. I see it on a regular basis. I'm not talking about one-man band businesses now. I'm talking about quite sizable businesses that they hear about what's your demographic, who's your ideal customer, what's your break-even point. We need to go back to some basics, some brass tacks. What makes our organization be successful? What have we got to do to make the change? And if you're a startup, a small organization, you have a real opportunity here to ask all those questions before you get into difficulty. But even for the small business, ask your own employees, ask your partners, have a brainstorming session, which isn't about blame culture, because frankly, I've got more things wrong than I've got right in my career. So if I was just to beat myself up for everything I've got wrong, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing today. I'd be miserable, sat down watching morning TV and not actually progressing. But that isn't life. You want to be getting forward, you want to be enjoying yourself and having fun. And at the end of the day, business should be fun, because that's what drives an entrepreneur. And this is where great opportunity now. I mean, we're coming up to the Christmas period in the UK. We're in tier 3 lockdown, which you probably have no idea what that means. Frankly, there's so much confusion over here. I'm not so sure many people really do know what that means. But we're on the 16th of December, and typically businesses have shut down for Christmas. It's the festive season. There are office parties, typically. It's a celebration of the year. All those things have sort of gone by the by. The only real activity that's going on is the big service industries, the banks, and retail. That tends to make Christmas happen. Kids are about to come away from school in the next 3 or 4 days, and then there's this 2-week shutdown. That's what happens in the Western world, certainly in the UK. And I know for a fact that many Indians actually do take a shutdown over the same period as well. You know, coming out of Diwali, it's now time to look at the future. You know, it's the festival of lights, new creation, the new world. Hanukkah follows a few days later. And that is, again, that's a festival of lights. And even in Sweden, they have an equivalent festival of lights. So it's a new birth time for everybody. We're coming up to the new year here, and that's a new birth too. So now's the time to have a really good look at your business. Get yourself in a position for the new year. 2021 is only 15 days away. 15 days, 1-5. Fortunately, it's double digits. So you've got a few days to think about it. But go and look at your digital profile. Go and look at what people are saying, how they're communicating with your competitors. Look at the really big competitors that you dream to be in their pocket. So whatever business you're in, there will be a big competitor. It doesn't matter whether you're in management consultancy like we are, where we've got Accenture, we've got McKinsey, they're all there. I can see what they're doing. Do I want to follow them? Do I want to repeat what they're doing? Are they making inroads? Ask all those questions, because change will happen. That's the issue, and you've got to have the guts to get ahead of the game. So this all started with discussion about, new government building, new government democracy for India. But you can actually flip this into your own business and take this as an opportunity to look at yourself.
Well, I think your points are very, very relevant and very important. I think what I've been noticing in the field is that while people realize that they have to change, they have to find new marketplaces. They no longer thrive on what they've done for last 20 years. It's like rebuilding yourself yet again. So it is at that juncture we are, the entire humanity is, and many people don't know how to do branding for themselves. So would you have the last say on this subject? Because I think that is becoming very important. You mentioned you have competition, so now the competition is online. You mentioned that you have to have your unique selling point, so that people have to, come up with some uniqueness in them to sell themselves on digital platform. And for that, branding is very important. Would you like to throw some points on this?
Certainly, and we'll talk about. I mean, brand is such a big issue, as you well know. We're just going to talk about the one-man bands, the very, very small businesses. When you start the business, the first thing you tend to go and do is create a website. You also create a logo. You get business cards. Now, there's a reason for that, because it's your brand. More importantly, it's your personal brand, because people buy from people. I mean, we've said it many, many times in our conversations, CK. We've even had CEO roundtables on the discussion. People buy from people, and when you're starting up, your brand is you.
So at the very, very simple point, whenever anyone sees your logo or your website, they're actually seeing you. You haven't got 1,000 people in your team. Eventually, I hope you do have 1,000 people in your team. But on day one, your brand is you. So this is where you need to be smart. Well, how do you want to see? How would you like to see yourself? Have a look in the mirror. You know, you smile a tremendous amount on videos, and people can see that. I don't smile as much as you do, but boy, when I really smile, you can't stop me. It's a guffaw. It's hilarious. But do I portray that? Is that my persona? And the other thing is, if you don't like what you see, change it. Because you can. Your DNA is not written in stone. When you were born with a brain that is incredibly flexible. It's the biggest PC you will ever know. And your experiences are the software that goes into it. And as you improve your experiences, good or bad, I mean, you need to reflect on yourself. So the key thing is branding is absolutely critical to your success. In the first instance, it's personal branding that is going to count. So who are you? Have a good look in the mirror and start there. And then the next thing is move very quickly. Get into the digital space. You're going to make mistakes. Don't worry about it, but just get out there. Go onto LinkedIn, create a profile, send it to your best friends and say, do you think that's me? And if they are your best friends, they'll give you a really good laugh and they'll say, you're joking, you know, when did you do that? How did you do this? You know, and you can have a bit of fun building up that profile because that is the brand. We forget about where brands start. In Your Passport to Grow, which is a sort of subsidiary of MindFit, we talk about the brand of me. BOM, not BUM, by the way, BOM, the brand of me. And it is, who am I? How do people see me? Do they believe me? Really tough questions, actually. Even tough questions for an SME that's been around for 5 or 6 years. But if you start off, you know, you ask the question, you know, how important is the brand? Where's the brand come from? Well, it starts inside. It's like happiness. Happiness is driven by you, not by anybody else. The environment can make you feel happy, but only if you're prepared to listen. And the other thing, by the way, while we're on this subject of happiness, it takes fewer muscles to smile than it does to frown. So typically as humans are very lazy, you know, smile a lot because you're not using as many muscles. So, but anyway, coming back to the subject of branding, branding starts with you as the individual. You need to be focused on who you are, why you are, what people see. And you won't get it right all the time. But the more you practice, the better you'll become.
Neville, I think this is a very good input that you have given. And people who are watching this program, and if they need any help, they want to take advice from Neville, they can reach out to us or directly to him. We'll make the connection happen. And they can learn the rules of doing branding and grow, similar to what the Indian government has done with erecting new buildings and new infrastructure to govern better. So thank you very much, Neville, for finding time this morning to talk to us. And we will catch up in some other edition of Neighborhood Live, probably next week.
It's been a pleasure, CK, as ever. And if anyone wants to know about branding, just look at what's going on your screen behind you. Because there are brands galore. And we don't even notice what's being shown. So just be smart. Go and have fun. Go and practice. because the right practice makes perfect.
Thank you, Neville. Bye bye for today. We will catch you next time.
Cheerio.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today we want to discuss something that I saw in the newspaper today, and it is quite astonished. I was astonished to see this news, which was about Japanese government appointing the Minister for Loneliness. So, to discuss this issue further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, loneliness. Japan are now, I think, the second country to appoint a minister directly responsible for loneliness. Specifically in Japan, it's to deal with the increase in suicide rates and child poverty. In the UK, we created a loneliness minister a couple of years ago, focusing on similar things, but mainly we have this men in sheds approach here. We have lots of lonely people that were aging because we have an aging community. Now, because of the COVID pandemic, we've got even more issue, not just within the UK, but globally. We've got an issue of loneliness, despite the fact we have huge connectivity in communications and in Zoom opportunity, etc. People do become very lonely. So what's your take on the Japanese making this quite unprecedented move for a very conservative type of country?
Well, Neville, I think it was very strange news for me because coming from India, where there are so many people, even though there could be a lot of lonely people, I am not saying that there is no problem like loneliness in India, but it's sort of not really exposed that much. And I know for sure that the Japanese society is, designed in such a way that they have a lot of lonely people. They don't open up like Indians do. So it was a very surprising piece of information for me. Frankly, I'm not aware until today morning that there is a ministry required to handle the problem of loneliness. So, and you tell me that UK was the first government to appoint a minister for loneliness. So you were the first one. So why don't you tell us what this ministry would do, how it will handle the problems of lonely people, and what are their responsibilities?
Well, in the first instance, recognizing that loneliness is an issue and not just, part of the whole welfare and health system is, I think, is an important distinction to make. And the reason why, let's look at Japan for the moment. The reason why Japan have moved very quickly in this arena, in that just in October alone last year, there was, I believe, a 70% increase from the previous October in female suicides. Now, let's put that in context, because percentages, a 70% increase could have gone from 1 to 2. But we're talking about 880 female suicides in the month of October last year. And that is a huge amount. And if that's a 70% increase, we're looking at around 500 previously, which again is a huge amount. And if you look at the Japanese culture, lots of these women aren't married and they have to support people on their own living. They don't have permanent jobs, but they may have children. And so when something happens, like COVID, for instance, when jobs disappear or the part-time work starts to disappear because we're under lockdown, etc., then clearly they're hit immediately. And under those circumstances, who do they turn to? Because they're single, they're not married, they don't sometimes have a family culture around them, and they're just destitute because previously they were living hand to mouth, and now there is no hand to mouth. So it's a big, big issue. And I don't think Japan are unique in this arena. In the UK, we have something similar. I'm not too sure the numbers are as drastic as that. But the point is loneliness. Let's look at loneliness. Do you ever get lonely?
Well, I think I do. I sometimes start missing the old days. I would like to go on the road, join the club, meet my friends, have a drink. Obviously, I sometimes miss all of those things. Fortunately for me, I'm living with my parents. If I was not living with my parents, I would have felt homesick also. So I'm sure it's a big problem.
Well, I think we all get lonely. If we're honest with each other, we do get lonely. And when we get lonely, we do things, We go and read a book. We go for a walk, make a cup of tea, pick up the phone, talk to your friends, talk to your kids, kick the cat, whatever. We all get lonely. The issue is that the majority of people have got connectivity somewhere where the loneliness is a fairly unsubstantial type level. You don't go further into bouts of depression, but some people do, and some people, pop pills because they do have these bouts of depression. But loneliness can take the form of so many things. As you say, you miss the travel. I miss the travel. Does that make me lonely? Well, I suppose it does in a way. I look forward to the time when we can travel again and we can, go and meet people in remote parts of the world where you haven't been for a while. But that's not really loneliness. That's just a bit of absence. But the feeling of loneliness is that it's empty. There's nothing there, and COVID has forced us more into that arena. I mean, we've had people here that are the severely at risk, completely isolated right the way through COVID, even when lockdown was opened up in the summer and in the early autumn. They're told you're at risk. You must stay at home. It's that enforcement. Now, if you've got relationships with carers, because some people don't have family, but if you have family and you've got those relationships, then you do make those relationships count. I mean, I can remember when my parents were alive, I would see my parents once a week. I would go physically travel 60 miles each way just to see them. But they were together. They had each other. But then when my father died, my mother was all on her own. So we made it a rota to go so that all of the boys that were living in the UK, her immediate family, were there on a regular basis just to see how she was. And she also had a carer, and she lived in a community. So one of these, you bought the premises, you brought your own little rental, your own little flat, but there were communal areas. And on a daily basis, you could go and have a chat, play cards. They play bingo 3 or 4 times a week. And therefore, everyone was getting out of loneliness. It was a community. But we also have the issue of, as I say, men in sheds at the beginning of the program. And there's this thing about and they say about 55-year-olds. 55-year-old men, typically, they were married, may have lost a partner, or haven't been in a long-term relationship, and now are approaching retirement or have just been made redundant because their jobs are no longer required, and they become insular. They have no social life. So this program called Men in Sheds meant that they literally came into the shed type arena. We have this huge allotment issue in the UK where people go to allotments. They have a small little parcel of land, and again, that's another community, and that stops loneliness. Doesn't create it, it gets rid of it. But equally, we've got lots of helplines, we've got lots of suicide lines. children helplines, because children can be lonely, despite the fact it would appear that they're in a very loving relationship, but they feel lonely. So this is a big issue, really, and we should be talking about it, should be dealing with it, because there's nothing worse than that child in the playground that stands in the corner that nobody talks to. There's nothing worse than that in a playground. And we've all seen it. As parents, we've all seen it. As teachers, we've seen it too. And we need to stop it, because we need to find out what are the issues, because there will be underlying issues why that child is standing in the corner of the playground, not feeling loved and feeling lonely. And as society, we need to do something about it.
So I think the responsibility of the Ministry of Loneliness is to basically create the ecosystem, to create these processes, which is helpline, identifying, or also providing healthcare support to these people who are suffering from the loneliness, and also providing them habitat where they can go and settle down comfortably. So these are some of these responsibilities of these ministries. Anything else that these ministers would have to do?
Well, as you quite rightly say there, you're actually saying they're actually bringing people in. It's okay to be not okay. I mean, that's a phrase that we hear in well-being all the time. Come and talk about your problem, and if we can deal with the problems early enough in the discussion, then you don't slide down further. There's always a recovery mechanism somewhere, and at the end of the day, these are people that are human beings. And the worst thing you want in an economy is lots of people that are dragging the economy down. So you need to focus on the disadvantaged, people that are struggling, because ultimately they're the ones, if you can bring them back into society, it actually makes society a much healthier place. So there's lots of issues around here. This is not in the old days, many years ago, these will become lepers, unclean, go away. We don't want to hear about you. You're not thinking the way we do. We don't like you, and even to the Middle Ages, these people may have been sort of thrown into the witches arena. Fortunately, we're in a 21st century society and we don't think that way. So this is all, to me, it's very positive news. It's recognizing there's a problem and it's dealing with a problem. The last thing anyone should do, whether it's a government or an entrepreneur, a big business, a small business, or a family, is shuffle the problem under the carpet. That's not the way to deal with it, because guess what? It grows and you keep shuffling it under the carpet. So let's deal with it head on. I wish them all the success. There's certainly, I don't think they're going to be the second or the third government to do this. I think there'll be many other governments that recognize it if they're really feeling about their society. So good luck to them. And, let's hope that we can eradicate this like we eradicate all the other ailments we have, like polio and measles, etc. Because this is almost like it's a virus like COVID. You can't see until you see the effect. And the effect, sadly, in Japan has been suicides, which is the ultimate. So on a positive note, this is a really positive move forward, recognizing a problem. And as they say, isn't it? 90% of the problem is recognized that it exists in the first place.
Absolutely, Neville. I think it was a learning for me and probably most Indians. I'm sure there is a big suicide problem in India also, and the government needs to recognize it and probably create certain programs like Japan has done and UK has done. So I think it was a great learning talking to you today, and we'll catch up again tomorrow on something even more interesting.
Good to see you, CK. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the day.
Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. In Top Brass today, I would like to present some analysis of what is going on between India and China, and recently the role of SFF, which is also known as Special Frontier Force, came into light, although it was sort of downplayed by media, and it was also downplayed by China because they got the defeat. So they have been doing a lot of propaganda about their army, which is the PLA, is the world's strongest army, but they have been defeated by something called SFF, Special Frontier Force, a contingent of Indian Army. So we will discuss in detail what is going on there, and I will also talk about what is SFF and why it is so effective over Chinese. So before we move on to discussing the issue, I would like to present something to you so that the things are in perspective. This is the map of Jammu and Kashmir as it stands as a whole. And there are a lot of disputes. I will not discuss about what are the disputes. The green area is in control of Pakistan after 1948 battle between India and Pakistan. This blue area is under the control of Indian government, and the yellow areas are occupied by China in 1962. Now, this area has been named as Aksai Chin by China after occupying, but originally this is part of Ladakh, the Ladakh region of J&K, which is part of Tibet Plateau. So, as you can see in this part of the world, this border, the blue line which depicts the border, is the most active border anywhere in the world. This is a flashpoint between Pakistan and India lays the legal right on the entire territory. And in fact, the Indian government in Jammu and Kashmir has empty seats in their assembly representing these areas. Now, it is also important that some of this area has been illegally occupied by Pakistan, and this the northern part is also gifted to China. Some of it, almost like 50 kilometers or 40 kilometers square kilometer of area, so that the Chinese can build their rail and road structure and they can enter Pakistan. So, at the time of independence of India and Pakistan, the Indian border did not touch China at all. So the China started their conquest, and they actually occupied a lot of regions, and we will discuss what happened. And now they are trying to occupy Indian part of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, before we move on to the next China-specific details, I want to concentrate on this area which is called Siachen Glacier. Now, this is the highest battlefield in the world. Temperature throughout the year remains upwards of minus 40 degrees centigrade. Yet it is manned by the Indian Army throughout the year, 24/7. A lot of patrolling points are there, which are at the high ground, and these are surveyed by the Indian Army throughout the year. There is just one road which is a supply line to Siachen Glacier. So if you are able to break that road or occupy that area, you can cut the supplies to Siachen Glacier, and the soldiers there will be stranded. Now, you may ask why there is so much of flashpoint between these three countries, which is India, Pakistan, and China over Siachen. Simply because in 1999, Pakistan wanted to change the demography of the place and wanted to acquire Siachen Glacier, and hence they invaded this part, which is also called Kargil. And the road which goes to Siachen passes through Kargil region, and they wanted to occupy, break that supply lines of India to Siachen, and that's why the battle happened in 1999, in which Pakistan was defeated. And from 1999, it has been proven to the world that Pakistan is always been an aggressor, and they have always invaded the Indian territory. So, this boundary is straight line simply because in this part of the world, uh, the demography, the geography of this part of the world is so difficult that each square kilometer has a significance. Although there is no habitation of human in these areas, but yet the army has their force in this area, and they are fighting for saving the land from falling into Chinese control. This part is also occupied by China, yet India lay claim on these areas. So moving on to the next slide, you will know exactly why there is so much anguish against China. So at the time of independence, this was the size of China as a country. So this was a Chinese as an independent country in 1948, and they started their occupation, and they acquired this area first, which is also called Turkestan, which is now part of China. And because of that, the China increased their landmass, and they were able to reach almost Russia. Although they were not supposed to share any boundary on the western side with Russia, but they almost reached Russia. And Tibet used to be a separate country. So if you look at not even 100 years back, China was not as big as it is today. They actually acquired peaceful countries like Turkestan and Tibet. Tibet was primarily a highland, world highest and world largest plateau. You will know exactly in a moment why the geography of Tibet is so important. And so Tibet is completely country, and Turkestan is completely occupied by China. And the Tibet people and their government escaped to India, and they run their government in exile from India. And China doesn't like that. So India has given some sort of, they are keeping Tibet, helping Tibet to stay alive. A lot of people are in Indian cities, Tibetans who are living, and also their religious leader is Dalai Lama, who is based in a place called Dharamshala in India. So it's an open fact, and the Tibetan people would like to go back to their own country and run their country. So there is a lot of hatred for Chinese among the Tibetan people. So this is one fact I want to show to you. Moving on, the whole of plateau, which is a part of Ladakh and also Tibet, appears like this. So you see, it is a very hard, very ancient rock structure, very, very old rock structure, very solid, very plain. And in fact, the road, you don't have to build road on these rocks because they are so hard and compact. You can drive straight away your vehicles on top of this structure. And you don't see even grass growing in this part of the world because there is hardly any rain there. So most of the landscape looks like this. So in order to understand what is happening between India and China, we have to also understand the geography of the place and how it formed. So I want to showcase something more, which is basically the formation of Himalayas. So Himalaya actually became a prominent world highest mountain range, and the collision of Indian subcontinent happened into Asia, and hence the result, as a result of collision, the Himalayas were formed. But Himalayas were formed. Why they were formed? Because the Tibet Plateau is a very hard rock, and it did not allow Indian peninsula to get basically penetrate further, and because of that, this landmass started going like this, like a mountain. So this is the reason why the mountains are still growing, still gaining height. As an estimate, they almost grow by almost half foot every year. So it is still growing. It's a very young mountain. And Tibet Plateau geography is the main reason for Himalayas to form. So I want to show something else which I drew on a piece of paper. This is exactly what I'm trying to showcase, how the mountains are being formed, and they are different layers. And this is a Tibet Plateau, which is a flat, very hard rock, very big one at very extreme heights. And did you remember that the previous picture did not had any plants or any grass over there? That's simply because by the time the rain cloud reaches Tibet, they are totally dry. In fact, they don't even reach because the mountains of Himalayas completely stop them on this side of the uh, Indian Indian side. So as you can see that I've tried to demonstrate that as the height goes, the vegetation also changes, and there are up to certain height the trees can grow, and after that, at certain height the grass can grow, and slightly higher the rain can happen, and if you go even higher, the rain will convert into snow. So you see that these mountains are so high that they are even higher than the snow line, and the Tibet Plateau is basically not receiving any rains or any snowfall or any water. So that is why this land, which is on the other side of Himalayas, is bone dry. I hope I'm able to convey the point here. Nevertheless, let's go back to where we were today. So this is how the Tibet is formed. It's a very high land with almost insignificant population, and but yet people stay at very high areas, and most of these people are, in fact, almost like 99% follow the Buddhist culture, and they follow peace. They don't do any harm to any living or animal or humans. So that is their ideology. So they were very peaceful people until the Chinese government came, marched with their army, and acquired them in 50s. So this is where the whole thing pans out. In the middle, there is Dalai Lama, which is the spiritual leader of the entire Tibet as a country. The Tibet government is operating from India in exile, as they say, and you can see how these Tibetan people look like. I have given the geography of this land. I'm going why SFF is so critical and even Chinese cannot compete with SFF. Now, as you can see, these Tibetan people are genetically engineered. They are the people which has characteristic which no human on the planet has. They are genetically engineered to live at high places, and some of these Dalai Lama personal guards, basically they were the combat forces in 50s, and they actually they were given an option to join Indian Army, and then Indian Army, as you know, is the most professional, battle hardened army in the world, and they operate in everywhere, every part of territory. They have the skills to fight in mountains and desert, in the ocean, or on the plain land. So they have all types of skills, all types of training. And with the Dalai Lama security team joining Indian Army and became the Special Frontier Force, there is another characteristic of Indian Army because of which, you know, they thrive. SFF actually became 100,000 strong men today. The preference in Indian Army is given to next of kith and kin. So they had a very specific job. Since these people are genetically engineered to live and operate at high areas where normal human being cannot even operate. For example, if you are undergoing a training, then you have to run for 30 kilometers with full pack. Is part of the training, and you have to do it every day. So a normal human being will tire out because there's hardly any oxygen and there's lack of gravity in those areas. Whereas the Tibetan people can run easily without even sweating, you know, because they normally live 16,000 feet above sea level. So that is their normal dwelling. And at that place, if you train them, they will excel. So you see, I've explained why China is trying to occupy Indian territory because they want to nullify, they want to have a direct connection with Pakistan via Siachen also. And it is in their strategy to acquire other countries. They have been doing that. They have problems with every neighbor they have. So second thing is why the Indian government, Indian and Chinese, Indian as a country and in China as a country are fighting with each other for something which has no monetary value, but it has very high strategic value because if you are at high ground, you can see for miles, and China want to acquire the high ground so that they can see them to the miles as far as they can see, and they can have better control on the Indian side of things. So as on their side, it's a plateau, so they can pretty much come very easily. But once they are in mountains, they have to basically look at the Indian side of it. Now, Indian side, every inch matters because you're not going to have a lot of road structure. You will not have a lot of, the demography or the geography of the land offers a lot of challenges. There are valleys, there are rivers, there are lack of infrastructure, um, carrying troops, carrying heavy machinery. All that is a big challenge. So, considering all that, Indian territory has to be watched. Every inch has to be watched because even an inch is given to Chinese, they will start getting upper hand on it. So now the SFF comes in play that these are the people who can go live comfortably at very high altitude. When I say they are genetically engineered, they have very high hemoglobin in their blood, higher than a normal human men. So if you look at the average men having a hemoglobin is about 15 per square centimeter, rating of 15, but whereas these people who are from Tibet, they have 22. So higher hemoglobin in their blood gives them ability to absorb oxygen molecule much better than a normal human being. So they can, and at such high altitude, oxygen is less. So you and I will go there, we start panting because without even running, we will feel so much lack of oxygen that we will not be able to breathe properly at such high places. And when the mountaineers go, they actually carry oxygen bottles with them. Whereas these people can live, their village and their normal dwellings are at 16,000 feet. And this battle is happening on 17,000 feet. So it is very easy for them to go and challenge the Chinese. And this is exactly what has happened. They have actually challenged the Chinese, and they have a lot of anguish against the Chinese army. I'm not saying that they will have anguish against the Chinese people, but they definitely have anguish against the Chinese army, and they are trained, well trained by the Indian army. So Indian army is battle hardened. They have always fought a lot of battles. They have training programs to fight on all kinds of terrain because they have huge territory to protect. And under the Indian army training and their physiological characteristic, these are the soldiers which are ideal to fight at such heights. The second issue is that the Chinese entered Indian territory only in month of summers. When the winter comes, these places are so harsh. There is absolutely nothing available to sustain people. So usually what happens is that, the Chinese army will have to go back in winters because their supply lines will get frozen completely. This is not something which I can explain in words, but somebody goes there and see how harsh this land is. And there is a reason why people don't live in these highlands. And that is why a specific type of people can live, which are these people. And they form the Special Frontier Force of Indian Army. They have there is another agreement which was signed between India and China in 1996. Because of that agreement, we are not supposed to use any firearms. We can carry the firearms, and both army don't use a firearm, and so they can carry the weapon, but they have to unclip their bullets in both sides. So what has happened now is that the SFF, who can live comfortably because it's their region, their territory, for thousands of years in that part of the world, they can be there for almost an entire year, whereas Chinese will have to go back when the winter comes. That is point number one. Point number two is that they have been trained, highly trained by the Indian Army. So when this battle happened, it is basically a raw man-to-man combat, whereas the Indian soldiers did not feel fatigue, whereas Chinese were feeling fatigued and they were beaten black and blue because you're not supposed to use any firearms. So they have been beaten black and blue by brute human force. And that is how the Finger 4 has been acquired by SFF, and they are now holding that position. So, this is the background, why it is important for India to guard its territory, because it is having very high strategic value. Second thing is that we have the right resources. Indian Army has the right people who can operate at such high areas comfortably at 16,000, 17,000, 18,000 feet, as if it's their backyard. And they have been trained thoroughly by the Indian Army. And these are the people who are going to compete with Chinese, because Chinese, even though Chinese soldiers are there, but they cannot live there forever. So I think this is something that I